On the 24th of April 2024, the President of the United States of America signed a bill which could lead to the banning of TikTok. And you know what? I actually kind of agree with it. And I know what you're going to say, free speech is obviously a very important thing, and TikTok allows us to communicate with everybody around the world and see things that we wouldn't necessarily see in filtered mainstream media. But I will just now say to you, with what you're about to see in today's video, with what you're about to expose your brain to, by the ending of this video, you won't just agree that TikTok should be banned, but you will think that every form of social media should be terminated. Because, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be exploring the universe of ELPHABA. And my friends, I genuinely feel like I need to start this video with an apology directly to you, because after you witness everything of today, after you witness topics such as ring sting and many other things, you are not going to be the same human being after you witness this.
And yes, I'll tell the police I threatened her. Why do any of you think it's funny to hate on me? I was invited to Big Brother tonight, but I couldn't do it. If I didn't have scabies.
Your dirty, dusty underwear, stinking.
I'm reporting everyone. I'm reporting Mama Kaz. I'm reporting everyone. And then, of course, it's going to be on the For You page tomorrow, and then people are going to twist this, of course. Oh, Alvin is harmed herself in front of people. She's tricking people. She's done this and that to people. If you ever go near my mum, she's done this and that. She's done this and that. She's done this and that. If you want to find out where I live, if you want to find out where I live. Scabies.
Yes, as you can tell, this is going to be one of my more extravagant deep dives into the hellest pits or the darkest pits of TikTok. We like to do deep dives on this channel quite a lot. I did an iceberg on Onision, and I thought, honestly, that was as weird and decrepit and terrible as it would possibly get. But ladies and gentlemen, with the research that I have done into ELPHABA and everything surrounding this person, I genuinely feel like this deep dive that you're about to witness is honestly probably the worst one in terms of everything. It is just a complete and utter cesspit. When I actually started writing this video, it was originally meant to be an iceberg video. As you can see from this iceberg graph here, which I created myself, it covers a variety of lore to do with the TikToker known as ELPHABA. But what I actually found whilst making this iceberg is that there is way more lore than I possibly expected. There is so many minute details to this person and all the people surrounding her that I thought I would actually be doing a disservice by just making it into a simple iceberg. So what I have decided to do is pretty much chronologically document the events of ELPHABA over the last few years. And if you don't know who ELPHABA is and what I'm actually talking about right now, that's actually pretty great, because today I'm going to explain everything to you. And you may be thinking, seriously, it sounds like you're going a little bit overboard here, being a little bit dramatic for, I don't know, dramatic effect. And honestly, I wish I was. I really wish that this was all for clicks and drama, but no. No. Your brain is about to be scarred. But before we get into any of the story, I feel like it is important to note that this whole thing does contain a lot of sensitive information. We'll kind of be flip-flopping between something very serious, where ELPHABA did something terrible, and we'll criticize that, and then it will go into something hilarious, which is nothing really big, but it's fun to laugh at and speak about, because it's a part of the chronological timeline. But with that, I think it's important to note that this is basically, as I said, a historic timeline of what we will now be knowing as the ELPHABA cinematic universe. And the reason that I'm letting you know that is because there are going to be times where I cover something which you may not agree with. Somebody may have done something to ELPHABA which you see as horrible, and honestly I will probably agree with you, but after I tell that story of that certain event in the timeline, I will then give my opinion. So when I'm speaking about something bad that happened, don't take that as, oh, I completely agree with it. Just take it as, I am a narrator going through this chronological iceberg. That's what this video is. It's an iceberg video, but in chronological order, because I hadn't actually seen any videos out there explaining the entire timeline. So that's what I want to try and do today. Just completely construct this massive story into one video. So without further ado, I just want to quickly speak to you about today's sponsor, and then we'll get into things. Today's video is proudly sponsored by Audible. Fellas, in today's video, we're going to be doing a massive deep dive, of course. We're going to be going through some of the most insane things, discovering mysteries, exploring them, and going through things where you'll kind of notice that I start to say that a lot of the things in this story simply cannot be real, because some of the things are just so wild and insane. It's like a massive mystery that we're trying to uncover, and I genuinely love doing that. I love mysteries. I love fictional mysteries. I love these mysteries in these videos, and that's where Audible comes into things here, because Audible also absolutely loves a good old thrilling mystery. And my friends, let me just prop up Audible for a second here, because Audible is the world leader in audio entertainment, audiobooks, podcasts, and Audible originals, which means you and also me can not just enjoy the mysteries that we're going to be uncovering in today's video, but also we can enjoy the mysteries that Audible are providing to us, and trust me, there are a lot. For example, right now I am listening to an Audible original called The Riverman, which is from R.B. Croft and narrated by Dominic West, and the plot is pretty reminiscent of what we're speaking about today. Clem, the main character, is investigating the town of Watersmeet and trying to track down a killer who might not even exist. And the thing with today's video is, as I said, a lot of the stuff I just refuse to believe even is real. It's like a big secret undercover plot that I'm trying to uncover. It makes no sense, and that's why I love mysteries so much. But if mysteries aren't really your type of thing, Audible has an absolute plethora of audiobooks available to you right now that aren't just mysteries and thrillers. And the Audible app just also makes everything so much easier. It's so easy to listen while you're traveling, working, or doing anything. You can listen, stop, and then start again where you were at in that audiobook and just continue wherever you are. And Audible right now has the absolute must-hear collection of the latest that the mystery and thriller genre can offer to you. And even better, members right now get full access to a growing selection of included audiobooks, Audible originals, and podcasts that you can download right now. And if you want to listen to any amazing stories on Audible, you can sign up with Audible code inabber at audible.com. I seriously recommend Audible. I have used Audible for so long now, and it's something that's just genuinely in my daily routine. I don't usually prop up ads this much, but Audible I genuinely think is such a good service. So yes, thank you so much to Audible for sponsoring this video. It really does mean a lot. But yes, let's get back into things. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chapter 1, the ELPHABA'S cinematic universe, as I previously dubbed it. Yes, this universe is absolutely massive. Of course, the entire video is going to be focused on this individual ELPHABA, but the important thing that we're going to be doing in this chapter is exploring some of the other main characters in this story. And that may be a little bit confusing because we haven't actually gotten to the origins of ELPHABA straight away, but the reason that I want to quickly highlight some of these people that feature in this universe is because they will be fleetingly mentioned throughout this entire video, and I don't really want to keep on mentioning names without actually acknowledging them as a whole, because I think that could confuse you guys if I say this was a story involving ELPHABA, then there was this person, but they keep on appearing and you're like, who is this individual and why are they appearing randomly throughout this story? That could get a little bit confusing. So I want to note the 4 main other players in this story other than ELPHABA. And those individuals are CLA, also known as Chelsea Liart, Mama Kaz, Evil Queen, and Maria. Now, these 4 individuals all have their own stories, their own, I guess, backgrounds, pieces of lore to do with them. There are plenty of videos out there, and I'm not necessarily going to be exploring every piece of their lore, but they all definitely do appear in this story quite a lot. Take Chelsea Liart, for example. This is an individual who at one point of time was a friend of ELPHABA.
Oh, darling. Look at the coat. She's absolutely gorgeous. And just to let you know, she doesn't smell. Gorgeous.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to introduce CLA. This is an individual who is pretty much known for being, well, an older version of Elphaba. Maybe not as bad to some people's opinions, maybe even worse to some people's opinions, but this is a person who will appear throughout this story. Because yes, she was a friend of Elphaba, and then she became an enemy of Elphaba, and these two have got a pretty historic timeline between each other of beef, friendship, and just in general, absolute insanity. But then we also move on to Evil Queen, who again is another person who falls into the category of being closely affiliated with Elphaba and then becoming an enemy of Elphaba, and featuring a lot during this timeline. CLA, Elphaba, and Evil Queen are pretty much like the axis of can I even say that? They are like three supervillains in this story, and they will keep on appearing, as will these two individuals, Mama Kaz and Maria. Now, Maria, we don't really need to speak about much here. She is actually just the mother of Elphaba, but the reason I say she's a main player in this story is because she does appear a lot in the backgrounds of videos and also in some parts of the storyline. And Mama Kaz is also somebody under the category of a former friend of Elphaba, seemingly, as you can see in this video, who then became an enemy of Elphaba. Somebody who pretty much made it their objective for a while to destroy the career or reputation of Elphaba for all of their seen reasons. Now, I'm going to explore some of those reasons in this video, but yeah, these are the four other main characters in this storyline, in my opinion. Now, there will be other individuals that do get fleetingly mentioned throughout this video, but I really don't know any other individuals other than these four who are mentioned more. There is also another controversial note that I need to reference here, is that I will kind of refer to everybody in the story as like a character, and that may seem a little bit dehumanizing, but trust me, after the 3, 4, or 5 hours of this video that you watch, you'll probably agree with that analysis. Because these people don't really seem like regular human beings. You know when you're walking down the street and you just look at somebody you've never seen before and you're like, you're a real human with real things going on in your life and you have a family and a job and you do things. Well, when I look at somebody like that, I think normal person. But when I look at CLA on TikTok, I don't really think that's a regular human being. These people have all got severe social media brain rot, and with that, we then need to get into the category of content that all of these individuals are making. You see, I've been regularly dubbing them throughout this introduction as TikTokers, but that isn't necessarily true. You see, what I would personally dub a TikToker is somebody that uploads videos to the platform. 15-second to 10-minute long videos on the platform where they record themselves and edit themselves doing certain things, telling jokes, doing skits, showing their cute cat. This is a TikToker, but these individuals don't necessarily fall under that category, and instead they are a subgenre of TikToker known as a TikTok liver. Now, my friends, this is where we start to get into the real cesspool, because you yourself have probably seen TikTok Live. You may have been scrolling through the app mindlessly, your screen time's going up and up and up, and suddenly your finger slips. And what's this? There's an individual live, and it's a bald British man, and he's okay, maybe he's not doing that, but sometimes if you go onto TikTok Live, you will see some absolutely heinous things, and it usually always is a British person. From my experience, maybe that's because I'm on a bit of British TikTok, but TikTok Live seems to be plagued by individuals from the United Kingdom, and honestly, they're not really doing much justice for this country and the perception of this country, and you can see why a lot of Americans will laugh at us because of things like TikTok Live, and Elphaba, CLA, Evil Queen. These people regularly feature on TikTok Live, whether it's just them embarrassing themselves, whether it's them doing TikTok Live battles, which is pretty much where they beg for donations, and whoever gets the most donations wins the TikTok Live battle. It's a very dystopian form of content, but it is a form of content that Elphaba is known for. You have most likely seen somebody like this in your TikTok Live feed, and Elphaba is pretty much the leader of this genre. And by the way, TikTok Livers aren't like your regular streamers. They're not like Ninja, where they're playing a video game where they're actually doing something seemingly productive, or maybe they're reacting to videos. No, they are literally just on a live stream and it's just them sat in their room just rotting away and possibly exposing themselves or just doing something terrible. That's usually the cycle of content that these individuals find themselves in. Every single day you can now go onto TikTok, find compilation accounts of where they will just take clips from ELPHABA'S recent live stream, and there will be something in those streams which incriminate ELPHABA even further, or CLA, or Evil Queen. And what will then happen in that cycle is people will start to speak about these individuals and they will get more and more popular. It's kind of the bad press is good press argument. These individuals very much do fall into that phrase, and with that then leads us into another sub-community of, I guess, TikTok livers or the ELPHABA cinematic universe, and that is the anti-ELPHABA community. Because yes, we've established the main characters in the storyline, but I think before we get into the actual origins of ELPHABA, it is important to note that ELPHABA has been regularly documented for the last 2 years by many forums out there, by many YouTubers out there, and many TikTokers out there. In fact, the research that I did in this video was very much supplemented by a lot of YouTubers out there, such as friends of myself like AUTISM and Joe King. There are a lot of YouTubers out there which document or almost dedicate most of their channels to speaking about ELPHABA. And I don't say that as a critique or a sly dig. I think they do genuinely good work, but I say it as a bit of an indictment on ELPHABA and how much stuff she gets herself involved in, how much controversy there is. For example, my friend AUTISM didn't do a video on ELPHABA for a month, and you think to yourself, oh, a month is a pretty short period of time. But no, when he then went to make his next video, he discovered that he had to then make an hour and 13-minute long video speaking about just the recent events of that month to do with ELPHABA. And considering some of the videos that I make, the longer videos are like 2 to 3 hours long, and that documents a timeline of over usually 2 to 4 years or even longer, it's insane to me that one individual in an entire month could get in so much controversy that it would warrant a video over an hour long. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is now time to actually get into the origin story of ELPHABA, because you now understand the side characters, the anti-community, and now it is time to discover who ELPHABA truly is. So yes, in this chapter what we're going to be doing is exploring the origins of ELPHABA. Before we get into really any major controversies, I think this is quite important for the historic chronological timeline that we're going over today. And honestly, the first real evidence of ELPHABA on the internet that I can find is actually on her social media account, twitter.com, where she is under the same name and @ that she uses on TikTok. And pretty much this Twitter account isn't necessarily anything incriminating, but it does show us a bit of a deep dive into ELPHABA as a person. It shows a lot of their interests and how far they go back. For example, their love for singing, as you can see here. July the 2nd, 2020, ELPHABA announced a new single is coming. Who's excited? And
Hooray!
Jessica is clearly excited, but Brad, not really so much. And also, ELPHABA had a habit of tweeting out videos of her singing. For example, she says here, "Thanks for following," and you've got a nice old audio clip, which is this.
Hello, Twitter people. Thanks so much for following me, because it's absolutely free.
Yeah, I don't think any of you really needed to hear that, but yeah, it shows that ELPHABA was very interested in musical thing, talent, theatre, whatever you want to call it, back in 2020. And also what you can discover from this account is ELPHABA was definitely interested in the musical theatre Wicked. Something wicked coming soon, ... me as ELPHABA. And this pretty much is the origins to everything that everybody now knows about ELPHABA in 2024, or whenever you're watching this. And ladies and gentlemen, it may shock you to hear this, but I am actually a big fan of musical theatre. Would that shock you? Probably not. But yeah, I like a bit of musical theatre myself. My favourite musical is probably right now Heathers. I know that may be a little bit of a random one. I'm sad that it's no longer in the West End, but yes, I am a big lover of musicals, and Elphaba is clearly a big lover of a certain musical, which is, as I said, Wicked. Wicked is going to be a very big key part of the story, considering how much it has influenced Elphaba's behavior and actions over the last few years. You see, Elphaba doesn't just like the musical Wicked, she actually wants to be in the musical Wicked, starring as Elphaba, the main character of that musical, and this is when Elphaba started to first get attention on TikTok. She would be performing in TikTok lives, TikTok videos of where she would be singing songs such as Defying Gravity from the musical Wicked, and this would gain her a lot of popularity because honestly, it's not really that bad, and I'm not going to play the TikToks of her singing it, but when I hear it, I'm thinking, you know what, fair enough, she has something that she enjoys, and that is fine. I'm not going to criticize somebody for enjoying a musical a little bit too much, but yes, Elphaba certainly got popular from this. And with popularity, the thing on social media that I've really noticed over the years is when somebody gets popular, they can't just take it and leave it there. They can't just be happy with the state that they have got to in a certain, part of their timeline and story. They have to want more. And wanting more can usually be fine if you want more in a healthy way and achieve those goals in a healthy way. But what you're going to discover throughout this story is Elphaba doesn't necessarily go about her ways in the most of healthy ways. And this is where we move into the first major controversy of Elphaba, because Elphaba decided to actually appear in a talent show. And before we get into that, let me read you a certain headline from a media article giving their rendition of who Elphaba is. A British article described Elphaba as a 20-year-old TikToker who blew up on TikTok after gaining popularity for constantly belting out Defying Gravity from Wicked. She's a trans creator known in her earlier days on the app for her volatile friendship with Jack, another trans TikTok creator. The two would often duet For Good from Wicked when they weren't scrapping. Jack cut Elphaba and their friendship out of his life last year. Now, this is a pretty old article given the grand scheme of things and everything that has come out since this article, but what it really does show is that Elphaba from the very beginning was a controversial content creator. She was always falling out with people, and that is something that you will notice throughout this entire story. Elphaba will have a friendship, and she will self-implode and destroy that friendship via some form of controversial action that Elphaba committed. And this is where we get into the first controversy, because notice it mentions the individual Jack, who is another TikTok creator that, as it said, Elphaba used to be friends with. Now, Jack and Elphaba have a well-known history of, as I said, appearing in a certain talent show where Elphaba appeared as Elphaba from Wicked performing a certain song, as you can see right here. Now, this would be all well and good. This would be a pretty wholesome thing, fair play. She's on a talent show and she's hopefully gonna win it. Until you realise the talent show is Autism's Got Talent. Now, again, I'm not saying that this show shouldn't be a thing. I'm saying that there is a problem here, an underlying problem, that Elphaba lied about an autism diagnosis so she could get on this talent show. Now yes, welcome to chapter 3, and this is undoubtedly the biggest controversy that Elphaba has actually been in. Now, she's arguably done worse things since this, but this is definitely the most well-known thing Elphaba is well known for. In fact, I actually have made a video on Elphaba in the past, one video, and that video actually covers it, and it's titled The TikToker Who Faked Tourette's and Autism for Clout. And this title to this day, in my personal opinion, is pretty much bang on, because yes, Elphaba is known for faking an autism diagnosis, but as you also probably noted there, is also known for not just faking it once, because she did it once and she had to do it twice.
Man, the first time was so nice, I had to do it twice.
Elphaba is, yes, also known for faking Tourette's syndrome. yeah. And this was the first controversy that Elphaba really did get in. Yes, there were fights that she had with the individual that we mentioned earlier, Jack, and yes, people were mocking her on TikTok for a good few months for her singing of certain songs from Wicked, but ultimately, this was the main thing that Elphaba originally became really well known for. I had seen Elphaba on TikTok at this point be criticized before this for hygiene-related issues, which we will get into later on, because this certainly does become a big chapter. As you can see here, biological warfare is something that Elphaba has pretty much been accused of, but we won't get into that yet because that's later in the timeline. But up until this point, Elphaba was mainly known for hygiene-related issues, being criticized for some of the weird things that she may say on live streams, and her argumentative friendship with Jack. But yes, with Elphaba deciding to enter Autism's Got Talent, this obviously, raised a few eyebrows, because a lot of people weren't really aware that Elphaba had an autism diagnosis, and I'm just going to read a certain section from an article speaking about Elphaba and Jack's appearance on this talent show. There was not a dry eye in London's Mermaid Theatre on Saturday night as trans performers Jack Roberts and Elphaba delivered a moving rendition of For Good from the musical Wicked at this year's Autism's Got Talent. And this would, be a pretty heartwarming story to see two of these content creators come together and do something fantastic. If it all wasn't a complete and utter facade, because yes, Elphaba was, I'm only laughing because of how obscene it is, but was lying about an autism diagnosis. Jack and Elphaba are both on the autism spectrum. Jack was diagnosed autistic in 2018 and is 17 years old. Elphaba is 18 and diagnosed in 2021. And now this is a pretty controversial topic because the idea of faking disorders is actually a very popular topic to cover on social media. If you're a YouTuber and you find out a TikToker is faking a disorder, you are most likely going to get a banging video. As you can see from just searching faking disorder TikTok on YouTube, this is a very, very popular thing to speak about, but personally, I have a few issues with this genre of video because sometimes somebody will just be say that they'll have a tic or they'll be doing something on a live stream and people would be like, oh, they're faking it, because that seems a little bit unusual to me when there's really no evidence that this person is faking this thing. They don't know that individual, they don't know their story or anything about them. They just decide that this person must be faking because what they are doing goes out of the social norms of their day-to-day life. But honestly, I don't think that's a fair thing. We're not the judge and jury and execution of who's autistic and who isn't autistic, or who has Tourette's and who doesn't have Tourette's. But with Elphaba, this is a little bit different because people did know Elphaba. People behind the scenes knew her personally, and her fans knew her and the things that she says in live streams, and what is written here didn't necessarily add up with what was known about Elphaba. And this caused a lot of people to get talking and even just confronting Elphaba and asking, are you faking, or even why did you fake this diagnosis? Which of course is different to random YouTubers just pointing at TikTokers and saying you're faking it without actually knowing anything about them, because these individuals did know Elphaba. Some of them did know everything, and this obviously led to a groundbreaking revelation at the time that yes, Elphaba faked a diagnosis. As you can see here, somebody messaged Elphaba saying, "You've literally lied about having autism. Own up to it." Now, this is a pretty big statement to say, and usually when somebody has something like this said to them on social media, in particular an influencer, the immediate response will be to deny it. Whether that's a lie or not, they will want to deny it because, that's a pretty big allegation, something that which could absolutely destroy your career, or at least put it on a trajectory of only going downhill. Yet Elphaba's response was a complete admittance of guilt. I own up, and for that, I'm sorry. I've been told to lie by other people and to carry it on, which is true, but I chose to do it. I shouldn't self-diagnose, but I have been referred for this and have been waiting on an answer. It's been 2 years, and I'm just getting fed up of waiting as I did the test in 2019. Now, obviously, there are a lot of controversial things said in this statement, but I think the most important thing that we need to highlight is the idea of self-diagnosis, but then throwing Elphaba into that whole field. Now, there is a way I could respond to this. The angry side and the understandable side. What I personally believe is when it comes to having symptoms of something and wanting to get a diagnosis of that thing, it is a bit of a complicated issue. You see, waiting times for actually getting a diagnosis or even just getting seen to by a doctor is a very, very long process because the healthcare systems around the world, in particular in Britain at the moment, is severely underfunded, meaning that people are not being seen to, at least for a very, very long time. And with that information, I personally believe that if somebody is suffering symptoms of a certain thing that they possibly believe that they have, I think that it's okay for these people to tell themselves that they have these things, as long as they're not going around lecturing everybody about it and acting like they are the be-all and end-all and know everything about this thing. If people just want to sustainably and healthily treat their symptoms, and this is the method and approach that they take, as long as they are trying to get on the process of getting a diagnosis, I personally think that's okay. I wouldn't want somebody to suffer in silence because, you know, they haven't been seen to a doctor because of an underfunded system. I don't really think that's fair. And in the UK alone right now, there are 190,000 people waiting for a diagnosis. So obviously, it's not an easy thing to get. And if people want to treat their symptoms in their own private way, I'm personally not that bothered. And I know what you're going to say. What? So I agree with Alphabet and her methods? No, because I don't believe that Alphabet faked an autism diagnosis in order to treat her symptoms or deal with her symptoms. In fact, I feel like she basically did the exact opposite. I personally believe, after doing hours upon hours upon hours of research into this story, that Alphabet has just used the idea of being autistic to get away with certain actions, to get away with certain things that she has done, and also to gain advantages of getting into certain talent shows which she should not be in because she does not have that diagnosis. I personally believe that Alphabet has been a big contributing factor to a lot of people on TikTok and other social media platforms basically saying that people in Gen Z fake disorders. And yes, this definitely is a thing. And there is almost an argument to be made that people have romanticized certain disorders, things like ADHD, which I personally have, and also had to tell myself that I had to deal with symptoms before getting my diagnosis, that I've seen people romanticize ADHD, say they have ADHD when they absolutely don't. And I think Alphabet has contributed to this negative perception around certain disorders, which only makes it more difficult to actually get seen to, because I think there is now this general belief that people out there are just completely faking certain disorders for attention and using it for excuses. And I think that's absolutely horrific. And the clip that I'm about to show you is only another example of that. Yes, it's not the worst thing on planet Earth, but it does just show that she kind of does use autism as some level of excuse.
There's so many people who are diagnosed autistic, they understand me, and that's why I get along with them so well, because I know there's a few friends, right? They say blunt things to me, I say blunt things to them back, but we know we're not being rude to each other. Because I'm not being rude.
Now, if you didn't know, there's a big perception out there that Alphabet is a very rude person, especially to people that she doesn't know. And this is pretty much a bit of a response to that, a bit of a rebuttal, being like, oh, autistic people understand me because they're rude just like me. And to me, this is just a very weird response, because it does just kind of perpetuate a lot of negative stereotypes surrounding people who are autistic. And as somebody who does have ADHD, obviously it's a very different thing, but I know how it is where you can be perceived as being rude because you just go ahead and speak over somebody when they're speaking because something instantly comes to your mind. I understand that, but at the same time, I think it is just a bit of a weird thing to say, especially when you don't have a diagnosis. I don't know, to me personally, I just think it's a little bit of a strange thing, and to me, it does just seem like another example of Alphabet kind of using this whole idea of being autistic as a way to get away with certain things that she's done, like being rude to certain people by being like, oh, well, yeah, autistic people are, they're rude and so am I. You know, it just seems very, very off in my opinion. It's almost like she's trying to get the diagnosis as a badge to kind of excuse certain behaviors, which I don't think autistic people do whatsoever and don't want to do, because that will only perpetuate a negative stereotype surrounding autistic people, which ultimately is not fair. And in fact, ELPHABA has actually attacked other actual autistic people who do have diagnoses as a way to get out of certain situations, and that person being Jack, who at the time was her former roommate. Because as you can see in this screenshot here, ELPHABA is saying, Jack told me to say I have it, otherwise he would have got annoyed at me for Autism's Got Talent. Which to me personally is a pretty hilarious lie to make, because why would the diagnosed autistic person tell the person who is lying about an autism diagnosis to lie about being diagnosed as autistic? To me personally, it doesn't really make much sense. And Jack himself actually came onto social media to deny these claims.
I wish she'd, give me the same courtesy of not talking about me. But what she said is ridiculous. How could I force her to pretend to be autistic? I mean, I would often get confused over what she would or what she was, what her status was diagnosed. She did show me a letter once from Cam, so I thought she was. It's all confusing.
So yes, I think you can all kind of see what I mean now by ELPHABA just kind of using the badge of autism as an excuse to get away with things, but also as a way to just kind of put down others and just be in general a terrible person. I think the reality is if ELPHABA genuinely does believe that she is autistic, I mean, go ahead and try and get a diagnosis, but also, yes, sure, deal with the symptoms in your own healthy way, but this isn't any of those things. This is just ELPHABA using these things as an outright excuse and making actual autistic people, or at least making the stereotype look worse and worse surrounding autistic people, which is obviously an absolutely terrible thing to do. And this undoubtedly at the time lit British TikTok on fire. People were talking about it. Everybody was kind of flocking to ELPHABA'S TikTok account, wondering who is this individual, why are they doing this, and a lot of people then got exposed to the ELPHABA cinematic universe, where they discovered this individual who was being criticized for her hygiene, for her singing, and a lot of other cringy things at the time. Because before this whole autism controversy, it was just more about the cringe of ELPHABA in her TikTok lives than anything, hence I've not really covered too much about it. But now, things were starting to get serious. ELPHABA'S controversies truly did begin here, and they only got worse and worse. You see, with the whole autism debacle, ELPHABA has really, over the years, not really kind of moved away from the whole thing, because she has actually apologized since, but at the same time, she has also made things where she seems to just kind of be a little bit braggadocious about the fact that she lied about being autistic.
And for lying about autism, and I'm known about for singing Defying Gravity. I'm known for having my wig snatched off my head.
I just followed you. Wait, wait, you said you said you've lied about having autism?
Yes, I lied about being diagnosed.
Now, she seems absolutely buzzing in that clip, and in fact, that clip does come later down in the timeline, and I should just say, I am kind of going to be jumping between the part of the timeline that we're at in like 2022, 2023, and occasionally jumping ahead in 2024 to show clips like this, which just show that even after all of the controversy surrounding this, ELPHABA really hasn't grown in my opinion. From that clip alone, she seems pretty happy with herself that she lied about this diagnosis, but then that does move us into the other diagnosis that ELPHABA supposedly lied about, which is of course the Tourette's diagnosis. And I'm only stuttering with my words here because you would think that one lie about one diagnosis was enough, but no, ELPHABA certainly could not help herself.
Oh, Tourette's. I've actually been referred to TalkWorks for something like that. You know, when I had my doctor's appointment for my back, I got referred there. I got referred then because I started ticking in the doctor's office, which was not fun. Accidentally.
Shit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, bless.
I can't. Sorry. I can't. I want to pause it live because it's just...
Now, when this video first appeared, a lot of people were very confused about what was going on here, and it kind of highlights back to the genre that I mentioned earlier of YouTubers making videos on people, calling them out for faking Tourette's or faking disorders, and a lot of people started to immediately do this with AUTISM. She saw this very, I guess, exaggerated tic to some people's descriptions. That's not my descriptions, by the way, it's just what people were calling it at the time. A lot of people saw clips of AUTISM, I guess, having tics, and people saw it and just thought it seemed very unnatural. It didn't seem like actual Tourette syndrome, and it seemed like, once again, AUTISM was possibly faking some form of diagnosis. Now, I, at the time when I saw this, didn't want to just jump in and be like, oh, she's definitely faking, because, as I said, I don't really know AUTISM. I don't know her personally or anything like that. I've never spoken to her, so maybe I would have the benefit of the doubt, but no, there's no benefit of the doubt here. AUTISM, of course, lied about yet again another diagnosis, and this thing is just confusing to me because there really was no need to do this. Of course, with the whole autistic diagnosis, there was no need to do that, but she got into a show doing it. I guess she could technically use it as an excuse, and maybe that's what she thought she could do with Tourette's, but ultimately a lot of people started to see this and think she's only doing this for attention. She wanted to pretty much make her what would be known as a lolcow. Now, if you don't know the definition of a lolcow, it's pretty much somebody who is just only known for controversy, only known for getting themselves into dramatic situations. Their entire being is documented by the internet for just being nothing but a controversial figure. There are plenty of people out there, you know, that come under this category, and with the faking of autism and Tourette's, people really started to see AUTISM as somebody deliberately doing this for either an excuse to get away with things or for doing it all for attention. But I am jumping a little bit ahead in the timeline here. We need to really get into where AUTISM was kind of caught out for lying about Tourette's, and this is the first introduction to Mama Kaz in this story, because Mama Kaz was on a TikTok live stream where she started to speak about her personal experiences with AUTISM, and where AUTISM was, I guess, having a tic, and she asked AUTISM what is she doing, and AUTISM apparently said to Mama Kaz, "That's my Tourette's," and that really confused Mama Kaz. But AUTISM then, after this, went out on the defense and said everything to do with the whole Tourette's and tics thing is a complete and utter skit.
I can see why you think this, but I'm about to show you some more proof in a minute that this is not me doing Tourette's. So this is a video that has been taken out of context. So if anyone remembers my live streams where I used to do like acting and skits and stuff, this was a thing. And here's Mama Kaz doing this.
We'll give each other nothing. All of a sudden, she went like this, and I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "That's my Tourette's."
This video has been taken out of context.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's not be silly here. What this is AUTISM once again trying to not take responsibility for her own actions and kind of divert it onto somebody else. But the reality is of course, AUTISM is lying once again, because a lot of pressure then got put on AUTISM with her displaying tics and stuff like that, and people started to make TikToks about it, videos about it, speaking about it, and just be overall very suspicious about what was really going on here, especially with the whole debacle of faking a previous diagnosis in the past. People really were just looking at AUTISM now thinking, this is very, very suspicious. So what AUTISM decided to do was then get on a live stream with somebody who is actually an expert in the field of Tourette's. This is somebody called Jody who literally specializes in spreading Tourette's awareness, and they very much call AUTISM out here, and I think AUTISM visibly notices that. She knows that, oh, there's no way of manipulating the situation or getting away with it. There's no way of getting out of this, and ultimately this did just lead to even further of a downfall, or I guess a spiral of AUTISM.
A little bit like, why are you doing it?
Oh, no, let me say this. So basically, I went to a GP, right? And I'm
not talking about autism, by the way.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely understand. So sometimes I have anxiety, right? So I'm diagnosed with anxiety. And basically, I squeak and jitter uncontrollably sometimes. I've done it off live. My mum has seen it herself. and I asked the doctor, is this Tourette's? And they said they're not 100% sure, so they had to put me in, TalkWorks. It's a service. Let me show you.
Before you carry on, can I just say that no GP would have said they weren't sure about Tourette's, because you have to be 12 months having tics to be called Tourette's. So there's no way any GP will have said to you, we're not sure if that's Tourette's. If they thought you had tics, it would be a different story. But there's no way any GP said to you, yeah, we're not sure if that's Tourette's. It's just not, that's bollocks, mate. That's bollocks.
Now, this is a phenomenon that I really love on social media, when somebody who isn't educated in a field claims to be a part of that field or understand that field, and then they actually try to, like, prove themselves by going up against some level of expert, and they just embarrass themselves completely. Everybody on this live stream saw that Elphaba had been caught out, because she had no idea about pretty much anything to do with Tourette's and getting a diagnosis, and it was very clear, because this expert right here who understands Tourette's and spreads awareness about Tourette's understood pretty much everything about getting a diagnosis when it came to Tourette's. And pretty much after this, Elphaba then went on a further spiral about this whole thing, and then jumped on another live stream speaking about the lies that she had spread and saying that she understands everything to do with this.
It was wrong of me to say I had Tourette's. That was wrong. I'm very sorry for that, because, I tend to say things without thinking, and that is the thing I need to stop. So that's why I've got bullet points in front of me, because this is helping me kind of stay on track. I was never mocking it, though. I would never mock that. I know how hard it is.
I mean, you don't know how it feels, though, do you? Because you don't have a Tourette's diagnosis. You don't have Tourette's. And then, yeah, a lot of the internet started speaking even more about this individual who keeps on faking certain disorders. It's absolutely insane, and Elphaba at this point of time was becoming a massive beacon of controversy in the, I guess, British TikTok scene, and she was only getting more popular because of this. Because what you'll discover throughout this video is, yes, bad press is ultimately good press. And after all of this, in the future, Elphaba then went on a podcast to speak about, I guess, her experience with lying about this disorder. And yeah, she pretty much does admit to lying about having Tourette's, but she kind of tries to spin it with, oh, I don't have Tourette's and I shouldn't have lied about that, but instead I have anxiety tics, which are a thing, but it all does seem a little bit convenient, especially considering, as she says in this clip, she did say that she has Tourette's.
What is the one thing that you regret saying the most online?
The one thing I regret the most is, I think I regret about the Tourette's thing, 100%.
Speak about that fully, openly.
Yeah, 100%. So
this is a no judgment.
I fully do suffer with anxiety tics. I generally do, so 1,000,000%, and I'm getting that seen too. And I always will be. I say that off live, on live, like even to any of my friends who have seen me. It's not a view thing. It's just a genuine thing. When I'm actually scared, I do tic.
Okay.
So I said I had Tourette's uneducatedly. So I remember saying I had Tourette's. I shouldn't have said that at all. I really shouldn't have. And I didn't realize how much of an impact that would cause on a community. So I do really apologize for that.
Well done.
And, I wanted to just say, like, because I spoke to someone with Tourette's and they told me that tics, there could be so many reasons why I have tics. It's not just Tourette's, because I thought that was just the reason. And I shouldn't have said that, because I said that very uneducatedly and very stupidly on TikTok.
Now, honestly, if I didn't know everything that I know about Elphaba, if I didn't know the fact that she faked an autism diagnosis, maybe I could kind of take this excuse and run with it and be like, maybe you made a mistake, that's fine, and you're going to go deal with it in your own way. But sadly, we know the things that we know. I know the things that we're going to get into in this video, and I know that Elphaba is desperate for attention and is desperate for badges to use as excuses, and that does just create stereotypes surrounding the people who are autistic or do have Tourette's, and that is something incredibly damaging that Elphaba can never escape from. She has done this, and she is still to this day creating excuses to, I guess, justify her previous actions. Even though she wants to sit on podcasts and say that she regrets these things, or go on live streams and regrets, I guess, lying about an autism diagnosis or admitting to lying about it. She's never, in my opinion, actually taken full responsibility for these actions. And I'm not like the judge, jury, and executioner, but when she's still speaking about these things to this day and not actually seeming empathetic or even sympathetic, I just can't help but get an even further negative opinion on ELPHABA. And in fact, even more leaked messages came out of her, of where she says that she needs pills that can stop her lying because sometimes she just can't help lying. And once again, this does come into the whole badge of excuses thing. It's like she's got, like, you know, in Pokemon when you've got 8 gym badges, she's trying to get the 8 badges of excuses. You know, she's got certain disorders to use. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. That was my Tourette's, or that was me being autistic, or something like that. And obviously, completely wrong thing to do. But if it's not those two things, it's, oh, sorry, I am a compulsive liar, because that's pretty much what she's saying here. And honestly, 1 out of 3 things here are probably true, in my opinion. ELPHABA definitely seems to not be able to help herself when it comes to lying. But even then, she can't make her mind up, because she says, I didn't mock anything. I lied, yes, but I never mocked anything. Yes, you did. What you have done, characterizing yourself as an autistic person or lying about Tourette's, is ultimately a mockery. You went on Autism's Got Talent and lied about it, and then tried to ruin somebody else's reputation, blaming an actual diagnosed autistic person, saying that it was actually their fault and their responsibility and not yours. That is an outright mockery, in my personal opinion. And she says previously, as we saw, that she can't help but lying. But to me personally, it's like she's admitting to lying, but also not fully going through with it here. It's like she's in a battle with her consciousness of, I'm a terrible person. Oh, maybe I'm not that terrible. No, you are just a pretty bad person, in my opinion. And the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like I'm one of the most charitable people when it comes to ELPHABA. There are things that people criticize ELPHABA on that I'm not even going to mention in this video, because I just don't think it should be mentioned, and I think they're just not things worthy of my time. I think I am actually quite nice and willing to listen to some level of an argument from her. So, like, in this message right here, she says that she's received threats and stuff like that of people calling her, and obviously I think that's a terrible thing, but some people out there actually think that's a justifiable thing. I personally don't agree with that. So if ELPHABA sees this and thinks I'm being harsh, no, I'm not. I'm just saying that I think you have openly mocked people who are autistic and do have Tourette's, and I don't think you have taken responsibility for that. The cycle seems to go, ELPHABA will do something terrible, she will then lie about that thing, get exposed for that thing, kind of say sorry in a half-assed apology, and then shift the blame onto somebody else, as we have seen with Jack. But this message right here wasn't the only attempt that ELPHABA had when it came to ruining Jack's reputation, because no, after everything, ELPHABA only continued with this rhetoric. So yes, ELPHABA versus Jack was pretty much the original beef that ELPHABA ever was involved in, and from the community's perspective at the time of when those two were friends, it was seen as a little bit of a sad thing. You see, a lot of the community back then actually regarded Jack and ELPHABA's friendship as a good thing. As you can see here, in the comment section, people were saying that Jack's era was the best era, and they missed these days because the lives were very entertaining, and just in general, a lot of people out there really did actually enjoy this particular period in the ELPHABA cinematic universe. And I think what this kind of shows to us is that from the very beginning, it wasn't just people hating on ELPHABA for the sake of hating on her. Now, I think very much in 2024, that is a thing that does happen. I think no matter what ELPHABA does nowadays, it's going to receive criticism. She could honestly probably find a cure to cancer, and somebody would say, you didn't do this, you didn't find the cure to AIDS. You know, it's just how it works now, and I think that does come from a lot of people being trolls, but also the amount of self-sabotage that ELPHABA has committed over the years, and in this chapter we're going to see another case of that. But in terms of the actual content that Jack and ELPHABA were putting out in the world, it wasn't necessarily anything like interesting or amazing. It was more just the two goofing off on a live stream, and honestly, in a rare moment, it actually did seem kind of wholesome for ELPHABA.
Elfie, what are you doing? That's like hideous limitations for that solve this all in the first place. Elfie, stop! Stop!
Yeah, I'm not really sure what was going on there, but yes, this was the type of content that was going on in these live streams. People found it, you know, entertaining. It created a big audience. It helped Elphaba gain a couple 100,000 followers, and this is what she originally became known for. And in fact, Elphaba and Jack's mother all at one point were living together, and I don't have the confirmation on this, but based on what a few people have said in forums and TikTok comments, I believe that Elphaba and Jack may or may not have possibly gone to the same college together after Elphaba moved in with them, and yes, they were spending a lot of time together. And naturally, as you may know, if you live with somebody, you spend a lot of time with them, you can get in each other's spaces and arguments can happen. It's a pretty natural thing, and the tension between Elphaba and Jack was very, very obvious in some of the live streams. People started to think that maybe the two weren't exactly on the best of terms that we originally thought they were.
ELPHABA and Jack fall out on live.
The problem with Find Out is it's 10 minutes long. They will kill me then.
Okay, let's just do the shortened version of it then.
That's not exactly a duet.
I know why it is.
It's not. I get one, like 2, maybe 3 lines if I'm lucky.
You can be the guards and you can be...
Then it's not the shortened version.
No, it is.
It's not. It's not.
Oh, wait, it's I'm not doing this on tomorrow. I'm feeling Define Gravity right now because I'm literally dressed, ready for it.
I know, but I don't want to do that one. You've done it 3 times.
Okay, I'm asking then.
Okay, if you don't want to practice the song, which we'll be literally performing.
I want to do Define Gravity.
You've done it 3 times.
I know.
And I really don't want that right now.
Okay. Well, that's killed the mood, hasn't it?
You know how Wicked is the prequel to The Wizard of Oz? I kind of like to see this as the prequel to the Elphaba cinematic universe. You know, this is where the downfall kind of started to show. There were some moments in this live stream which really did start to highlight that things were definitely not as cushy as we originally thought. Now, yes, obviously, this could just be a little bit of a one-off tense moment, but naturally, over time, a lot of cracks started to show in their friendship, and it led to some of the events that we discussed previously, with Elphaba blaming Jack for her lying about autism. But yes, this slightly awkward event took place in the year of 2022, and honestly, not many people were really bothered about it at the time, because really, why would you be? But if it took place in 2024, I would think it would be a very different story. And looking at the comment section, it is a big parallel to 2024. It is very positive, and honestly, people just seem to be having a good time. And I keep on bringing this up because I do want to establish that I don't think that this entire story of Elphaba has been nothing but a complete and utter hate train. I kind of want Elphaba to realize that, because it kind of feels like in every single response she makes to any situation, she makes it out like people have only and always hated her, when honestly, I don't really think that's true. And I think, yes, people do just find her cringy, but honestly, I think at the starting, people did actually like Elphaba. But going back to that comment section, yes, as I said, it was nothing but positivity, but one comment was negative, and honestly, it is a little bit ominous to read given everything that's happened since, and it says, Elphaba is giving bad friend vibes. And yes, giving everything that we know, this is obviously a little bit of an understatement to describe Elphaba and how she treats her friends, because yes, obviously, after all of this, their friendship completely deteriorated. A lot of people noticed that they weren't collaborating anymore. And of course, people speculated it was to do with the autism story. And eventually, Jack decided to come out and clear the air and pretty much announce to the world that he was no longer friends with Elphaba. And that was entirely ELPHABA'S fault. On the 5th of May 2023, Jack posted saying, obviously, this is not a hate video towards ELPHABA, nor about what did or did not happen. I wish her well. This is about dealing with a hard situation and moving on from something I never thought would happen to me, which is really difficult. But I think I'm getting there. I'm coping, I'm doing what I want, and not letting the past stop me. And attached to this is a 3-minute long TikTok where he pretty much just speaks about how relieved he is that he is no longer in this friendship anymore. And I think that does speak volumes about ELPHABA as a person. For somebody to speak for 3 minutes straight on their public platform about how they just are so much happier, they feel so much better just because they're not friends with anybody anymore, I think that really does reveal a lot without honestly having to say much. And ELPHABA herself has even admitted to ruining their friendship.
Yeah, I ruined the friendship. I ruined the friendship we had.
Now yes, there are obviously plenty of reasons that ELPHABA ruined this friendship. Of course we know the obvious one, but there's also things such as completely disregarding Jack as a friend, almost using Jack in every single angle, being incredibly toxic to Jack. But I'm just going to allow Jack to speak his piece and explain why he in general felt so much better to no longer be friends with the person who openly admits that they ruined the friendship.
I'm not sure whether I'm going to post this. I probably will. I don't know if it's going to sit in my drafts or what. But this isn't the easiest thing for me to post. I mean, I don't know if it's right, but I think this account is about rights, about living as who you are. It's about my life. It's about my transition, my happiness. And I think it's really important to know what happened today. I struggle to talk about what happened with ELPHABA. For a long time now, I've struggled with just what happened. I've had flashbacks, I've had nightmares. There's a lot of stuff I'm not going to go into because I don't want to damage her. But it happened. Now today I saw Luna the Musical, which I really recommend, by the way. It was really good. And I was sitting with the director James afterwards. We were talking about the trans role, how characters are written, that sort of thing. And eventually we got onto ELPHABA. And we talk about how we both saw warning signs in terms of our, our friendship and the role respectively, and how we were right about those warning signs, and that now that it was all over, we could both move on to, better things. For him, that was getting the musical off the ground and doing a lot more with it. For me, that was like doing what I wanted to do online and just being happy in general. And it was a great conversation. Eventually I left the cabaret section of the Wells Millennium Centre and I looked out across Cardiff Bay. And for the first time in my life, I had the most amazing feeling. I felt free. I felt like I'd had closure on the whole ELPHABA situation by going and seeing Luna and talking to him. And I felt completely free. I'm living where I want to live. I'm somewhat independent. I have plans to advance my education. I'm living as myself. I even have pets, which is something I never thought I'd be able to have. I'm free. Even though my health is deteriorating every day, I'm free. I have good days and bad days, and this is obviously a good day. But I'm going to use it while I can. I'm free. And I hope everyone feels that one day.
Even now, a few days later, when things have gone quite massively downhill in a lot of areas, I'm still really happy about this. I still feel like I've got that closure. And I've just been better mentally, despite obviously the bad news. I don't know, I'm just really happy. I can do what I want to do on here now.
Now, firstly, ladies and gentlemen, there are a few things mentioned in that TikTok which kind of do hint to a story where things get much, much darker, and we will go into that in the later part of this chapter, but I want to do things chronologically, of course, and just speak about what was said directly in that TikTok. I think what's very clear about this TikTok is it very much does just show how toxic Elphaba and Jack's friendship was. Because you see, when you get off a friendship, yes, it can seem very relieving, and yes, it can make you a little bit happier because that friendship may not have been good for you, but the level of happiness that Jack is showing here clearly displays that his friendship with Elphaba was not a regular toxic friendship. It went above and beyond regular levels of toxicity, and I think that does just show that Elphaba really is an extremely self-destructive person. I don't want to go and just say this makes her outright a bad person. We've got the autism stuff to really say that, but with this, I think it does just show that she's not really the best person to be friends with. When somebody is so visibly happy and just in general relieved like this, it says quite a lot to me. And the thing is a lot of people weren't exactly shocked by this, because we had seen the awkward moments in the live stream that I showed you previously, and just in general before this, a lot of people had started to point a few things out here and there. They didn't exactly develop into controversies, but people could clearly see that Elphaba was the ruder one in this friendship. That Elphaba was the one who always wanted to get their own way no matter absolutely what. And it very much did seem that Elphaba was a little bit selfish in this friendship. And because of this, a lot of the community, in fact, I believe pretty much all of the community on TikTok that Jack resided in, was very supportive of Jack. They saw that this friendship was definitely taking a toll on him, and they saw that this was the right decision. Everybody supported it, bar one individual. Yes, can you guess who? Because of course, like Elphaba does in pretty much every single situation, she jumped on a TikTok live stream, and despite all the lies that she's been exposed for already at this point, she had even more words to say. And Elphaba, a little bit of advice, we're only like an hour or so into this video, but pretty much when you get involved in one of these situations after being exposed for being a liar already, it's probably best to not then go and do it again and again and again and again. Like seriously, I have done so much research into this video, and I feel like every single time she gets in a situation, she could just hold up her hands and say, you know what, boys? Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. But no, she just decides to lie even more. And I'm starting to think that those DMs about needing a pill to stop her lying might actually be a thing that is actually pretty valid.
So, you all know I had a friend called Jack back in the day. That wasn't my fault. The problem is I did say to him, this doesn't feel right to go on the show because I'm not diagnosed. He said, if I don't go on the show, he would have a meltdown. Because he's autistic himself, it would stress him out. He organised it all. He's put so much work into this that it would stress him out if I didn't go on. And it just feels like I felt bad, so I did go on.
Look, if this was true or false, there are two possibilities here. If it were true, you and Jack are obviously both in the wrong, but you heard what I just said there. You are still in the wrong for lying about an autism diagnosis. And yes, if you had a partner in crime, they would also be a guilty part of that crime. And then we move on to the possibility of you are lying in this, and again, you are still in the wrong for lying about an autism diagnosis, but also, you are now even further in the gutter because you have lied about this diagnosis, but now you're lying about somebody that actually does have a diagnosis, blaming it on them for lying about your autism diagnosis. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense, and both possibilities are still a bad look on you, but the thing is it only gets worse from there. I am glad that I'm not friends with Jack anymore because I felt very controlled. I had to go to hospital visits every 7 hours. I waited with him. I was in hospital with him for 7 hours. I couldn't look after a 17-year-old. I felt I really couldn't do it. Hence why I wasn't looking after myself. I was not washing myself. I didn't clean my teeth. I was focusing on Jack. Elphaba, I don't know if you've ever gone to a hospital, but like to go into like a hospital room, you have to sanitize your hands. Therefore, you're cleaning yourself. So if anything, if Jack was going to hospital every 7 hours, which we've got absolutely no evidence of, but if he was doing that, it would probably probably be a good thing for your hygiene, because you've got to be clean to go into those places. And the thing is I've never seen somebody actually make an excuse like this before for not, you know, staying hygienic, like just having a shower or something, or brushing your teeth. I've never seen somebody say, oh, I had to go to a hospital and that's why my gums are now bleeding. It makes no sense, once again, but of course it makes no sense, because what we obviously know is going on here is, once again, just more absolute bollocks from ELPHABA. She is just lying to the faces that follow her and hoping that some of these people, some of these silly individuals, may possibly believe these lies and continue to donate to her on her TikTok live streams. She even says weird things like, oh yeah, I fed his dogs and fed his cats. Like that's I don't know what she's even trying to say here.
I didn't look after his dog, but I fed his dog occasionally. I did feed his dog occasionally. I fed the cats occasionally.
Great. I mean, well done. You fed the dog some food. That takes 5 seconds. You fed the cat. That also takes 5 seconds. Does that mean that you have no time to brush your teeth? Just think about this for a second. Even if you were going to the hospital for 7 hours and feeding a dog and feeding a cat, that's 7 hours and 10 seconds out of your day. You've still got plenty of hours to go and have a shower and stuff like that. And look, I'm not the bloody hygiene police. I'm not going to go up to somebody if they've got a little bit of body odor and say, mate, you bloody stink. Unless it's, I don't know, my mate or somebody who I, you know, like to take care of and, you know, give them a little nudge on the shoulder and say, mate, you freak. But, you know, I'm not going to do that to somebody who I don't know. But the problem is, ELPHABA, is you are using this as some form of a gotcha. You're saying, you know what? I am one stinky little menace, but that's not my fault. That's his fault for some reason. But also take note that ELPHABA in this Instagram live also says, oh yeah, he's 17. I can't take care of a 17-year-old.
I couldn't look after a 17-year-old. I felt like I really couldn't do it.
Okay. So you can't take care of a 17-year-old, and you acknowledge that he is at a vulnerable age where he does need a carer, yet you are then going onto a live stream and absolutely lambasting this kid. You're basically setting your entire following after him, your hundreds of thousands of followers, and you are going to be putting severe mental strain onto them. As you acknowledged, he has, you know, some moments of where things can really stress him out, when you mentioned that he possibly got stressed out about your lying of an autism diagnosis, right? Okay, so what? You then go on live stream and absolutely berate the guy. To me personally, it makes no sense, because you are just lying, but also you're trying to play the role of the good person in this situation, when in reality is you are just making yourself look so unbelievably worse. And as you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, this response that ELPHABA made, it didn't go down well. Like every other response she's made in any other situation, it got exposed by an individual for many lies and many mistruths, but the individual in this case wasn't actually Jack. No, because Jack was done with this. Instead, Jack's own mother came onto TikTok to pretty much respond to ELPHABA and expose all of the lies that she made in that live stream. And yeah, honestly, is it really a shock that she lied? Not really. But is it a shock that you could subscribe right now? Honestly, not really. But yeah, let's get into, you know, that TikTok.
I had to come on to address some of these lies that have been said about Jack and Chelsea. Let's start with the hygiene. Jack did not stop Elfie cleaning her teeth or anything. In fact, Jack bought her toothbrush, toothpaste. I bought her a Tangle Teaser, a nice pink one. So while she was living with us, we did try to help her all we could. And certainly I was living with them from September through to December. On both occasions, I had to go to hospital with both of them. So, yeah, Elfie did go to hospital with Jack, but I'd go to hospital with anyone who needed me. And I went to hospital with Elfie as well. So, again, I don't like all of the stories about this. Autism's Got Talent. Elfie originally wanted to do Defying Gravity for this. But obviously Defying Gravity is more about one voice than the other. So I suggested they got a song that showcased both of them. They went for good, and yeah, they did really well. Elfie wanted to dress Jack in sparkly dresses, so Jack was obviously not happy with this, and I said no. So I helped get sort of clothes that were in the style of Glinda, but male clothes for Jack. And Elphie certainly wasn't forced into going on to Autism's Got Talent or anything. That was a complete and utter lie. Now, the begging, as you know, I did say there was going to be no begging. I saw the begging where she asked for gifts and was going to give them to people, and she didn't, and I said that had to stop. I had no idea about the Pokemon cards, I had no idea about the fidget toys, and it was only when she started begging again, and I said, that's got to stop. You can't do that in the house anymore. And she said, okay, I'm leaving then. I did not kick her out, and she chose to leave of her own accord. And, you know, I was sad because I really did try and help her. I remember hugging her when her mum wouldn't talk to her, all sorts of things I'm not going to go on to here. But I am really upset she's spreading all these lies and rumours about Jack and Chelsea. That has to stop now.
Firstly, I just want to say I feel so unbelievably bad for this woman, and not because her child is being harassed by Alphabet on a TikTok live stream, but because this woman is like she's lived a lot of years. Not like I'm not being ageist. I'm saying she's been on the planet for a while, you know, as I have too, and she is now being dragged into the depths, the gutter of British TikTok drama. And honestly, there should be like an age cap for this thing. When you get to like 30 years old, you've got to sign off. There's no way you can be a part of TikTok live stream culture because you just shouldn't be there. Like, nobody needs to be at that age after working a hard and, you know, living to then see that this person exists. But also, secondly, I do feel bad for her that her child is being harassed on the internet and, you know, lied about and just made out to look like a bad person, when the reality is that's absolutely not the case. And honestly, I think the biggest lie that was exposed here was that, you know, she actually went out and bought Alphabet a toothbrush. And honestly, I don't really think that there can be a greater insult than somebody buying you a toothbrush. I am like in my 20s, my late 20s. If somebody bought me a toothbrush, I'd break down into tears. What are you trying to say? But seriously, obviously the biggest lie in this TikTok being exposed was the fact that Alphabet was definitely not pressured into performing in Autism's Got Talent because she didn't have an autism diagnosis. And honestly, I don't really think that that needed to be said, but now we've got the confirmation from the mother, I think we can only laugh and point at Alphabet and say, wow, how did you actually believe that you would get away with that lie? And I think what makes this even more weird is that Alphabet, further along in this chronological timeline, has now admitted that the whole hygiene aspect of this story was indeed her fault.
I ruined the friendship with just like, you know, my hygiene and stuff and living with him, and it was just kind of everything was stressful. So that's how it was coming across.
Now look, I feel like I've been a little bit mean here, and I should give an important note that, of course, hygiene can be a very difficult thing to keep up with when you are in a certain mental state. That is completely understandable, but I wasn't the one to bring hygiene into this whole debate. Jack wasn't the one to bring hygiene into this whole debate. Alphabet was, when she lied about Jack and blamed the hygiene issue on Jack and his mother. I don't think that was fair. I think it was a very clear lie, and again, it is another case of self-destruction, because I don't actually think the whole hygiene debacle when it comes to Alphabet, the meme surrounding it, would be as big as it is if she didn't just lie in the past about these hygiene-related issues. The only person to bring it up originally was her. And when you point something out, it causes a lot of people, if not everybody, to then look at that thing and start talking about it and causing a bit of a snowball effect. If I had like a stain on this t-shirt, a few of you might notice it, but I guarantee you most of you wouldn't care or notice it until I personally referenced it, and then people in the comments would start commenting things about it, possibly relating to my personal hygiene, and that would have been caused by me. So when you go on live stream and lie about these things and then admit to these lies, of course it's only going to create a massive snowball effect. But yes, this definitely was, in this part of the timeline, the ending of Alphabet and Jack's friendship. There was pretty much no way back from this point, understandably so, and Jack and his mother went their separate ways, as did Alphabet, and Alphabet occasionally on live stream would bring up Jack and say possible mean things about him. But honestly, after this friendship ended, ended, it really didn't seem that much more was going to come out about it. They'd both spoken their piece, and it seemed that that was that. But unfortunately, no, that actually was not the ending of the story of Jack and ELPHABA. Now, this is where we get into some darker territories, which we referenced previously, and Jack referenced previously in his original TikTok response. Now, I do want to give a quick warning that we will be, I guess, fleetingly discussing the topic of SA. I'm not going to go too much into detail here, because this is kind of still a bit of an open situation that hasn't really had a conclusion, but I definitely feel like it's important to include it in this part of the story, because yeah, we will be jumping a bit of ahead in the timeline, but this is covering Jack versus ELPHABA, and I feel like I would be doing a disservice if I did not mention this part of the story. Because in November of 2023, Jack made a post which caught a lot of attention. Pretty much he posted a video where Jack says that they were SA'd and they've only just realized this, and they have actually contacted the police. Now, this is of course a very, very serious situation, and obviously it's not even in comparison to some of the things that have been mentioned before. And yes, of course, a lot of people started to discuss who this could be about, because in Jack's original TikTok, no names were attached, but of course it caused discussion, especially after some leaked DMs came out, which did point in the direction of ELPHABA. For example, in these messages here, Jack was describing what happened between him and the person that he was discussing in his TikTok, and I'm not going to read it out loud as I don't want to get age restricted, but as you can see from these messages here, these are some very, very serious allegations. Things that I hope get resolved, but ultimately I do think it is important to show them, because Jack is still open about these allegations, and the TikTok that I showed you previously is still available on his TikTok page. And then there was another leaked message that shows that a police report had actually been made, and obviously things were getting even more serious. Now, in terms of what was actually detailed in this police report, of course, this isn't public information because it is probably still an ongoing investigation. As we know, no updates have come out about this. People have been speculating about it, discussing it in forums and YouTube and TikTok videos, but this very much still is an open situation, as I said, and I wish nothing but the best to Jack in this situation with his story and everything that has happened to him. I truly do hope that he is getting the help that he needs, and I hope that he is definitely feeling much better now. Obviously, there's no perfect way to cover this situation and speak about it in the best possible way. I'm just trying to detail the facts here, but this is obviously an incredibly uncomfortable thing to speak about. And the thing is ELPHABA has seemingly gone to confirm that this allegation was about her in an Instagram story stating, unfortunately, there are some messed up people in this world. If somebody accuses me of something and police aren't involved or convict me or arrest me, then it's lies and false. I mean, in the eyes of the law, sure, you're not necessarily a guilty person, but in the eyes of the public, I think that it is a little bit different here. There have been a multitude of cases in the past where somebody has gotten away with something in a criminal court, but the public do not see that person as a non-guilty person, as an innocent person. And that is because the court system is a very flawed thing, and a lot of guilty people get away with a lot of terrible things. And I'm not just saying this because I'm trying to put a guilty sentence onto ELPHABA, but based on her story, I'm saying that's fundamentally not exactly true in terms of the public conscience. And then the story ends with a really weird ending saying, I won't be defamed and blamed for stuff that I have never done. I have so much dirt on some people that I could share to the world and expose them, but I won't. Now, I've covered situations like this before where an individual gets exposed or accused of something terrible, and they respond by being like, oh, well, I've got receipts that say this and say that and expose you for being a terrible person. And it's like, well, we'll show them then. And they're like, no, I don't want to do that. And it's like, why? why would you not want to do that if you have that information? You see, Elphaba, with what's being described in your story, this isn't something that is the regular TikTok drama. This isn't like, oh, so-and-so doesn't brush their teeth or something like that. Or so-and-so doesn't want to play a certain song from Wicked that I wanted to play. It's not that anymore. It's a very, very serious allegation, which if it did go to a police investigation and go to court, you could go to jail if you were found guilty. This isn't something to play around with or be like, oh, I've got this and they've got that and we've got this. It's no, if you've got evidence to defend yourself, then place that evidence into the public, or at least go to the police with that evidence. Don't just be like, oh, I'm not going to show anyone, because why wouldn't you? If you want to make people think that you're not guilty, show us the evidence that, well, you're not guilty. To me personally, when I see statements like this, I just can't help but feel that the individual posting it is trying to be as manipulative as possible. They're trying to get into their fan base that they have something and they're not going to reveal it, but some of the fans may actually believe that and think, oh, they're definitely not guilty. Oh, that person accusing of that thing is definitely a terrible person. And this is something which I see happen with so many celebrities and e-celebrities. But Elphaba didn't stop them, because Discord messages were leaked of her stating things such as, she has tons of evidence to send to the police about Jack, saying that Jack will not get away with it, and then randomly topping it off by the fun fact that Jack was apparently an advocate of a certain atrocity that took place in the 1940s, and he apparently also had a flag of a horrible fascist movement from that time period. And again, of course, posting absolutely no evidence of these things. As I've said, if you've got evidence that could help sway the situation for you, why would you not do that unless you're lying about these things? She even then goes on to ask in a message for DMs of Jack offending people. And to me personally, all this really does just scream is that Elphaba is completely unaware about the sheer gravity of this situation and accusation. If you're having to go into your Discord server and try to like get these DMs from other individuals, try to get gotcha cards, I really don't think you understand what you're being accused of. Because the thing is if you did actually get sent DMs of Jack saying certain offensive things, that wouldn't really hold up in a court of law whatsoever. If you were accused of something but you were like, oh, well, I have a DM of him saying this bad thing, it's like, okay, that really doesn't come into any case of defense here. Yes, people might think that person is also a bit of a bellend, but nothing in the comparison to what you have been accused of. And the thing is to me personally, this is just another case of Elphaba handling a situation in the worst possible way. In fact, I think the best possible thing would be for her to not really respond until she actually has the real DMs that she supposedly has to share to the world to prove that she isn't this thing that she's been accused of. And the funny thing is since this all came out, Elphaba has been actually accused in a multitude of other situations by other people of pretty familiar terrible things. It seems to be a pretty reoccurring thing throughout the Elphaba cinematic universe. Now that doesn't mean every single accusation is true or any of the accusations since have been true, but it definitely does just show that Elphaba's terrible handling of situations and self-destructive behavior means that she is vulnerable to trolls accusing her of things that aren't necessarily true, because when there is a real situation, she will make it a million times worse for herself with DMs like this and Instagram stories like this. But with this actual situation with Jack and Elphaba, there hasn't, as I said, been any developments since it kind of was all kicking off in the midpoint of 2023, but I'm sure that hopefully in the future we will hear something about it. Maybe there has been an investigation. There's not really much I can say because of the lack of public information, and honestly I'm not keen on going around and investigating it myself, because this video is, as I said, a chronological viewpoint at the timeline of everything that has happened in the public space. It's not a big investigation piece, so yes, pretty much Jack and Elphaba's friendship ended in one of the darkest ways possible. And the weird thing is that you would think, given the lies about the autism diagnosis and the lies in all of the other statements, that people would like not celebrate Elphaba anymore, or at least be a follower of Elphaba. But no, Elphaba only grew in popularity after these situations and continued to get even more donations. Now, fellas, if there's one thing that I think we can all agree on, is that everybody in this world loves a little bit of moolah. Money makes the world go round. You know, you get that little birthday card that your aunt's giving you with a £20 note or $20 note if you come from that weird part of the world, and you know, you get happy, you know, you've gained a little bit of financial wealth, and you can go down to the shop and spend it on something that will give you a little bit of pleasure for around 5 minutes, and congratulations, you've just contributed to the capitalist household that we live in. It makes us really happy, and I want more of it, and more, and more. And more, and more. But you see, the problem is that desire to make more money can actually lead to some bad things, such as the financial crisis in 2007 and 2008, where your parents were probably absolutely losing their minds that they were going bankrupt and they couldn't afford the bills, whilst you were probably playing. It's a good game, and I can't blame you if you put aside your parents' financial perils if you were really enjoying this, because we all were. But putting horrible bankers that ruined this world for the last 15 years aside, there are also a few individuals out there that go above and beyond, I can't even speak English, go above and beyond their ways of making money. In particular, ELPHABA. ELPHABA is well known for her money-making methods, money-making schemes. There are absolutely loads of them. ELPHABA will do pretty much anything that she can to make money if it means that she doesn't have to do anything. It's like 0% effort, 100% gains. And honestly, there is like a part of me that kind of respects it. Like, she's profiteering off idiots or, you know, financially vulnerable children who think they're trying to just help out their favorite content creator. But look, if you're a child and you're donating your money to ELPHABA and not spending it on Pokemon cards or Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you need to get a life, you little nerd. Just go out, go to the gym, man. Do something better with your life than giving money to ELPHABA. But yes, in this chapter, what we're going to just go through is pretty much ELPHABA's begging for donations. It's something that she is regularly criticized for. In fact, I think this may be one of the biggest things that people come after ELPHABA for. Her money lust, how she will do anything, break down in tears and live streams if somebody else is making more money than her. As I showed you earlier, there are these well-known things called TikTok live battles, where pretty much it will be two individuals on stream begging for donations, and whoever gets the most donations wins the battle. It is absolutely mind-numbing content, and if you have ever donated any money to these battles, I genuinely look down on you as a human being. You need to stop doing this. Please, for the progression of society, stop giving TikTok livers your money. Just give it to me instead. Or, I don't know, get a gym membership, play a video game, something better with your life. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, people like me who denounce the people that donate to ELPHABA, we are the enemy, and every single day, ELPHABA is thinking of a financial tactic to outwit individuals like myself, to accidentally fall into the pit of donating my financial income to ELPHABA'S financial income. And some of these tactics are things such as this.
If you're in a financial situation where you can't afford to gift me but you still support me, you can do this for free. You can double tap the screen. But if you can financially support me, do it! Let's get all the money! But if you can't, it's okay, I mean.
Kind of reminds me of Red Nose Day at school, you know? Remember when you had to pay £1 or $1 again to wait, no, actually Americans wear clothes. It's not, no, we wear clothes at school, just not these school clothes. We have to wear uniforms, and there's like this weird day where you pay £1 and they're like, hey, it'll go to charity. Did it go to charity? I don't know, but this kind of reminds me of that. Just somebody being like, if you've got £1 to spare, give it to me.
But if you can afford to give me, and if you're rich, where's your universes? If you're sitting with £33 million or something in your bank right now and you're talking and you're watching me, where's the lion?
If you've got £33 million in your bank account and you're watching ELPHABA, can you just give the money to me instead? Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why ELPHABA did just shout out, where is the lions? It's because on TikTok, there's like this really weird donation service. On Twitch, you've got bits, but then on TikTok, you've got like animals and stuff. And one lion is worth $400. And you would think, okay, that's a lot. But surely nobody is going to give ELPHABA that amount of... No, somebody on a live stream at one time gave her 9 of them.
Oh, can we see his reaction? Can we set the camera up somewhere? Can we set the camera up?
thank you so much.
Pass you up there. What? Oh, you.
Message you. I need to personally thank you. I've never been sent that in my life.
Is the pizza here? What? Oh my god, not another one, I swear.
What's happening? No, you're saying no, you did not. Guys, holy should I cry? Oh no, I cried.
I've done the math. That's $3,600. You have just donated $3,600 of your income to a TikTok liver in a TikTok live battle. And if this isn't like the best representation or example of communism, I don't really know what is. But yes, as you can see, ELPHABA is definitely a very high earner. These live streams aren't a joke. They get lots of donators for some bizarre reason. I actually don't really understand the phenomenon of these live streams and why people contribute so much. Possibly it's because they get their name mentioned, but honestly, is that really worth spending $3,000+ ? Personally, I don't think so. Maybe people have like too much time, or maybe people are actually fans of this person to a bizarre extent, but my head can't really get wrapped around any of these ideas because given everything that we've seen so far, and bearing in mind this is only the first few chapters of this video, I really just can't understand somebody being a fan of ELPHABA. But I guess there really are fans out there that are willing to give lots of money to her. But because of things like this, a lot of people did start to take notice of these wild donations and started to be critical, saying things such as, this isn't worth the money, you're not actually putting any valuable content onto TikTok, and you are nothing but a beggar. And of course, ELPHABA did respond to this. And did she respond in a rational, normal human being way where she's like, oh yeah, maybe I should add some, value to my content and not just necessarily beg in every single live stream? Or did she just beg for more money? I'll allow you to answer that question in the comment section below.
Found a new way to beg for gifts.
Oh, Hannah, thank you, guys. If you send her 1,000 coins, you get to join my Discord server that I'll be making today.
I mean, I guess she's added some level of like value to spending money, but honestly, is it really worth spending like £5? Because I think that's how much 1,000 coins cost on TikTok to get into the ELPHABA Discord. We've seen the messages from that server. All that takes place in there is ELPHABA responding to heinous allegations and also just basically admitting to lying about an autism diagnosis. Is it really worth paying £5 for that when you can see it in a Jake Baz video a month later? Probably not. But yeah, it was clear that ELPHABA at this point of 2023 was doing new things to make money and beg in certain new ways. It was a pretty phenomenal effort from her case, and the lack of shame is genuinely quite admirable. And the thing is this isn't just an ELPHABA thing. This is very much a TikTok liver thing. Of all the people in the ELPHABA cinematic universe, it very much does just seem that all of these individuals make their money via donations. And look, I'm not a hater, Matt. Well, okay, maybe I am. But look, I'm not like trying to be critical of like asking for donations in, a little bit, I think it's fine if a streamer's like, hey, you can donate, because I've done that before. If you're putting some valuable content out there that you think is good, then fair enough. I understand that. Donate to my Patreon, you get a certain thing from it. Fair enough. But the begging just has gone way too far in certain situations, like the clip I'm about to show you with CLA and ELPHABA.
You are absolutely gorgeous as well. Thank you. Thank you, Maya. I love you too. Thank you for the rose. Thank you. Yeah, I'm coming to Belfast on the 22nd of May, which is awesome. So, yeah. You look stunning, Alfie. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the shouting, sweetheart.
It's good entertainment.
Yeah, I'm TikTok famous. #1 in the UK at the minute.
Are you famous? Are you really famous? I mean, I guess. Sorry, this isn't even the bad part. Let's continue.
So the stupid.
I'm gonna put the green screen on.
No one cares about the targets. I need to pay.
I'm gonna put your green screen on.
Alpha, please.
Okay.
Now you know what it's like to be with someone bipolar.
Oh, absolutely.
No one's giving you a tip. I've spent enough money in London. Pay them. Can you do it?
I'll pay. Yeah, I'll pay. Don't worry. I'll pay. Don't worry, I've got it. I'll pay. Thank you. So sorry about this. Yeah.
Look, this is going to be a very rare moment of where I defend Elphaba in this video, but this is a case of where I genuinely feel quite bad for her. Like, CLA is a 43-year-old woman, if you did not know, and the behavior displayed in this clip is just absolutely just so unbelievably wrong, and she obviously blames it on bipolar, but I know people who have bipolar or are bipolar, and I don't think that they would ever use this as a way to justify the behavior that CLA did just display there. She was begging to such an insane degree and then taking it out on the taxi driver and also taking it out on Elphaba, but this is the extent of these individuals and where their content goes. If people aren't donating for their expensive taxi in central London, they will flip out. They will get angry, and this is what it all leads to. Just very, very toxic individuals who are basically just one-upping themselves in every single stream for just being absolutely awful. And this is what the people who donate to Elphaba and CLA and the TikTokers around that circle are contributing to. This is the behavior that you are creating by giving them this money. You're allowing these individuals to think that they can get away with this because they're TikTok famous and basically all of their followers are paying for pretty much everything in their life. Now, yes, you could necessarily say that my followers are doing that to me by watching my videos, but at least I'm like actually providing a service with this content and you're just, you know, generously watching the ads or watching the sponsor on my videos. I feel like that's a fair thing, but to actually get audibly angry at other people for not donating money and audibly angry at an innocent taxi driver is just insane. And this is the sort of people that Elphaba held around her for a very long time. So honestly, I'm not really shocked that the normalization of begging for donations happened when it came to Elphaba. It's not exactly a justification, but the fact that CLA is 43 obviously means that she is going to be very influential when it comes to Elphaba, and I'm really not surprised that Elphaba went down such a negative path. And again, it does just beg the question of why would you donate to these people? Yes, CLA is bad, but Elphaba herself has also shown really awkward moments where she is visibly unhappy that she is not getting donations, and it just confuses me that people even watch this content.
Thank you for the gifts, guys, and the money. Love you, queens.
Guys, I really don't want you to send me gifts.
Yes, you do.
No, because I actually can't deal with this right now. I don't want to do this.
You're the one asking me about.
Nah. You're all amazing.
Oh, listen, you are all lovely.
I don't want you...
Come on, guys, let's give her a competition. Let's do it. Yeah.
You're lying!
We're doing a rematch. Yes, Caitlin with the money gun. Go on, girl.
Thank you so much. I'm actually shocked.
This was me, like, years ago. Like, what you're feeling right now. Oh my god, honestly, it was actually crazy. I remember one of my first big gifts I got, I was like,
am I just absolutely insane, or am I just getting ancient, or is it both? But what is the point of any of it? And why are so many watching? I've asked it like 50 times, but I'm never going to understand it. If you're somebody that contributes to these types of live streams, please let me know down below the benefits to any of this. But the thing is this is just a very minute coverage of Elphaba's begging. We're going to go through a lot more examples of that in the future of this video when we get further down the timeline. But yes, Elphaba is regularly criticized for this, and it seems that she only gets progressively worse with it over time, and all of her friends surrounding her, or former friends, are just as bad, if not worse. But with that, I now want to move into the next chapter, which is actually going to be a new sequence that I don't usually do in this video. But going back to the iceberg that I showed you earlier, of course there are a lot of things on this iceberg. Some of these things very big stories that take a long time to cover, such as the autism story, but some things such as ring sting, not exactly the biggest of topics that require much coverage. So what I want to now do is something called a lightning round, where pretty much we cover multiple things in one chapter in a very quick way, so I can explain it, get it over and done with, and then move on to the next thing. Because there is going to be a lot of things that we need to speak about today in regards to ALPHABA, and I think this is the most efficient way to do it. So yes, let's get into the most important chapter of this video so far, and that is of course about Roblox. Now, my friends, I never thought that I would have the pleasure of speaking about Roblox in a YouTube video. Honestly, it doesn't really match my content that I put on this YouTube channel. I speak about incredibly depressing things, given, you know, everything that we've spoken about throughout this video so far. But yes, Roblox is an integral part to the ALPHABA cinematic universe, because I was doing some deep diving, I was doing some research, and I was doing some digging, and I discovered when you go to ALPHABA's original social media profiles, such as her Twitter account, if you scroll quite far back, you will discover a few of her hidden interests. Obviously, we all know that ALPHABA absolutely loves Wicked, but one thing that I didn't expect to stumble upon was her massive love for Roblox. As you can see here, all the way back in 2020 and 2019, she was retweeting tweets all to do with Roblox. For example, if everybody retweeted this tweet, they would get an equipped pet in Roblox, and ALPHABA retweeted this, and honestly, I kind of consider this her Oppenheimer moment, because I kind of think that she didn't get the equipped pet, and it just led to everything that we've spoken about so far. But it doesn't end there, because this was just the beginning of ALPHABA's Roblox rampage, because as you can see, she did plenty of retweets to do with getting things for free on Roblox, and it also seems that when you go and look at a few of her tweets, there are some videos attached which are being shared as if they are her new videos, and the content no longer exists. But given the pattern of content on her Twitter account at that time, you can only go so far to believe that this is related to Roblox, which says to me that the original content that ALPHABA sought out to make on the internet wasn't any of, well, honestly, I don't actually know what ALPHABA's content is in 2024 or 2023. There's not really a job description for that, but yeah, I don't know what it is, but it definitely seems that it wasn't what she originally wanted to do, because based on these tweets here, it is very clear that she was making Roblox videos and very much enjoyed this style of content, and there is genuinely a world where Roblox and ALPHABA continued and she went on to be the biggest Roblox creator in the scene. I don't personally know many Roblox players. I mean, George Memulus, I know the bloke seems to have a bit of a love romance with Roblox, so maybe they in another alternative universe could have collaborated. Could you see these two, you know, becoming best buddies? Maybe. Hey guys, who has the giant pearl? I would love to put this pet in my next video. DM me if you have one with photo proof if you have it. Many thanks. Now, I'm not exactly too sure what this actually means. I'm a bit of a Roblox virgin? That sounds weird. I've never played it in my life, so I don't really know what this means, but it's clear that she had a big love for the game, and a big love for the content creation surrounding it, but also, just as ALPHABA loves to do in 2024, she loved to make money back in 2019. So many thanks. Thank you for buying merch, and then as you can see, it's all of her fellow Robloxians hanging out with her. And honestly, it's pretty nice to see that the continuous trend of ALPHABA doing anything to make some form of financial revenue continues, because yeah, she had to make money somehow, and I guess she was selling merch via Roblox. Not really sure what that exactly entails, but definitely this career path that ALPHABA was going down was really working for her at the time. She had achieved 1,000 subscribers. Things were working out, and ALPHABA was definitely on the up. Honestly, there are just so many tweets here. It genuinely does surprise me. Like, I didn't expect to stumble upon any of this, and it only gets even worse because, well, I was digging a little bit further into this whole Roblox thing, and ALPHABA over the course of the last 3 years has been very much accused of multiple scams, such as the card reader issue, and also plenty of other things out there. But one thing I didn't expect to stumble on was ALPHABA in 2019 allegedly be scamming people in Roblox. Because as you can see here in this TikTok, there are allegations that Alphabet was scamming people. In this screenshot here, somebody says, guys search, and it's Alphabet's name on Roblox, calling them a scammer and saying to beware. And then there's another comment saying, fun fact, she was in Ultra Hatching's Legend Discord server and scammed over 500k in value. Hey, my friend got scammed by Alphabet. I got scammed by them for my shard not so long ago. She blackmailed me and didn't trade me back RIP shiny eternal heart. There are so many comments like this, so it kind of seems that Alphabet was running some, like, I don't know, Roblox black market where she was basically the kingpin and was stealing people's gems or something. Again, not really clued up on how the game works, but it's kind of insane to me that even outside of all the stuff that we've discussed today, even back then, she was considered a supervillain in the Roblox community. And if you're wondering, is Alphabet today still amongst the Roblox community? Honestly, I don't really know. It's like a bit of a Batman thing. She's gone into hiding and nobody will ever know what happened to her in the Roblox community. And the sad reality is the final tweet Alphabet ever made about Roblox was in 2020. And since then, Alphabet has pretty much just given up on what all the fans were originally here for. She abandoned everything. The game, the fandom, the scams. She left it all behind for another venture into fame and fortune. Fame and fortune being this. But yes, that is basically that part of the lightning round done. It really isn't anything significant, but it does kind of show to you that all of this stuff kind of does have a bit of a pattern to it. Alphabet's money-making schemes, Alphabet's alleged scamming schemes. It all kind of fits and builds up to what we've got to in 2023 and 2024. But now it's time we move on to the next part of the lightning round, and that is Alphaba's boyfriend. Because yes, everybody has a chance in this world. Everybody can find love, other than you, I'm afraid. But yes, in July of 2023, Alphabet did seemingly get into a relationship. And honestly, it did kind of cause a lot of confusion around the Alphabet and TikTok Live community. And look, not in like a mean way, but there were just some really weird things going on in this relationship, which just kind of caused a lot of people out there to think, is this relationship fake? Is this just not a real thing? And yet again, another stunt for publicity by Alphabet. And honestly, I kind of hope it is that, because what it actually entails in terms of what created the confusion is just way worse than any form of publicity stunt. It's just more embarrassing for Alphabet's own sake.
Too cute. He is so cute, honestly. You are so cute.
You are cute.
We're gonna go spend some quality time together, but I just want to let you know that I have been talking to him for ages, and yes, I am with someone. So
now, ladies and gentlemen, that clip isn't exactly the worst clip that came out from Alphabet's wonderful, beautiful relationship. No. It was just, you know, a little bit awkward. Some people saw that and thought, this doesn't exactly seem right. There seems to be, I guess, something going on here that we weren't really knowing what at the time. And then a few other live streams happened involving Alphabet and her boyfriend, but also another individual. And my friends, this clip is just, it's just uncomfortable to watch. And honestly, a part of me makes me feel bad for Alphabet, but then I kind of remember, you know, how she's ruined a load of Robloxians' lives out there, so I'm not really feeling bad at all right now. But when you see it at face value, there's just some really uncomfortable things going on here. And yeah, let's take a look at this terrible, terrible clip.
I didn't even know that, that's why they didn't have to say. Right, okay, yeah.
What's your favourite thing about Alphabet?
Everything, you can't choose one. Why would I choose one? I'll show you, right. Kindness.
It's makeup's so versatile, isn't it? Look in this.
Sending squirrels, my love.
Is your lip?
No, that was not a good frame.
Yeah, under that,
Now look, there are multiple avenues we can go down with this whole thing. We can say that this is a relationship that was fake and designed for attention. We can also go down the avenue of it being not a fake relationship, but the two individuals that you just saw there that aren't Alphaba definitely were faking the whole thing and were using Alphaba for attention. Or this whole relationship was actually real and Alphaba was basically getting cheated on live stream. Now, I know you may say, is that a bit far to say that that's cheating? Personally, if I was in a relationship and they were sitting next to me on a live stream and they were getting all touchy-feely with that other individual, I would... I don't know what I'd do, but I'd certainly be not very happy. And a lot of people saw this and were like, yeah, well, that's obviously really, really weird. But honestly, for Alphaba's own sake here, I'm going to say that this relationship was actually just fake and just for, I guess, a bit of daily attention. And when I say daily, I'm not joking, because this relationship actually took place over the period of 24 hours. Because yes, Alphaba announced the relationship, and then 24 hours later, she promptly ended the relationship.
I'm going to have to talk about a few things. It's quite serious. I'm going to turn the comments off. So, we've unfortunately had to not carry on because we've made it public, right, that it's now affecting his personal life, and we can't carry on. We should have just kept it private. This is why I don't like relationships online. Online relationships do not go well. They always end so quickly. I kind of wish I just kept it private, but, you know. So, I'm single again.
Honestly, it's just so horrible to watch, isn't it? You know, you see a beautiful love story and you think, wow, she's finally found some happiness in the world, but no. It's stripped away from you, just like quite how she stripped away the Roblox gems from the entire community. Okay, honestly, yeah. This is a bit of insignificant lore to the whole thing, but I thought it was quite funny, and I thought I would just share it with you, because yes, there are some very depressing things, but I think what this does just show is Alphaba is obviously willing to do anything for attention. She's willing to do some very serious things for attention, but also in some cases just have like a slapstick, embarrassing moment. It's something that she loves to do. When I speak about the genre of content that Alphaba is on her TikTok lives, honestly, I think it is just the genre of embarrassing yourself for clicks. I think we can very much establish that after this 2 hours of videos so far. But then we need to move into the final part of this. And this does come under the whole embarrassing yourself even further, because obviously hygiene and Alphaba have been two topics that have coincided throughout this video and throughout the entire Alphaba cinematic universe. And it only continues in this next clip, because there was a controversy in around the mid-stage of 2023 of where Alphaba revealed to the world that she has head lice.
I have lice in my hair. I've just seen a video. What? Oh, that's disgusting. Where the f I get that from? It's nothing to be ashamed of, but that is grim. I'm gonna go for a shower and shave all my hair off.
And look, there is actually a video of Alphaba kind of bent down on live stream, and you can see some insects moving around in her hair. And honestly, I'm not going to show it to you because part of me thinks it would breach some guidelines, but honestly, I don't even want to look at that video. It is not very nice to look at. But again, I think this does come under the whole thing of Alphaba willing to use anything for content, because I really don't think that she needed to point this out. She could have just seen the video quietly, put the phone down, and then continued with the live stream, and then went and sorted it out in private. But no, she had to bring it up on live stream and speak about it and play into the whole hygiene meme once again. And I think this is like really essential to note here, because as much in some parts I do feel bad for Alphaba, I very much do think that she plays up for trolls, and trolls obviously do take that and use that for content. And I think it is like one big cycle. I think the trolls know what they're doing, and I think Alphaba knows what she's doing, and I think the community in general just kind of stares kind of a little bit away, kind of like, what's really going on there? But yeah, that does bring us to the ending of this lightning round. I feel like you've gotten some extra bits of lore which kind of show us a bit more of ELPHABA'S character and allow us to understand the story of ELPHABA a little bit better. But now we need to move back into the serious stuff, as ELPHABA was once again accused of something very, very bad. Now, in a world of constantly developing technology, one of the biggest talking points, if not the biggest talking point in technology right now, is of course artificial intelligence. It's coming for you, it's coming for your parents, and it's certainly coming for your great-great-granny, unless she's dead. Because yes, artificial intelligence is progressively every single day getting bigger and better and more scary, and people are starting to get worried. In particular, because now there are things of where you can go onto TikTok and hear a certain famous celebrity say something completely out of pocket. I have witnessed Donald Trump and Barack Obama playing Minecraft with Joe Biden, and honestly, as much as I want to believe that these things are real, it's obviously artificial intelligence. People are taking clips of certain people and putting it into a generator, which then allows them to make that generator to say absolutely anything they want. And at the beginning of this, the technology sounded very, very fake. But now, as the technology is progressing and getting better and better and better, it's very, very difficult to distinguish reality from fake. And this is where we come to July of 2023, when ELPHABA was accused of messaging people of a younger age after some voice messages were exposed. And of course, the moment that this news broke, it went extremely viral. Everybody was speaking about it, and it was kind of like that scene in the Simpsons movie when they're kind of like charging up the Simpsons house. It was like that, but instead of climbing through the dome and escaping and moving to Alaska, ELPHABA, like she always does, didn't respond to it in a rational way. No, instead she got on a TikTok live stream, because that's a normal thing to do when you get exposed, well, called out at least, or accused of something pretty heinous. And on the live stream, she decided to call 101, which is the non-emergency police line in the UK, and she had this to say.
Is that police? How can I help? Hello, I'm here to report a crime.
What do you need to report?
So I'm being accused online of being called a which is defamation of character. Yeah, so basically I'm just like on TikTok, right? And I'm not concerned famous or anything. I'm just like, I got 600k. Basically, people have been putting AI videos about me online.
Now look, I should firstly say, if you are somebody using AI to frame anybody in any terrible sense, to make them look that they have committed a terrible crime or said something terrible, you yourself are a terrible person. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the people caught doing these sort of things in any sense, not just with ELPHABA, but with anybody, will eventually end up going to jail, because right now they are actually trying to put it into law, or they have actually put it into law in some places to prevent these things from happening. And if you do this, you can face serious consequences. So maybe just don't do it for a legal but also an ethical reason. But then we need to go on to a little bit of criticism, because ELPHABA, why are you calling the police on a live stream? I mean, publicizing this sort of thing isn't good for anybody's interest here. It's not good for your interest, because it's only going to divert more eyes and attention to that topic. But also, if you're calling up the police on a live stream, you're only going to jeopardize any future investigation. This is just how these things happen. If you publicize everything on social media, it's going to make the investigation be hindered. It's going to possibly make it so your case doesn't even get investigated in general, because they'll see this whole thing as a complete and utter joke. These things need to be private. They need to be kind of secretly investigated without it all being public information. I completely understand ELPHABA wanting to respond to things, but in the way she's doing it here, it's only going to make more and more people look at her, point and laugh, and possibly even believe these certain leaked voice messages going around. But I think the main reason that ELPHABA is on live stream is for a very obvious one, which we keep on discussing. Obviously, she wanted to turn this situation into getting more and more attention, and that's only proven in the next clip of where she kind of stops speaking about these accusations and instead just starts ranting about people who criticize her and ranting about individuals like Mama Kaz. It's got absolutely no relevance to this accusation, but I guess just go ahead.
Do you know what AI is? It's a really scary... Yeah. I'm a target, so people are going to easily use me for that. there's someone called Mama Kaz who has been talking about me online as well. On top of that, someone called Jordan is accusing me of going into a group chat, talking to minors and stuff like that. So I just want to report this. It's on TikTok mainly. So unfortunately I get quite a lot of hate online. When I say I'm bluffing, I'm not bluffing. Mama Kaz called me a witch. At her videos, you can see there's a lot of videos about me. So she's harassing me quite a lot as well.
Now, I'm honestly a little bit confused to why she's actually calling the police at this point. Because, yes, at the starting, I guess there was a little bit of a valid reason of there are possible fake messages out there being spread of her saying certain terrible things. And obviously, it isn't actually meant to be her. And if I take her at her word, obviously, I completely disagree with that. And I think that's a bad thing. But it's no longer about that. This is just her ranting about things that, even if I take her at her own word, yes, they could be considered bad, but I don't necessarily think the police need to be dragged into this. You can respond to people on your social media platform that you are on in this live stream. If you think what the people are saying is bad, tell us why you think it's bad. Break down their points and explain to the world why they are wrong about you, ELPHABA. But the problem is you never do that. In any case, in any opportunity, you never, ever, ever, ever do that. And instead, you just turn everything into this big dramatic event where you get on live stream and just do everything for attention.
Mama Kaz, who has been talking about me online as well.
But honestly, it only gets even worse for ELPHABA when she is asked what they're slandering ELPHABA about. She says this.
And is there anything in particular that has sort of caused all of this?
I'm known for drama on TikTok and some controversy. So basically, online, I lied about being diagnosed about autism.
I mean, can you imagine being the police officer on the call? Yeah, you've trained for absolutely years, you know. About 2 hours ago, you're dealing with a stabbing in a certain place in the country. The next minute, you're dealing with a robbery. The next minute, there's a fire going on and you've got to help divert the fire services to the area. But now, you're dealing with ELPHABA and her faking an autism. It's kind of beautiful. It's kind of strange. It's kind of wonderful. And a part of me is kind of devastated to know that my tax money is going to this. Thank you very much, ELPHABA. You are really doing a great job at wasting resources. But yeah, after this, the police call obviously ends. It obviously didn't come to anything other than the police just suggesting that ELPHABA ignores everything and kind of just does anything else other than call the police on a live stream. And you think to yourself, okay, that would be that. The story then would move on. But no, ELPHABA is ELPHABA, ladies and gentlemen. She can't just let a story burn and move on from it. No, she has to make every single story unbelievably worse. Because at this point, we're all having the benefit of the doubt here. We're all kind of, maybe, you know, for once in our lives agreeing with her, yeah, those messages, I'm not going to play them, but they're not real, you know. We're just going to give you the benefit of doubt and not believe them. But no, because ELPHABA herself, she doesn't even know if they're real or fake herself. And I am aware that I did just say herself twice in the space of around 6 words, and that sounded really weird. But let's just get into this clip.
So I want to play this audio clip for you, and I want to ask you if it's you.
Yeah, good. Now I'm down to face it. Let's face this.
Let's get into, you know, what really needs to be talked about.
To do it because I saw other people doing it, and I was like, they weren't banned for it, so I was like, why not try it? Okay, yeah. I got banned for just touch.
Okay, that's wrong.
Okay.
That's not AI, my love. That's not AI.
I don't know if it's AI or not. That's the thing. I think it could be.
What? Why would you get on live stream and say, I don't know if that's AI or not? I know she goes on to say that I think it could be. But honestly, when you're being accused of the things that she's being accused of, reminder, it is messaging underage people very inappropriate things. You can probably catch my drift of what I'm hinting towards there. If you're being accused of those things, and I don't understand this about so many influencers, why would you not just say, no, it's 100% fake, it's artificial intelligence? Why would you say, I don't know if it's AI or not? Why would you say that? To me personally, it makes no sense and only signifies a guilty conscience. Because if you're not guilty, why would you not just flat out deny it, because this is a very serious thing, and it's yet again another example of ELPHABA seemingly not understanding the gravity of the situation that she is in here. This is something that, if it were true, would get her a very, very hefty jail sentence. So why would you respond in this way in a TikTok live stream? Of course I know she wants attention, but this is far more than getting attention on a live stream. This is a very serious criminal allegation. But then it only gets weirder when she just says it's like an out of context thing.
To me, I would say it could either be taken out of context or something, or it could be either, you know, twisted into things.
From what she's saying here, it very much does seem that the DMs are actually real, but obviously she said that this could be taken out of context. But again, I'm just kind of confused, because originally she denied these things, then she said they might or might not be AI, but now she is kind of saying that they are real, but now they're taken out of context. The story has changed 3 times here, and again, it's the whole the wolf playing sheep. What is the phrase? How have I forgotten the phrase? I need to Google this. The boy who cried wolf. Sorry, I don't know how I forgot that. My brain is complete and utter mush after weeks and weeks and weeks of research and just going into this community. I want to eat this microphone right now. But yes, terrible response, and obviously she's been caught lying multiple times here, and it is the whole the boy who cried wolf argument. We got there eventually. Because yes, why would anybody believe her at this point after she's been caught out multiple times? And this wasn't even the end of it, because then she went on call again to speak to the police, and I'm like, why? Why would you do this on live stream for anything other than attention?
Oh, hello? Who is this?
Hi, is that ELPHABA?
Yes?
My name's Anna. I'm a police officer at Bridewell Police Station.
Oh my god, thank God you called. Thank you so much, because I'm so stressed right now.
I was going to ask, is now a good time to discuss the report?
Yes, please, please. I was going to go to the police station today anyway.
Where would you prefer? A home address or at the police station?
I mean, if you want to come to mine, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that's no problem. We'll probably be about 5-10 minutes. Is that okay?
Oh my god, no, yeah, 100%. Thank you. Let's get this all rolling. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you soon, okay?
Now, I can't actually tell if this is a genuine police call or not. I think it kind of has to be, because I believe faking a police call is probably somewhat of a criminal offense, if not just a completely immoral thing to do, especially given the sheer gravity of the situation. But yeah, this is a very, very weird situation, and it actually wasn't ever resolved, seemingly, unless ELPHABA was advised to just stop speaking about it, because why are you speaking about it so much on a TikTok live stream where everybody can hear about it and gossip about it? But the thing is ELPHABA and police calls are actually like a hand-in-hand thing. This has happened so many times where she gets in some level of controversy and she just kind of decides to call the police. I'm not exactly sure like why. In every case, it's just her speaking to the police for no reason other than it's just like having a little gossip. Like, oh, I lied about autism, and I lied about Tourette's, and oh, I'm this, you know, TikTok famous person. It's like, the police officer's probably thinking to himself, I am not paid enough to deal with this. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move away from this and get into chapter 8, where ELPHABA was once again accused of something, but this time it was a little bit different to the recent allegations she'd been facing. Instead, now she was accused of scamming people. Now, if there's something we can all agree on when it comes to ELPHABA, is she definitely does love money. ELPHABA will do absolutely anything to get a little bit of extra money if she can get that money. She will do the most slimiest, and that's not a reference to anything, scummiest things to get a little bit of extra financial income. And this part of the video, we're going to be discussing one of the more famous ways and methods that ELPHABA has tried to earn some extra money. Because in an earlier chapter, I referenced card readers, and you may have been a bit confused to what I was speaking about. Well, it involves 3 things: nightclubs, ELPHABA, and a card reader. So yes, let's get into more shenanigans. In September of 2023, Elphaba was accused of scamming her fans after it turned out that she had been charging fans for photos when she was out clubbing. Now look, I'm not going to come on here and directly say that this is a scam, because honestly, if you are willing to give Elphaba your money to take a photo with her, and you're in a nightclub, which genuinely does suggest that you are above the age of 18, and you're still paying that money, you deserve to be scammed. You deserve to have everything stripped away and taken away. Maybe not that, but you deserve to, like, not have money, because I feel like if you have enough disposable income to give it to Elphaba for a photo, you honestly are everything that I hate in this world. And in September of 2023, Elphaba did go public about this information. It was no longer a dirty secret. If you wanted a photo of her, you would have to pay the fine price of 5 smackaronis.
So what I'll do is from now on, I'll hold out a card reader. That's what I'll be doing. And it'll be a £5 photo. I'll make a fucking fortune, to be honest. It's a clever way of doing it. And if people can't afford that and they're just gonna, laugh, I'm like, bye, see you later. You know what I mean? Remember, they're the ones wanting my attention, not me wanting their attention. So if they want my attention and they want me so bad, they can pay for it. What if you can't afford it? Then I do apologise. I won't be taking a photo of you.
Now, honestly, I don't really know if this does kind of come under the whole category of scam, because she is kind of offering somewhat of a product. She is offering a photo and she is, like, being paid for it. There's a transaction. She's getting something. The other person's getting something. So I couldn't necessarily say that this is a scam, and I think you're more of like an idiot if you did buy into this and pay for a photo, as I said previously, because I guess you could say that in, like, conventions and stuff, you pay to take photos with actors and celebrities and stars and stuff like that. But I guess this is a little bit different to that, because these are actors who, actually contribute to society and actually contribute to the arts and stuff like that. Whereas Elphaba, she is, well, she's Elphaba, and I guess maybe it is a scam because she ain't contributing to absolutely anything. But actually, going back to that clip that I just played you, there's something to note from what Elphaba said, where she says that she will pull out a card reader and charge you £5. Now, she's being deadly serious when she says this. You're not paying her in cash. She actually has a card machine. One of the card machines that you go to a shop to pay for your shopping. Elphaba is walking around with one so she can charge her fans. And just look at this clip of where she goes and tries to explain how to use the card reader and how you can pay her.
This is what I do. So if I came out somewhere right or left, right? Hello, yes. So this is a card reader, right?
No way.
I can put in the amount, right? And this is what it does. Watch how cool this is.
Wow.
Obviously.
Now, the fact that Elphaba actually just got declined kind of indicates that nobody has been paying £5 for these photos, because there's absolutely no money in her bank account, which kind of confuses me, considering all of the money-making schemes that Elphaba has gone through throughout this entire timeline. I'm a bit, perplexed about how she actually seems to have no money. But of course, the big talking point around this was the fact that she has a card reader, because a lot of people started to question this and say, is this even legal? Because not everybody walks around with a card reader, You can't just go to somebody and say, give me money, here's my card reader. That's just not really how it works, especially in Great Britain. So people started to do some digging and work out, how does Elphaba actually have this card reader? It's such a weird and also kind of oddly desperate way to make money, and people actually stumbled upon some websites which shows that Elphaba definitely should not have this card reader, and if anything, it is seemingly, I guess, slightly illegal. This article here says, can you get a card machine with a personal account? And the short answer was no. Signing up for an account to use a card reader requires business information, so using personal information will not suffice unless you are registered as a sole trader, company, partnership, charity, or organization. And as far as I know, Elphaba is absolutely none of these things, so naturally a lot of people started to ask the question of, how does Elphaba have a card reader, and how is she even getting it to function, and how is she getting away with it? Because from what that article says there is some slight legal ramifications to what she is doing right here, and maybe this this is why it has been considered a scam, because in the eyes of the law and in the eyes of actually owning these devices, it doesn't seem to be legal.
My lord, is that legal?
I will make it legal.
So yeah, I'm not exactly too sure how she got her hands on this card reader. Did she get it off the Roblox black market? Maybe she stole it from somebody in Roblox. We will never know, but it is actually clear, despite her bank being declined, that AUTISM was certainly, seemingly taking advantage of this card reader.
Tonight was insane. It was mad. I was recognised everywhere, and I charged for once, and I got money. I got 65 quid in cash. And I got like something more in cashless because I have a card machine, and they were okay with it. It's all good as well. So it's all everyone was good with it as well. Like, everyone, there was only 2 people that didn't like it. And that was it. But everyone else was like, "I respect you for doing that." I was like, "Thank you," because like it's overwhelming. You know what I mean? Would you do it if you were in my position? Like, would you do it? Like, I don't do it all the time. Like, if you're, I've given out some free photos tonight as well because I wanted to do that. You know, I'm not doing it for like all the time. Like. How much was each photo? Oh, only £5, but people have given me £20 notes, £10 notes, because they love me. What the f***? Like, I said, are you sober enough? Are you sure? Like, fully sure? I'm like, yes, just take it, I love you. This is from you. How the does my face get this money? This is just a knife. And that is just cash.
Now I want to take this time to say to you watching this right now, if you are one of the 13 individuals that gave AUTISM £5 for a photo in this cost of living crisis, in this climate, and this is just my sufficient, wonderful piece of advice, you need to hand yourself in
and get sectioned.
Or, you know, maybe just, you know, seek a financial advisor or get sectioned, because this is despicable behaviour, and not from AUTISM's part, but from the community's part. We're all letting ourselves down here, honestly. The fact that, you know, we're playing into the meme by giving her £5, and I'm saying we, because we're all a community, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, and by these individuals letting us down, we've all let ourselves down. The only way we can get around this is by bullying the people that did, well, I can't necessarily say that because of TOS reasons, by criticising the people that are giving AUTISM £5 for a photo. Just hear that sentence for a second. Giving AUTISM £5 for a photo. You're already in a nightclub, your life has reached a low point as it is, but now it's somehow getting even worse. I mean, have some shame for yourself, man. Have some absolute shame. But yes, obviously, this was a very controversial moment in AUTISM's career, because this was the point of where people started to realise that, damn, this person was really willing to do absolutely anything to make money. And honestly, we didn't need this moment to tell us that. I feel like there have already been plenty of moments, such as AUTISM scamming the entire Roblox community, allegedly. But yes, this was very controversial, and it even made mainstream news, because as you can see here, they were reporting on it and speaking about it, and it very much did seem at this point that AUTISM was going mainstream. She was finally becoming famous and finally becoming a household name, and I genuinely can't believe that. After absolutely everything, AUTISM was now in the eyes of the public. This was no longer the TikTok live community, that little niche part of British TikTok. This had gone absolutely too far. In 2022, AUTISM was a bit of a niche joke on TikTok. In early 2023, that niche joke started to get bigger and bigger, and through the midpoint of 2023, the AUTISM cinematic universe seemingly was more relevant than the Marvel cinematic universe. But I should just say once again, a final ending to this chapter: if you are in a club and you see AUTISM, please, for the love of God, do not give her your money. Just contribute it to something much more worth your time, such as a pint. I know £5 in this climate won't pay for a pint, but maybe just save up your money for something better than whatever a photo of AUTISM entails. But also, to add to that, if you are in a nightclub of AUTISM, please do not take her back to your student halls.
Yeah, go.
I need this pen at my funeral.
Yeah, go. Orgasmic. Yes, queen. My nips are hot.
I don't really know what's going on here, what actually led to this point, but a part of me is slightly impressed, a part of me is slightly worried, but yes, that is basically the ending of the chapter. The card reader story pretty much went nowhere. I believe that Elphaba may still actually have a card reader, and she may even still be attempting to charge people to this day, and honestly, that is quite hilarious to me. I feel like the police kind of look at Elphaba now and just see her as a bit of a no-go. Like, honestly, it's not worth their time. If you're spending money on this individual, it's honestly your own fault. The real scam is you guys scamming yourself. But with that, we now need to get into I guess a slightly more deeper topic, and that is biological warfare. Now, my friends, in this part of the video, we're going to be discussing some rather disgusting and gross and just things that you just don't really want to hear about. I don't want to spend my evenings researching this. Well, I actually do, but I imagine that a lot of you don't want to hear about this. So basically, a little bit of a warning: if you have a fear of microscopic creatures that live in people's skin, maybe don't watch this. Don't watch this chapter, because yes, Elphaba has seemingly exposed humanity to the flood.
What kind of place is this?
And if you thought in Halo 3 the glassing of New Mombasa would have ended the flood outbreak, no, it did not, seemingly. The elites did not do a good job, because in October of 2023, Elphaba announced to the world that she has scabies.
What do I have? I have scabies, which is microscopic bugs that burrow under your skin and just bite you, and they can be passed from fabric. Like if you sit on a tube, right, they'll pass on to you as well.
Now yes, this is obviously pretty interesting for a multitude of reasons. Of course, throughout this entire video, we've spoken about Elphaba and hygiene and how it consistently keeps on coming up and up and up. And again, I think that plays into the whole attention aspect of things. She obviously knows it's a bit of a meme surrounding her, and by her revealing to the world that she has scabies, of course, it's going to get more and more people speaking about her. And if you're actually wondering what scabies is, well, allow me to give you the very definition of it. Basically, scabies is a rash caused by little mites in your skin, and pretty much scabies is a very easy thing to spread. Apparently, it's transmissible, and you kind of have to quarantine inside if you get this disease. I don't really know, virus, parasites. Basically, you've got to stay indoors if you have this issue. And this is where the whole aspect of biological warfare comes into things. Because quite like, you know, people in The Walking Dead, Elphaba doesn't really have common courtesy. She doesn't have respect for other individuals around her. And Elphaba, pretty much, as you can imagine, went about her days happily with this infection and spread it to other individuals. Because yes, whilst Elphaba had scabies, she got up for once in her life and left her house and got onto public transport to go and see Chelsea Leart. And this little meeting went down in history because pretty much Elphaba spread the disease, or infection, whatever you want to call it.
According to the NHS website, scabies is an itchy skin condition caused by tiny mites burrowing into your skin.
Oh my god, I feel sick. I feel sick, man.
It's all her mum's fault, Maria. You've got your child like that, you know?
She's got scabies because I passed it on to her.
Now, my friends, obviously, this is a very, very bad look, but obviously, we can give the benefit of the doubt, as we love to do in this video, to Elphaba and say, you know, maybe she didn't know at this point that she had this. In fact, Elphaba has gone on to say that she did not know that she had it at this point, but there's a little bit of a problem with that, because by you saying you don't have it, you would also still have some level of guilt for what you have done, because obviously having something like scabies is a pretty obvious thing. If you have it, you're very itchy, and you're probably going to realize something is definitely wrong, but Elphaba didn't do that. She didn't just go and check up on herself. Instead, she just went out into public and, yeah, spread it to CLA, and obviously gonna give the benefit of the doubt until you stumble across another live stream clip of where Elphaba is pretty much bragging that she gave this to CLA and even said that she deserves it.
Got scabies because I passed it on to her, so she'll actually get a taster of my skin condition, won't she? She won't be laughing there, will she? So if she right, Chelsea, for laughing at my skin condition, making fun of me, and actually like trying to degrade me, well then you've got scabies now, darling, so there you go, enjoy it. You'll be itching for a whole few weeks and you won't be liking it. Hope my bugs attack you properly.
Now, do you see what I mean about biological warfare? Because if I'm CLA at this point, I am definitely calling the police. This seems like an elaborate and deliberate thing that Elphaba has done. The scheme to get revenge over CLA and all of the incidents they've had in the past was to spread the flood to her. I mean, it's a pretty wild thing, but honestly, given everything that we've discussed today, I really would not be surprised. And yeah, Elphaba, you can say that this was a thing that you didn't know about, but based on what you just said, that she deserves it, I personally can't help but think that you knowingly went to CLA's with this and just kind of freeballed it, pretending that you don't have it and just pretending that everything was normal. But then, my friends, you also have to take it into consideration that to get to CLA's, Elphaba had to obviously use transport. And what do you do on trains? You sit next to somebody. Therefore, Elphaba hadn't just put CLA at risk and other individuals in CLA's house, but she had put members of the general public at risk. This is actual real biological warfare that Elphaba is engaging in. She's getting her revenge on us by giving us the flood. But if you thought it would get any better, no, it absolutely did not, because obviously Elphaba was criticized for this. People said, why would you be so careless and irresponsible? And then Elphaba decided to lock herself in her house for a few days, i.e. just a regular week for Elphaba. But then shortly after this, I guess, quarantine, Elphaba decided to go on a little day trip.
Hello, darling. Oh, is I'm live streaming? Oh, can I ask why? Who's that on the phone? Can I talk to them? Sorry? Can I talk to who's on the phone? Oh, no, I know who they are. It's someone here, isn't it? Sorry? So I'm live right now, obviously, and I'm on TikTok, and I'm just vlogging, eating, and just chilling. So what's the problem with that?
Actually, someone live called us. They told us we have scabies.
Scabies, yes, correct. And I have been told by the pharmacy. So I'm on day 6 of treatment, right? So I've got an antibacterial spray, right? Take that with me. And I've got hand sanitizer. I have been professionally told that I always won't have this. That I'm allowed out everywhere.
Look, I don't care what anybody says. You can say that I'm insensitive, but if somebody says to me, oh, I've got scabies, but don't worry, it's been a few days. It's okay. The first thing I'm doing is just screaming and running away, and then secondly shouting, the infected is down there. This is like the origin story to The Last of Us. I am genuinely concerned that this woman is going to spread a serious virus other than just scabies. Honestly, based on what we have seen so far, Elphaba would definitely be the type of person to lie if she got bitten by a zombie in a zombie apocalypse. Oh yeah, I've not been bitten, I'm just sweaty and greasy and I've got a temperature. Maybe that would be a normality in the world of certain individuals, but honestly, this isn't good. It's really not a good look, and obviously a lot of people don't believe Elphaba that she is, I guess, non-transmissible at this point. In fact, some people in the comment sections were saying that Elphaba went on live stream with her doctor, because of course she did, and apparently the doctor said that it is still contagious. Now, I can't find this live stream as it no longer exists, but honestly, I'm kind of willing to believe it. She went on live stream to the police, she's probably going to go on live stream to a doctor. And despite Elphaba taking out biological warfare on the British general public and also CLA and her friends, she did not want to back down. Of course, she never does. It's Elphaba at the end of the day. Once again, of course, can you guess it? She jumped on a TikTok live stream and she, ladies and gentlemen, was very, very angry.
It's not the f***ing coronavirus. Scabies cannot f***ing kill you. Scabies is a very unpleasant thing to have. And no, there was no one pregnant near me, okay? No one was pregnant near me. I said to the people beside me, I am recovering from scabies. I have the cream on, I'm sat on the seat, can I sit? And they're like, fine, that's fine. As long as I'm in contact with them, it's all good. So I am entitled to go where the I want, thank you very much. Because I will not be sat in a box and be controlled by people and be told what to do like a child. I am an adult, okay? You will not tell me what to do, any of you. You're not in the spotlight. I am, and that's the difference. You can pick on me all you want, and you can destroy me all you want. Yeah? I have thrown my food everywhere. Everywhere. In anger. Because I can't destroy anything in here because I'll get charged for it. So all I can do is destroy things like that are mine. Because I'm angry. And that was my first bet.
I mean, why are you throwing the food at the floor? What has it done? I mean, talk about a waste. But also, it's very obvious that Alphabet is in a hotel here. And I've just got to wonder, why are you ruining this carpet if somebody else is going to have to come out and clean it? It's a complete disregard of other people. And once again, more disrespect of the general public. Now, in regards to the actual breakdown and Alphabet getting extremely angry, a part of me, you know, I can understand it to a bit. Sometimes Alphabet does have breakdowns, well, sometimes, a lot of the time, Alphabet does have a breakdown on a live stream. People will say it's fake. In some cases, it probably is, but I wouldn't be surprised a lot of them are genuine and real because, yes, Alphabet definitely does face a lot of unsustainable amount of pressure. But honestly, given everything, I think she very much is at fault for receiving that pressure. In every single scenario and situation, she only puts herself in the limelight. She only puts herself in the way of criticism because she does so many unbelievably wrong things. She speaks to the world telling them that she's got scabies, knowing that there's already a hygiene-related meme surrounding her. She then goes on live stream and says somebody else deserved it when she gave it to them, and then a few days later, she's in a restaurant in public. I mean, what do you really expect? Of course, people are going to call you out and laugh at you and say this is wrong because it absolutely is wrong. I don't think you have the right to get on a live stream and criticize us for criticizing you when the reality is the only problem here is you. And again, this is just another case of an Alphabet cycle of she does something for attention that then diverts into something very serious. She gets a lot of backlash and then she has a breakdown on live stream and the cycle repeats. Alphabet did not need to get on live stream and tell everybody that she has scabies, but she absolutely did, and she still went out in public after that. Obviously, you're going to receive criticism, but Alphabet and TMI is just a hand-in-hand thing at this point. Alphabet loves letting the world know what weird condition she's got now. For example, on a live stream, she had to let the world know that she has ring sting.
Oh, like I ran a marathon. My arse is on fire. I've got ring sting.
Now, I don't really know what I can add to this other than Alphabet, I think you need to make an apology. Not to the public, not to me, and not even to CLA, but to the public toilets of the world. Just look at that thing, man. Look at what you've done to it. And just say, sorry. But somehow, it only gets worse with this whole reporting of TMI and Alphabet when she reveals she's got piles.
I think I've got piles. And do you know what? I'm actually really proud of that because I feel like, do you know what? I've really made an effort today with my shits and I'm proud of it.
I don't even know what I'm watching. I don't know what I'm doing. There are so many, like, this video just fluctuates. 1 minute is some serious stuff. The next minute is biological warfare. And the next minute it's just poo.
I've got ring sting.
I don't want to know this. But Alphabet obviously lets everybody know it because she knows it gets attention and she knows that there's going to be some sick bastard out there like myself that's one day going to document this in an entire timeline in one YouTube video. God, I need therapy. And that's not even that. There are plenty of other examples of TMI and Alphabet's just like exploitation of her own terrible hygiene. I know it's a very weird thing. Obviously, it's not the most immoral thing, but it does just show that she very much wants attention. And when she then complains about this on live stream, being like, you guys are so mean about this stuff, it's like, you're the reason that people speak about this. Nobody would know about the snot rocket law if it wasn't for Alphabet. And if you want to know what that is, I'll just describe a snot rocket. Basically, loads of bogies are coming down your face from your nose, and you slightly blow it, and then it goes even further down onto your face. That's what a snot rocket is, and Elphaba, she's done plenty of them, and I don't need to show it to you or me. And obviously, again, none of this is necessarily immoral, but Elphaba's hygiene issues have actually gone to places where, in my opinion, it is in a place of immorality, of where, for example, Elphaba was either kicked out of her house or she was moving out of her house, and Elphaba, she moves a lot, you know, so she knows how the process works. When you move out the house, you get all your belongings out, you clean up the house, you know, to a certain extent. I mean, I don't really care for landlords, but, you know, there's a bit of respect in terms of, like, you get all your items out, or you know that somebody else, not the landlord, is going to come over to that house and be paid to clean it. They're not going to be paid a great amount, but they're going to clean that house eventually, not the landlord, somebody not on the best of wages. So I guess that the respectful thing is to just try to make life a bit easier and not leave disgusting things around the house when you move out or when you get kicked out. And Elphaba, she did not do that. Instead, Elphaba left out her skiddy pants, is all I will say. I'm not going to show you any photos of this, but yeah, pretty much the landlord went onto TikTok and posted the remaining items that Elphaba left at their property, and one of that was skid marks on clothing, and a cleaner was obviously the one that had to clean that up. And I really don't think that's in the job description, and Elphaba went on to blame this on IBS and once again attack everybody else rather than take any responsibility.
Skiddy boxes, yeah, I bet you've shut your pants one day. Make fun of my condition all you want, darling. Do you know what? I couldn't give a rat's ass if you've seen skiddy boxes from my landlord, because do you know what? That was an accident. And do you know what? I couldn't give a flying if you want to pick on me for my IBS, you can off your absolute, because do you know what? You probably your boxes one day, or nappy one day.
Now, this is just another example of Elphaba using one of her many badges of excuses to get away with things. Is it going to be autism? Is it going to be Tourette's? No, it's IBS. Nobody's mocking you for IBS. Nobody is mocking you for actually doing what you did. I mean, some people obviously are, but the main problem here for me personally is you've left out your dirty clothes for someone else to have to go and clean up and put away. And it's just disgusting at the end of the day. And to me personally, it shows a clear lack of respect in general for anybody, a clear lack of decency, because if you were someone decent, you would not do this. Is there any real justification to going out in public with scabies or saying somebody deserved it? No. Yes, CLA, if you didn't know, has said some genuinely terrible things about Elphaba, and I absolutely do not support those things, but it still does not mean that you should go out and spread these things. It is absolutely not fair, and you are also putting other individuals at risk. And is it fair to leave out your dirty underwear for somebody else to clean up after? Obviously not. But I think if this chapter shows us one thing, is once again the lack of respect that Elphaba has for other individuals. And honestly, I'm not really shocked at this point, and I don't think any of you guys really are. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now need to move into the next chapter, where things took a bit of a turn when Elphaba was actually seemingly banned from Pride. Now, firstly, I want to congratulate you on getting to a milestone of chapter, I believe, 10. If you have reached it to chapter 10, honestly, kind of feel bad for you, feel like I've poisoned your mind and none of this information is ever going to be able to leave your brain. But alas, thank you very much. And if you have got it to this point, comment down below. Comment down below, I need serious help. Because yes, you do. But yes, Elphaba was supposedly banned from Pride. And I do need to make an apology before we get into that, because pretty much I actually forgot about this. Yes, this all took place during July of 2023, and where we were at in the timeline was actually just ahead of that. So yes, I want to apologize to you all for forgetting about this Pride story. It's kind of like the corporations in the world forgetting about rainbow flags' existence after Pride Month, but, you know, sorry about that. But yes, in July of 2023, Elphaba was once again found in a little bit of controversy after she announced to the world that she will be performing at Brighton Pride. And obviously, This was a little bit confusing for a lot of people out there because as of July 2023, ELPHABA did not have a good reputation, and I don't believe ELPHABA really had any friends or fans. At this point, the only people paying attention to ELPHABA were people like me, the trolls, and people who just couldn't really look away from a car crash. It was just a complete mess, so people were particularly confused why anybody would allow her to perform at Pride. And there are a lot of moral reasons for why people would be concerned about that, which we will get into. But firstly, it's time to take a look at ELPHABA'S announcement video, and can you guess what song she was going to be performing?
Have some news for you. I will be performing at Brighton Pride at the Bar Broadway. I'm very excited. So, if you want to come, I will probably, I won't be ELPHABA, I won't be dressed green, I will be, probably in a gown or something with my longer hair at the time. So, I'm very excited to announce that I will be performing, at Brighton Pride. And I've got a 20-minute slot, so come and see me! So I'm thinking, what songs should I sing? Something has changed within me. We'll do that one. Also, I'm going to get vocal lessons before the performance because I am going to make sure that everything is tuned up and all good. Because if I'm giving you a performance, I am giving you a performance.
Okay. Honestly, I feel a little bit bad when I see this clip because as you can see, she seems very happy. She's excited. She's looking forward to performing. But obviously, you know, and I know, this all obviously ends in an absolute catastrophe. Because straight away, people were obviously critical. As I said, when ELPHABA was announced, people were stating that this is not a good thing that ELPHABA is performing at Pride. People were not happy, people were ranting, and people were basically saying that ELPHABA being a representative at Pride was only damaging to the community. And honestly, that might sound like a bit of a reach to some people, but personally, I can understand the point being made here. Think about all of the controversies we've been speaking about today. Think about everything and all of the things that you may already know about ELPHABA that we haven't got into, and just think, Pride is a massive event. It's a genuine representation of the entire community. It's an event where people have fun, express themselves, and enjoy themselves and celebrate themselves. And we have a lot of representatives at these events who perform and stuff like that. And it's usually people who you can be proud of and people that make a voice for that community. But ELPHABA, in the eyes of a lot of people, should not be that voice because that will only lead to the community getting a lot of backlash. If somebody who has done the things of ELPHABA is the lead representative in some parts of the community, that does not look good considering how much she has brought the community into question over the years. And I completely understand this argument because when somebody does something bad in the media and it turns out they're part of the LGBT community, immediately people will use that as a way to attack the LGBT community. So why would we want to still consistently fuel that cycle? Obviously, it doesn't really make any sense, but if ELPHABA was to be performing at Pride despite everything she had done, I think the argument would actually start to make a little bit more sense. Because people would say, does this community endorse the behavior that ELPHABA has been engaging in over the years? That's not appropriate. I don't want to be a part of that. So yeah, I can really get the concerns here. And immediately, people started to contact this bar in Brighton and contact Brighton Pride. As you can see here, an individual wrote this email listing all of ELPHABA's controversies. Basically, they were trying to get ELPHABA's performance cancelled, and honestly, I can again kind of understand it. And of course, like things usually do with ELPHABA, they only went from bad to worse. Because the bar that ELPHABA was apparently performing at made a response saying, just to be clear, ELPHABA will not be performing at the Bar Broadway stage for Pride 2023. And my friends, to say that ELPHABA went into a little bit of a frenzy because of this would be an understatement. Because yes, like ELPHABA does in, again, every single situation, she jumped onto TikTok Live to air her thoughts. Well, by air her thoughts, I mean to just go very angry.
Unfortunately, due to backlash, I will not be performing anymore at Brighton. Thank you for ruining it. Thank you so much for everything up for me. Thank you so much for things up. You so much! People are gonna laugh at it though. Of course they are, because everyone laughs at me. Everyone laughs at me! So I'm just gonna sit here and obviously be more live because I gotta get money, haven't I? You just want me on live. You don't want me doing anything but on TikTok. That's all people want. I almost destroyed the chair and I would have to pay damage for that. The chair's fine, but I threw the chair. Don't even, I want to smash everything up right now.
Now look, I could play more of this clip of Elphaba just having a breakdown, but honestly, I don't really want to. I'm not going to include all of Elphaba's breakdowns in this video because, for one, there are just so many of them, but for two, it is just quite uncomfortable to watch. I do genuinely believe that this was a bit of a real reaction from Elphaba. I think she genuinely was angry, but I don't think she understands why people did not want her to perform at Pride. As I explained earlier, I think there's some pretty valid reasonings behind it. Yes, Elphaba does have trolls that don't act out of like any sense of morality or any sense of wanting the best for the world, but I do think that most people out there were genuinely valid in their concern. I don't think it would look good on a Pride event for Elphaba to be like a headline act. And of course, later on, Elphaba did then jump back on live stream and she was a little bit more composed and she actually started to address some of the rumors. You see, a lot of people out there were actually saying that this whole thing was never even happening in the first place and pretty much Elphaba had faked the whole thing for attention. Well, seemingly that wasn't true and Elphaba actually was definitely booked in after she showed the DMs between her and the bar.
Brighton. Well, I've got some stuff to tell you about this in a minute. Basically, some girls messaged the venue and I don't know why people say I didn't get a gig. I actually got a slot, but I do have proof of that if you want to see it. The venue said I had a slot ready, and then they messaged me saying I didn't have a slot, but people are saying, but apparently the venue posted that I didn't have a slot in the first place, but I didn't lie about it, so I do have proof if you want to see that. Can you confirm your slot for Brighton Pride? Hello, I wasn't told about this. We have you down for a slot at Broadway Pride stage on Saturday. Yes, I confirm. Great, thank you, see you then. And then I said I was going on it, and then they text me this. So I had like an offer to go on and then people sabotaged it.
Now this is a little bit weird to me because Elphaba for once does actually come out with some receipts and does actually give a pretty valid response, yet at the same time she has to make some level of a lie. She says, I had an offer to go on. No you didn't. The reality was you applied for this a long time ago and probably forgot about it, but now you're trying to like shape it up like they were like, oh, we're so eager for you to come to our event, Elphaba, please come here. The reality is you applied and got a 20-minute slot out of hours and hours and hours of slots. So yes, she didn't lie about this entire thing, but even when presenting the facts, she really did struggle to do that.
I had like an offer to go on. Can you confirm your slot for Brighton Pride?
And the weird thing is Elphaba just can't help but get in controversy when it comes to LGBT related events, because this wasn't the only Pride event that Elphaba got banned from, because skipping forward to March 2024, Elphaba was at it again, saying that she had been invited to another Pride event. And now, given the controversy surrounding Elphaba in July of 2023, that would be a little bit of a particularly confusing thing to happen for an actual Pride event to invite her to it. But let's take a look at what Elphaba has to say.
I've been invited to a Pride event and they've literally emailed me saying, we do not care about the emails, we do not care about any of this. So I'll be performing at a Pride event, thank you very much. Yes. So yes, you can all come to the Pride event. Because they've messaged me, they say they do not care about the emails, they know the amount of hate I get, they hate it, they do not care, they won't look at it. They said we're tough, they said you're going to perform, they said we want you at our Pride event, they said we want you to perform, we want you to do a meet and greet. They've invited me, and it's in Preston. So I'll be going to Preston Pride, darling, and I've been invited there.
It's not fully confirmed yet because I need to ask more details. But yes, they do not care. They've said to me, we do not care about the hate you get, darling. You're absolutely welcome. They said, you're fine. Ignore them. They say, like, you know what I mean? They honestly, they said we won't look at it. So yes. Some other gigs coming up as well in the future. Because they do not care about the hate. Like, they're like, you're literally a celebrity. Like, we do not care. Like, when you get this amount of hate.
Now, this is really interesting to hear, because how Alphabet is shaping it up is she's making it sound like the event were completely in support of her. They were defending her, they were brushing everything aside, and they wanted to stand with Alphabet. And honestly, that's a pretty serious statement to make. To say that this event was standing by her, an event that has a lot of gravity around it, Pride events get bigger and bigger every single year, I think that this is a pretty serious statement because of all of the things that Alphabet has done. For them to brush these things aside in an event this big, to me personally, would be quite irresponsible. So Alphabet, she better be telling the truth. She better be speaking not porky pies. Well, as you can imagine, obviously, she was once again not exactly telling the truth, as Preston Pride posted an entire response video about an unnamed individual claiming that they will be at Preston Pride this year. I really wonder who that could be.
Hello everyone, my name's Lauren. I'm on the Preston Pride Committee and I'm doing the bookings this year. And let me assure you that a certain individual, which we'll keep nameless because we don't want to be about that, but the person who is going around saying that they are booked and confirmed by us and have had correspondence with Preston Pride has not. This individual has not been booked by us and is not appearing at Preston Pride whatsoever. So, absolute fake news. Clearly clickbait, working for them. But it's also showing that you really care about us because you've all reached out, contacted us, sent us messages, tagged us, and it's nice to see that you're protecting our little pride. So thank you so much. Myself and the other committee members are really, really humbled.
Now, honestly, I'm just genuinely confused to why Alphabet is so insistent on lying about Pride events. As we saw earlier, yes, she was invited to perform at a bar in Brighton Pride, but even when speaking about that, she still filtered in some lies here and there. And now she's just seemingly outright lying about going to Preston Pride. To me personally, this does just make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Now, I imagine what happened here was Alphabet tried to reach out to Preston Pride and they probably spoke to her briefly being like, we'll see what we can do. There was nothing 100% confirmed in my opinion, but with how she presented it in her TikTok was that she's 100% going to this thing and that Preston Pride 100% supported her. And as I said earlier, that's a very, very serious thing to say given everything that Alphabet has done. She's not your regular influencer. She, as I said earlier, comes under the category of a lolcal. And this was so damaging that Preston Pride even came out to double down about this confirmation that the mysterious person is definitely not attending the event. And they even mentioned that they got the dates and area of the event incorrect. I mean, even in the lies that Alphabet makes, she isn't even accurate with some of the key details to possibly make the lie be a little bit more believable. And again, this is just Alphabet putting the LGBTQ+ community in complete disregard. She could have absolutely tarnished the reputation of Preston Pride, but she did not care because she got attention, and I think she may or may not have tried to put a little bit of pressure on Preston Pride by making the TikTok that she did to try and manipulate her way into having to be accepted to perform or be at Preston Pride. But honestly, none of this is, again, a surprise to me because, as I said, Alphabet and LGBTQ+ related events just, it's a thing that keeps on happening. There is always controversy surrounding it, particularly in the next part of this video where Alphabet seemingly stole an event. Now, yes, this chapter is pretty much a continuation of the last chapter because it continues to focus on ELPHABA'S obsession with lying about LGBTQ+ related issues, or just in general using LGBTQ+ related issues to her own advantage. And I'm going to have to give you guys a little bit of a backstory to get to what this chapter is about. So let's go to the last 2 months of 2023. Pretty much, the British government were facing a lot of backlash due to some serious action that they started to take against trans people. It was and still is an extremely scary time for people who are trans in the UK, because it seems that every single day the British government are trying to think of some new rule or regulation to absolutely hinder the existence of trans people. And I do just want to say right here, right now, obviously, I mean, it sounds a little pandery to even say it because I think it's just so obvious, but I 100% stand with trans people and support trans people. There's trans people in my community and not in my community. I think if you don't, you're just, well, a terrible person. There's no other way I can say it. And the British government are a complete example of being terrible. They do not care about trans people, and every single day they do something to make trans people's lives just a little bit more difficult. And in November of 2023 in particular, this was getting worse and worse and worse. And to note, in the last year alone, trans hate crimes in the UK have risen by 11%, and that is an absolutely massive rise considering these hate crimes were already high before that. And because of this, trans activist Jackson Feely announced a day of action against the British Prime Minister and the British government, where pretty much a bunch of people would get together and protest at the gates of Downing Street on the 11th of October 2023. And this was a very popular movement. People were talking about this because naturally people were outraged that the government that was supposed to be there to protect them and look after them were now making their lives even more difficult. So people were angry and they wanted to protest. This movement got very big on TikTok, other forms of social media, and people gathered, as you can see, successfully in large crowds protesting outside of the government's houses. But understandably, you're probably now wondering, well, where does ELPHABA come into this? Because did she go to the protest and, you know, stand up for what was right and get in trouble with the police? Did she get arrested because she was a hardcore protester? Or did she possibly go on a live stream and make absolutely everything, as she always does, about her?
I have an idea, and I don't know if it would work. What if I made a protest? A peaceful protest outside the government parliament with all my trans people. I don't care who you are. If you're trans, you join me. I'm doing it. Because you know what? I'm sick of bullies, okay? And if loads of people in the government see that and they're like, holy shit, okay, I'd go on my own. I would say, do you know what? I'm going to do this because it's not right.
Now, to me personally, and to a lot of other people out there, it seemed very obvious what was going on here. A lot of people believed that ELPHABA had seen the trend of this protest being organized and people speaking about it, and ELPHABA clearly knew that it was something that was very good and also, as she always loves, could get a little bit of extra attention. So what people thought she was doing here was getting on live stream and seemingly either trying to take credit of the event or even possibly steal the event by creating her own one. Because I'm going to be real with you, ELPHABA is somebody who is chronically online, and she definitely would have seen this stuff to do with the protest. I mean, I'm not on my phone too much nowadays, but even I heard about this protest. I believe it was in the news. It was covered quite a lot. So I do think ELPHABA would have heard about this, and people were definitely speaking about it in her live stream chats. So I think the whole concern around that could definitely be considered valid. I would not be surprised if ELPHABA tried to steal or even take credit for the event. And a big reason to why people thought she was trying to take credit or steal the event is because on her Instagram as well, she actually posted the event that was being organized by the actual other events organizers with the names on the event that she posted. So I'm really confused to why she was like, oh, why don't we go and make our own event? And then a few hours later, she was then posting the event. And actually, the event organizer did eventually respond to this very critically.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't know who I am already, my name is Jackson Feely, and I am hosting a Day of Action on Wednesday, the 11th of October, outside the gates at number 10 Downing Street, in response to the comments that have been made by Rishi Sunak and the Conservative government. I feel, and my management feel, that something needs to be addressed. I want to put it out that it's me and my management team who are organising, hosting this on Wednesday. Had crazy amount of messages from people worrying about a certain trans influencer named ELPHABA. We've been made aware that this person is broadcasting that they have organised the event, and they are very much involved, and they are at the forefront of this Day of Action on Wednesday, and I want to categorically say that that is absolutely not the case. This person consistently brings the transgender community into disrepute.
Now, I think that this response is pretty fair. I don't think that he's speaking out of pocket here, and I think everything that is being said is completely and utterly valid. It comes down to the things that I was mentioning in the previous chapter of why would an event want somebody like ELPHABA to be a representative at that event? It would only make things worse for the event. Can you imagine Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of the UK, seeing this protest and then seeing one of the main people representing the events being ELPHABA? One quick Google search and you find everything that we've spoken about today, and obviously that's not going to look good on the event. Now, a key note to take, though, is ELPHABA has not been banned from the event. It's merely the organizer has said that ELPHABA is not an organizer of this event, is not a representation of the event, and is not working with the event directly or indirectly whatsoever. And this is where you get into the moment of realizing that pretty much ELPHABA has done this all for attention, because ELPHABA could just see this response and be like, fair enough, I own up, I can understand, and move on with her day. But no, obviously she did not do that, and instead she had another meltdown. I won't be going to a protest where I don't feel welcome, so I will be organising my own where everyone is welcome and not organised by people who don't include me and call me a mockery. Details out soon. And if you thought that was the ending right there, no. She continues to get even more outrageous. A protest is a movement of fighting for your right to live freely and feel equally with everyone, and express yourself through that however you want. Especially if it's to do with my gender identity, I should never feel excluded from a protest. Nobody has excluded you, nobody has told you can't come, they have just stated the very, very valid issues that there are involving you. She then goes on to say that she's being attacked by the trans community for having a bigger platform than them, and that she's being ridiculed by certain creators, including other trans individuals, and this pretty much summarizes everything. It's all a numbers game to ELPHABA. She can't hear criticism and try to understand where they're coming from and give a valid response. Instead, it's, oh, I've got so many followers. That's not relative to anything we're speaking about today. You could have one follower and the same thing would be said. We should not be against each other. We need to understand each other, as no one understands how my brain is wired or works or knows me, so how dare you go on TikTok and say this stuff about me and not privately talk to me like a proper adults. Well, ELPHABA, the reason they went public about this is very clear to me. You went public on your Instagram attaching their event after speaking about how you were going to organize an event yourself. That obviously brought a lot of attention to the event of people being genuinely concerned that the event that you were speaking about originally was now this event. People did not want to be attached to an event that you were a part of because of understandable things, whether you disagree with that or agree with that, and they were concerned. So obviously there had to be a public response. But obviously it can't end there, because ELPHABA just continued with this tirade, and honestly it's just so embarrassing, not just for ELPHABA, but this is just embarrassing for the community. This shouldn't be a thing where there's drama surrounding it. This should be, as ELPHABA herself said, something where everybody unifies together. ELPHABA, I know you don't genuinely believe that, because if you did, you would hold your tongue, swallow your thoughts, and just stay silent, honestly. I know that sounds a little bit harsh, but I think it would only make the community look more unified if we put our issues aside for a second here. But obviously, she could not do that. that, and she went on a live stream once again.
Let's do this, and if you'll stand with me and help me protest for trans rights, then join me. I'll make a little thing today. I'll put it on TikTok as well. I'll do it. If I can't go to someone else's, and if someone's gonna be like, you're a mockery, you can't join mine, well then, do you know what? I'm gonna walk on my own. If I have to make my own protest and be on my own with one person, I'll do it. You know? Some trans community reject me, okay? But you know what? I met quite a lot of trans people in real life who have been the sweetest, most gorgeous and kind people who have not judged the way I looked, not judged the way I am, and they are my friends to this day.
I mean, AUTISM Shock Horror is just lying again for the millionth time. No one has said you can't come to this event, and the organisers of the event have certainly not mocked you for how you look. And I know she doesn't necessarily say the organisers here, but it's very obvious what she's responding to given the context of this chapter. And ladies and gentlemen, to top all of this off, I know that AUTISM didn't care about this event because she herself didn't even go in the end. Despite getting on live stream and saying, I will go to this event even if I'm not welcome at the event, I'll be banging on the gates just by myself. Despite saying all of that, she did not go to the event as far as I can see. There are no videos of her there, there are no live streams of her there, and in fact people have said that when this event was taking place, she was on a live stream in a completely separate, different place. So what this shows to me is AUTISM once again has used a very serious thing for attention. She doesn't care about the consequences because I think at this point she knew she already was just known for controversy. So why not add on top of that more horrific things? Overall, these last two chapters have just been fairly disappointing and just fairly embarrassing on AUTISM's part. It's very easy to laugh at, but honestly, it does have to get to a point of where you're wondering, how are TikTok still allowing her on this platform? I haven't mentioned it much because it keeps on happening multiple times every year, but AUTISM has been banned on TikTok like 50 times at this point. I was going to do a whole chapter about it, but there's nothing really I can say of AUTISM will do something controversial and then get banned for a week or two, but then she'll just come back repercussion free and just create more and more chaos on the app and bring more controversy towards these very serious events fighting very serious causes. And I don't think that's acceptable because these are real lives at risk here. And by turning these events into a joke, you are only putting these lives at even more risk. But with that, we need to finally move on because there is only so much I can really say without rambling, but pretty much this is just another example of AUTISM's terrible attention seeking. And with that, we now need to go into a bit more of a lighter topic of yet again another bonus round or lightning round. I can't actually remember what I called it before, but we're going to do both. Yes, my friends, welcome back to yet again another bonus round, and in this round we're going to be discussing some, I'd say, fairly more positive things in comparison to what we spoke about in the previous chapter, because obviously things were pretty serious then, and now we're just going to explore a few pieces of obscure lore that I've kind of missed throughout this chronological timeline because it didn't really fit into the main parts of the story that we were going through, and that does lead us to multiple things, such as AUTISM's financial tactics, to her future modelling endeavours, and also to her Discord server. And yes, AUTISM having a Discord server is certainly a recipe for disaster. But to start off, we need to speak about, of course, AUTISM's financial tactics, because obviously AUTISM absolutely loves money, as we've established so far in this video, and in 2023, AUTISM was desperate to make more and more money, and it seems in that year she really was exploring every single possible avenue to how she could make even more money, and this brings us into the conversation surrounding £50. So this is pretty much the TikTok Live equivalent of Patreon, where you will pay a certain monthly fee, and what you will gain from this are plenty of benefits that you can use in live streams, such as exclusive emojis, badges, and plenty of other things dependent on what the content creator offers you in their membership. Now, membership fees can, range between usually around £2 to £10, and if you're an American, that's around $5 to $15, and a lot of people do genuinely enjoy the service because, you know, it gives you the ability to support your favorite content creators, and it also means that those content creators can give you something back. It's genuinely quite an innocent system, and I personally have used systems like this in the past, and I really don't have a problem with this, and AUTISM herself was somebody that over the years has used this TikTok Live membership thing. And honestly, nobody really did care about that. AUTISM was charging around £5, and honestly, it was kind of looked away from because it's a bit of a nothing burger, until midway through 2023, AUTISM on a live stream announced that she had accidentally changed the fee from around £5 to £50.
All my subscribers, you don't need to subscribe to me next month. If you can't afford it, don't. It was an accident. I can't change it back either, so I'm gonna probably I'll probably message TikTok like on the support thing and ask if I can change it back. It is an accident. It actually was. It was a genuine accident because I thought the tiers were all together.
Now, of course, a lot of people saw what AUTISM was saying on this TikTok Live and immediately commented things that you're all probably thinking right now. The main one being, how can you not just go and change this fee automatically? Surely you can just go into your TikTok Live membership settings and change it there, just like you can do on pretty much any other membership service. I could do that with my YouTube members. I can do that if I had a Patreon. It's a very usual thing that you can do on these types of, I guess, membership platforms, and a lot of people immediately saw this as complete and utter bollocks, and just AUTISM trying to justify changing the price to £50 and doing a bit of a low-key attempt at scamming her fans. Now, personally, I believe that if you're somebody that pays AUTISM a monthly subscription, no matter how much it costs, you honestly probably do deserve to be scammed £50, because I feel like it's a good lesson to learn, I guess, the value of money. I feel like if you've got enough money to pay AUTISM some level of monthly fee, honestly, I'm kind of worried about where this world's going, but actually, you may be surprised to hear that this accident actually led to, of course, some benefits to AUTISM, because some individuals actually paid the £50 subscription fee.
Someone just subscribed. Wow. What? Thank you.
Honestly, fellas, I'm not a religious man, but if you are the individual that gave AUTISM £50 and you are watching this video right now, please, just find God or find something that can guide you in a direction in your life better than where you have gone to giving this individual £50. Please, for the love of God, can we just do something better than this? Now, of course, I understand what a lot of you may be wondering, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to memberships on TikTok Live, there are perks and things that you can get from paying a certain fee, and given that these individuals are paying £50 to AUTISM, surely they are getting somewhat of a good perk, and AUTISM actually does decide to go through the perks of what you will get if you do give her £50, and honestly, it's not exactly changing my mind.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to change that. I'm so sorry, because I'm trying to have tiers, so £50 one, it is literally like full attention of me, like, you get me. Like, that's all you get. Like, that's all I can offer you is me. Like, over everyone priority, like me. Like, private DMs, talking all the time.
See, personally, I don't really see the benefit of paying £50 to get AUTISM to DM you, because you can just get AUTISM to DM you for free anyway. All you've got to do is change your profile picture to a rainbow flag and put, I don't know, inabberpride, and she'll certainly send me a DM. It's free, is easy, and is much better than giving her £50 of your hard-earned money. But yeah, this was a bit of a mini controversy with AUTISM, and since then she's, got memed about it for quite a lot, and in fact, AUTISM has brought it up multiple times on her streams. This is seen as one of the many scams that AUTISM has allegedly been involved in, and personally, I can kind of get the scrutiny, because AUTISM so obviously does know what she's doing here. Let's not be stupid. AUTISM could definitely change the fee if she really wanted to immediately, but But she knows how to get attention, and we will go into that later in this video where Alphabet actually fully admits to knowing how to get attention. But yes, Alphabet knows what drives financial revenue, and playing dumb on a live stream saying things like this is obviously going to drive revenue. And not just because she has vulnerable fans who are willing to do anything for her, but also because the trolls out there also want to kind of keep pushing the wheel of the Alphabet cinematic universe, and they themselves will go and donate money to Alphabet just to get her to talk, and Alphabet knows this. Again, it's another example of the trolls feeding Alphabet and then Alphabet feeding the trolls. It's a life cycle that you will notice just continues throughout this entire thing. Obviously, she does have actual fans out there that will do anything for her, but she has two sections of people that she panders to. The fans, but also the trolls. Because without the trolls, Alphabet honestly will be nowhere near as relevant as she is. It's why she reveals so much random sensitive information that the average individual would not want to share with the general public, but it's also why she just says pretty, I guess, out of pocket things that obviously aren't going to happen just to get attention. For example, moving into the next topic, Alphabet in the mid part of 2023 announced to the world that not only does she want to pursue a career in modeling, but she also is having a documentary supposedly made about her. And obviously, fellas, I'm not going to point and laugh at Alphabet for saying she wants a career in modeling. If she wants to do that, go ahead, my friend. I wish good luck to you. Please leave TikTok live. It will only benefit your mental sanity. But yes, I feel like Alphabet obviously only reveals information like this because she knows that it will get people talking and get her more views on her TikTok. And then the whole documentary aspect here, I'm not really too sure how true this is because I don't actually think it's out the realms of possibility. I mean, I'm making a 5-hour video right now documenting the entire timeline of Alphabet. So if Netflix, you know, wanted to make a documentary, I could see it happening. But honestly, it would just be 2.5 hours of this. I mean, I'd read her biography. But yes, will the Alphabet documentary happen? Honestly, I mean, I kind of hope so, but moving on to the second part of this law chapter here. Yes, the whole deal of her, I guess, supposedly becoming a model in the future. She actually went on to clarify in a TikTok that she's been signed to a modeling agency, and I'm just going to play the TikTok now for you to kind of consume and give me your opinion on in the comment section.
Also, I've been invited. I can't tell you too much.
She can't tell us too much. She can't tell us too much because it's definitely not happening. Like pretty much every other thing that she has said is happening in the past. This is probably just Brighton or Preston Pride all over again, where she's, you know, emailed a company being like, "Oh, can I come to the Met Gala?" If Alphabet is ever seen at the Met Gala, I'll give her every bit of money in my bank account, and I will hack into all of your bank accounts and give her the money in your accounts if that ever happens. And I'm not saying it in a mean way. I just don't really think that anyone at the Met Gala possibly wants scabies.
That there's some stuff in the works for Alphabet. Yes, I know, innit? So I am officially signed to something. How cool is that? So I'm signed to an agency now, a model agency, which is incredible. So I'm very grateful for that. And that was just like a few days ago. It's mad. So yeah.
I don't know if this is true. There's not actually been any developments since this of Alphabet seemingly appearing in magazines or shows or catwalks or anything like that. but if it did happen, I'd be there for it. I actually think that would be absolutely hilarious. But then she actually starts to speak about the documentary that may or may not be happening about her. And yeah, she has this to say.
Secondly, a documentary is coming out about me. It's not going to be like crazy, but there's an influencer that's messaged me.
Okay, so it's not a documentary. Well, it's a YouTuber documentary. So pretty much, Shane Dawson has rang her up and said, "Hello, Alfie. The views are drying up for me right now. My videos are absolutely honking nowadays. They stink, and we need you. We need you to get in here because we're doing a 9-part documentary, and we're also going to be featuring Inabber on one of the chapters. If that was to happen, I don't know if I'd be there. Personally, if I was to ever see Alphabet in some form of docu-series, I'd much prefer it to be like an Idiot Abroad-esque. I feel like if we took Alphabet to a country where the culture is just so completely different to the Great Britain, it would just be... Actually, we shouldn't do that because a war would start. this is why I'm not an ideas man for television. Let's just not do the document. If Shane Dawson wants to do it, I think it would be really, really funny. But aside from that, the modelling career, good luck with it, I guess. Moving on to the next part of this bonus chapter, which involves Jake Baz, our local favourite northerner. And I'm not going to go any further until you actually do me a favour and go to Jake Baz's channel and comment Barry on his latest video and then come back to this video. I'm not going to tell you why. It's just a little personal joke because, you know, Jake Baz is my friend. Oh, friend! But yes, the reason we're bringing up Jake Baz right now is because Jake actually did a little bit of digging and exposed ELPHABA'S Discord server. Yes, he created an account himself disguised as a character, I believe, from Wicked, created a whole profile around it, changed his name and everything. It's a little bit messed up, Jake. You're a creepy little man. But yeah, he certainly did that. And he actually went about ELPHABA'S Discord and pretty much discovered that ELPHABA, all she really does in it is just speak about her dating life. It's nothing amazing. For example, she says she feels beautiful opening Tinder and feels ugly on Grindr. I mean, she's just like me. But yeah, there was also other messages which I couldn't really understand, where she posted a photo of a cute hamster, shortly followed up with "can take it." Well, I didn't need to see that, and honestly, don't subscribe to Jake Baz for showing me this information. No, you should actually. I felt kind of bad. Subscribe to Jake Baz. But yeah, there wasn't exactly anything criminal being said in this Discord as far as I know, but ultimately there was just some very weird messages that none of us need to really see, but I guess it is a part of the ELPHABA iceberg and the ELPHABA lore in this chronological timeline. But if there was one discovery that I did make watching Jake's video when he does this is, the whole Roblox thing. Yep, we need to go back to what we spoke about in a previous bonus round with ELPHABA'S love for Roblox. You see, we actually kind of decided that ELPHABA in 2020 had completely abandoned the Roblox community and just left it in the shadows like Batman leaving Gotham. But actually, in Jake's video, I noticed a message where somebody made a request to ELPHABA if they can play Roblox at 2 to 3 AM in the morning, which indicates to me that Batwoman isn't dead and she's still patrolling the streets of Gotham at night. ELPHABA is still to this day playing Roblox at 3 AM. She's not the hero we asked for, and she's definitely not the person that we needed to play Roblox with us. Because honestly, I mean, there's nothing really sinister about this, but I'm more just worried about the Robloxians, because ELPHABA is a notorious alleged scammer in the Roblox community, and I imagine she's still wreaking havoc under different names. And in terms of causing havoc amongst communities, I feel like ELPHABA just in general having a Discord server is just a recipe for complete and utter catastrophe. I feel like in the future, we're probably going to hear some wild and terrible things coming out of that Discord server, just like we pretty much do with every single Discord server. It's almost impossible to run a Discord server without some form of degeneracy happening because of some terrible people infiltrating it. And honestly, given ELPHABA'S history and the people that she's hung around with or, you know, had in her circle, I wouldn't be surprised if terrible things came out of that Discord server eventually. Overall, what we've discovered in this round is that ELPHABA definitely does still love Roblox, she still loves money, and eventually we may be seeing the Shane Dawson ELPHABA documentary series that I will definitely not be a part of. And again, a big thank you to Jake Baz for his work in the Discord server of ELPHABA, and this is where we move into the next chapter, where we discuss people that don't actually like, not ELPHABA, but Jake Baz. Congratulations, my friends. Well, maybe not congratulations because I'm continuously infecting your minds, but welcome to Chapter 13, where we're going to be speaking about ELPHABA versus content creators. You see, as I mentioned earlier, of course, the ELPHABA cinematic universe has multiple characters, but it also has its anti-ELPHABA community. And in that community in particular that we're going to be speaking about right now, I want to mainly focus on the YouTubers, because plenty of YouTubers out there, as I said earlier, document ELPHABA's day-to-day life pretty much, the things that she does on her TikTok lives, and the controversy that she consistently gets in every single day. And one of those individuals is, of course, Jake Baz, ELPHABA has actually responded to JBaz in the past and also responded to plenty of other content creators. And the main one that I want to focus on now is actually ELPHABA responding to a content creator called I'm Alex. Now, ELPHABA responded to Alex in November 2023 after Alex had made a multitude of videos on ELPHABA, but it was clear that things had gone too far for ELPHABA. She could no longer handle what he was saying and got very, very angry. Actually, no, I'm completely lying to you right now. That absolutely is not what happened here, and I was just kind of trying to make things sound a bit good for ELPHABA, but I could not do it, because the main reason ELPHABA actually responded to certain content creators wasn't because she got angry and she couldn't handle what was being said about her. No, it wasn't because of that. It was because she asked somebody to pay her to respond to things, because ELPHABA was in a position where, of course, she needed even more money after already receiving thousands that month. And how was she going to make more money? Well, of course, it was getting people to pay her to respond to videos criticizing her actions.
Some people are so obsessed. They want me to react to things, pay me. Not for free, darling. If you want me to react to the Alex video, send me Universe and I'll do it.
You know, it's honestly kind of nice to see that she consistently keeps up with the trend of being the most desperate content creator on TikTok. It's pretty admirable that she somehow manages to do it in every single way. Because honestly, when it comes to videos being made on ELPHABA, most of the videos I see are pretty fair. Yes, I think some people do absolutely go too far with their criticism, and honestly, I wouldn't want to like go after her for her looks or anything like that, but that is something that people do. But for the most part, when it's to do with content creators that speak about ELPHABA on YouTube, these individuals are just fairly talking about ELPHABA's actions and the bad things that she supposedly does. Now, ELPHABA did eventually get paid to respond to Alex's video because, I don't know, someone needed to feed into her doing this stuff and give me the content, I guess. And yeah, this is what she had to say.
If I wasn't famous, you wouldn't be making videos on me, would you?
Now, honestly, yes, that's probably true, but let's think about the reasons to why you are famous. You are famous for all of the wrong reasons. You're not famous because you make amazing YouTube videos or amazing TikToks that revolutionize the world, but then you got caught in controversy and ever since it's been going downhill. You've just been controversial from the very beginning. Yes, you had somewhat wholesome beginnings with Singing Wicked, but pretty much even then you were still getting in controversy, and always since it's your main source of relevance and revenue. Yes, people wouldn't speak about you if you weren't relevant, but the relevant reasons to why you are relevant are the reasons that we're talking about you. You are spoken about because you do insane things on live streams, and that will inadvertently get you more famous, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to speak about you because of that. You are a danger to this platform, you are heavily influential, and people have definitely followed suit. As I said, this is a cinematic universe of content creators that definitely somewhat copy ELPHABA, because the whole mechanism that she uses to get success on TikTok very much works, whether we disagree with that or not. So yes, you are being spoken about because of your relevance, but you are relevant for a very certain reason.
I get more views in this videos combined, darling. Look at my views, 2.8 billion. Go look at my hashtag, ELPHABA TikTok famous in the UK.
You know, I personally love it in response to criticism. Somebody would just be like, oh, I'm more famous than you. I've got more followers than you, which honestly, I don't actually think is true. But also, if we're going to speak about clout, YouTubers, and look, I'm going to sound like a little big-headed arsehole. I don't know if I make more money than ELPHABA, but I do know for a fact YouTubers make more money than most TikTokers because the CPM on this site is much better than the CPM on TikTok because the ads are longer on YouTube, and also I believe advertisers trust YouTube more than they trust TikTok. So if we're going to argue about clout and money being made, most of the YouTubers that speak about you most definitely make more money than you, and honestly probably get just the amount or if not more views than you. I didn't want to pull that argument out, but I just have to do it because she was doing it. Sometimes you've got to fight fire with fire. But also ELPHABA's terrible response obviously doesn't end there, because to actually get people to, I guess, back her in this whole debacle, she actually starts to bribe them with the option of a follow.
I must put Team ELPHABA in the chat. Team ELPHABA, if you believe me and stand by me. I'm following people who say
I mean, this really is very, very sad. That's all I can really say here. If you're that insecure about your thoughts and beliefs that you have to say, oh yeah, say facts in the chat and I'll follow you, it just sums up how much you don't even believe your own words. You only just said it, and then you have to bribe people into agreeing with you. I don't even think that there's like a little delay on live streams, right? Like a 10-second delay for the most part. And Alphaba didn't even wait 10 seconds until she said that. So she doesn't even believe what she's saying in the absolute moment before people even heard what she had to say. It's really, really sad. And eventually Alex did actually respond to what Alphaba said in the stream, and Alphaba obviously responded in once again another TikTok live stream, and it only made things a million times worse for Alphaba, because it wasn't her that actually got the gripping response that everybody was speaking about. It was in fact Maria, her mother, who told Alex to do what Robin Williams did.
Alex!
Oh, cares about Alex? Shove off. Go and have a shave. You can do what Robin Williams did. You can shave.
Do what Robin Williams did. Now, I don't exactly know what Maria is trying to say here, but obviously there's a lot of speculation around that sentence considering what happened to Robin Williams tragically, but obviously the comment section were not happy due to the way they interpreted this comment, and honestly I can kind of understand that. Personally, I'm going to allow you guys to decide what you think Maria meant in this live stream in the comment section down below, but actually Alphaba did go on to respond to all of the people getting mad at her and her mother in a way of where she described what her mother was saying as not what it was being interpreted as, and actually apparently it was a reference to something Robin Williams did in a movie in the 1980s.
I'd like to actually personally say something. There's been a thing on TikTok going around, right, where I told I'm Alex to himself, what? Where did that come out my mouth? I would never wish that on anyone. And if it's to do with this Robin Williams thing that came out my mum's mouth, that wasn't actually me. I would never wish that on someone. That is just disgusting. And that's been heavily misunderstood for a bit of fucking clout and content. I just wanted to let people know that, because, girl, that's just disgusting. And I swear on my entire life, that is not what I would ever intend to anyone. If you ever meet me in real life, I'm not that kind of person, I swear on my life. Robin Williams was in, and it was like a comedy scene, and this was a quote he said, I once shaved all my hair and stuck it on my ass, and that's what my mum quoted. I don't know what film that's from. If anyone remembers the quote, please let me know so I can post that clip on here, just for any clarification and context what Mum was saying.
Now again, I'm going to leave this to you guys to interpret what you really believe here. Personally, I do think it would be absolutely outrageous if she just did say that. But Maria does have a history of saying pretty outlandish things on live streams, so I can actually understand the community interpreting it in the most sinister way that they did. Because yeah, she does have a bit of a record of saying, I guess, pretty nasty things on stream. And obviously, Alphaba's response to her response kicked up an even bigger fuss, because naturally the entire community at this point did not trust Alphaba whatsoever, and only interpreted this as even more lies, and it just caused more discussion throughout the community about this, and more creators were making videos speaking about this. People were saying, why are TikTok allowing this individual on this app when they are telling other creators to do that certain thing? And of course it then led to Alphaba making a response to the response to the response.
Yeah, but I say I won't be talking about Alex anymore on my live streams and my platforms, because I want to be the bigger person here, and if he's going to keep talking about me, then we all know who's obsessed.
Now, what Alphaba just said in this live stream is something that I've noticed whilst doing my research she does quite a lot. She will get herself involved in a very, I guess, serious situation where everybody in the community is discussing it. Alphaba's friends are speaking about it, people who hate Alphaba are speaking about it. Just in general, Alphaba is in, yet again, another show, and she will continuously respond to these things until it gets too much and she says, I'm gonna be the bigger person. I'm gonna pull myself out and no longer speak about drama. She does this every few months when things get a little bit too much for her and there really is no way out. And obviously, it's a completely manipulative tactic to kind of present herself as the good person in this situation. But the reality is it's just a cheap excuse to face no consequences to your actions. And obviously, I'm no judge, jury, and executioner, but it's a noticeable trend that I've seen with Elphaba, which she does throughout her entire history. But as I said, this isn't the only creator clash that Elphaba has had with somebody. She, as I said earlier, responded to Jake Baz in the mid part of 2023, and honestly, she was just very, very nasty to little baby Baz.
So I've collected a load of scandals. We're going to rate them. The worst, most abominable. Was that you just insulting my northern accent, Elphaba? I don't think you're in the position to be able to insult anyone's accent.
Look, I can't lie to you. I am also in the guilty party of mocking Jake Baz's accent. I feel like I do it on a day-to-day basis, and I can't criticize you this time, Elphaba. I can't say. Actually, no, I can, because I'm Jake's friend. Yeah, Elphaba's response to Jake was pretty much just very familiar to her response to other content creators, of where she just, you know, kind of was like, oh, I earn more money than you, I'm more relevant than you. Nothing actually productive, no actual real rebuttal or responses. And this is the thing with Elphaba. She like cries on live stream and gets angry at everybody for being mean to her, but it's not like we haven't given her opportunities to speak about this stuff and, you know, respond and possibly disprove certain things. Instead, she just says things like this.
I haven't necessarily found that part of the experience pretty cool.
She's like, guys, look how cool it is. I'm going to take loads of your money even though I do absolutely nothing on live. How cool is this?
Girl, come on. I do something. I do more than the on the app.
Like what? Like seriously, what do you do? We tried to decipher this earlier, but there's actually no job description to what Elphaba does on her live stream. TikTok Liver should not be a job. Like seriously, what is like this? Describe this to me. What is I can't even give words. I can't even give words. But also, to say you do more than people on the app, I guess the people watching Elphaba in that stream, that's a pretty outlandish thing to say, considering most of the people watching actually do have full-time jobs, most likely. These people actually do contribute to society. What you do is this. Now, honestly, as much as a lot of us do find that quite entertaining, it's definitely not more than the average person, and it's definitely not more than Jake Baz. So please, the next time you throw the food at the floor or a water bottle at the wall or you have snot dribbling down your nose, just realise that Jake Baz is the ultimate content creator. Now, I have actually watched Jake's video where him and Cataclysm go over the controversies of Elphaba, and honestly, as much as it is a pretty funny video, there is actual valid criticism made throughout it, and Elphaba, if she wanted to, could have actually gave some level of response or disproved something that they may or may not have said. But again, as I said, it's all about money. It's all about, I've got more followers, I've got more money than you. Okay, great. I don't actually believe that you have more money than everybody watching your streams. Maybe you do, but honestly, does that really change the fact that you're known for snot rockets and scabies? Not really. And outside of the creators that we've spoken about so far, this was Elphaba's other response to a creator that had made a video on her.
What
that literally is you. Like, look at this image, Elphaba. That is you. That is you. Believe it or not, that's you. And I don't really get this response either, but I guess it's just more poor deflection. And yeah, as you can see, when it comes to creator on creator beef with Elphaba, it really isn't great. There's never ever been a bad response to anything. It's just been her kicking up a fuss and getting very, very angry every single time. And then this was all taking place around November of 2023. And at this point, Elphaba had very much had her lolcow transformation. To me personally, it was very clear that Elphaba had realized what she was. She was pretty much just a drama hub, and she was going to do absolutely anything to continue this, to get more views, to get more attention. No matter how much, I guess, dignity being sacrificed it required, she would do that if it was the cost of getting more money and more views. I think Elphaba in early 2023 and in 2022 and 2021 genuinely had some level of innocent intentions. I do believe at one point she genuinely did want to feature on the West End performing in Wicked, but now we are far, far away from that, and the Elphaba cinematic universe has moved into its next chapter of Elphaba just fully embracing her lolcow status. But with the content creators that speak about Elphaba consistently, these guys are actually really essential for this storyline, mainly because every single time Elphaba goes on live, that stream will be immediately deleted after that stream ends, and a lot of the things that Elphaba did in that stream, some of her actions which could be really bad, would no longer exist because the stream was immediately perished from the internet, and these creators will either record the live streams and then make their videos on it, or there will also be TikTok accounts that are dedicated to recording these streams, and they will put the streams up, and then these content creators will speak about it, and obviously Elphaba is aware of this, and aware of this is how people get their news about her. But my friends, there has actually been one situation that I did notice where Elphaba responded to a content creator that speaks about what she does on lives, and she actually didn't deflect it by being like, oh, I've got more money and followers than you. No, instead, Elphaba was very, very angry and very direct about what was said about her in a certain YouTube video made by I'm Alex, speaking about Elphaba allegedly lying about going to hospital. She went to Alex's profile and commented saying, I'm going to message you and ask you to stop making videos on me with views you know nothing about. You are now creating slander. I never lied about being in hospital, and for that I say shame on you for making stuff up for clicks. You are insanely obsessed with making videos on me, and it goes to show that you're not original. Ah yes, originality, the thing that Elphaba is definitely known for. Original content like this.
Pain is beauty.
But yes, Elphaba going to hospital was a very, very big part of this story. This was something that was very much discussed in November of 2023 after Elphaba went onto her Instagram story and reported that she was now in hospital, as you can see from this photo that was attached. And a lot of people were immediately concerned about this post, mainly because the night before, Elphaba was on a TikTok live stream pretty much speaking about how her mental health was not in a good place, and of course this caused a lot of people to get worried, and I should just say now that we are going to fleetingly discuss some very sensitive things. Obviously, I don't want anything terrible to happen to Elphaba. I think that should be very, very obvious. Yes, I'm critical. Yes, this video is going to be pointing out a lot of bad things, but I don't want something terrible to happen, and I think, honestly, we all should be in that category. If you want justice for certain things, if you want her to respond to certain things, that's great, but that would not achieve anything, and I can't believe I even have to say that, but you know, some people will get mad if I don't say that, even though it's very, very obvious. But this story had a bit of a twist, because whilst people were concerned about Elphaba and what had happened and why she was in hospital, people started to actually doubt whether Elphaba ever went to hospital. And this is because a TikTok went viral with millions of views where they allegedly exposed Elphaba for lying. As you can see in this TikTok right here, they're doing a Google search where they searched, I guess, hospital rooms, and as you can see, the same photo that Elphaba placed on her story appeared on Google Images. Now, immediately, people started to eat this up and say, wow, I can't believe Elphaba faked going to hospital. This is absolutely insane. This is something that she should be cancelled for, lose her platform for. And honestly, if that were true, I would pretty much agree with you. I think lying about hospital is a pretty despicable thing, making people feel bad, making people feel worried, a plea of emotions that just in general were based on lies. Obviously, I think that would be something that should face consequences. But this is going to be a rare moment where I actually defend Elphaba, because honestly, I have done some digging and I have done some research, and this is actually a part of the story that people to this day still think is real. And whilst I have plenty of criticism of Elphaba, I also think lying about stories isn't going to benefit anybody whatsoever, and is only going to push Elphaba into getting worse and worse with how she responds to real stories. And also, the whole boy who cried wolf argument will come into this once again, because if we start to lie about Elphaba, then people will believe us less and less when things are true. But yeah, let's actually start off with this supposed expose TikTok. Now, as you can see here, it has London ambulance service Services and Autism Awareness Day written below the image that was attached to the TikTok. Now, what I did was I went and searched this up on Google. I even went and put like a advanced search in where you can search between certain dates. So maybe the image preview would have changed, but no, it absolutely didn't. The result that was shown in that TikTok does come up, but the image that was shown in the preview is completely different. So I thought, okay, maybe the image just changes with, I don't know, something to do with Google's algorithm. But then I went to the website and went to the same article, and the image was not there. So instead, I screenshotted the image and thought maybe for some reason it's been removed because of this controversy, so it doesn't come up anymore. But no, the reverse image literally came up with 0 results. This image was a complete original that had never been on the internet before. And that's because Alphaba, I believe, did actually take this photo. And as much as it pains me to say, but this story was reported on by a lot of people out there, and to this day is still believed to be true. But based on my research and based on genuinely scouring, this genuinely put a big hole in my research, because this was like a very dead set thing. This is something that a lot of people really do kind of all believe. And I was like, how can it be fake if everybody believes it? But honestly, I couldn't find anything to prove that this photo was definitely a fake that Alphaba had just put onto her Instagram for attention. Now, if I can be disproved on that, fair enough, I'll cut this chapter out in my YouTube editor, but based on what I've seen, that actually isn't the case. But there is some still level of criticism that could be made against Alphaba that I can understand. But firstly, I should just say that Alphaba did actually then, after all these allegations, went live in a hospital where she streamed herself there, and the immediate argument was, well, you did lie, and then you just decided to then go to hospital to actually prove that you are in hospital when we all know that you weren't, when the reality is she just was in hospital. But again, it's the boy who cried wolf argument on the other end. Alphaba is notorious for lying. So obviously, the entire community will definitely not believe her every single time she does something. Alphaba, you can get mad at everybody, and in this case you do have some justification, but understand the reason that nobody believes you about anything is because of all the times you have lied in the past about such serious and heinous things, autism, Tourette's, and plenty other things. Obviously, no one's going to believe you if you go to hospital because you lie so much. In fact, Alphaba and going to hospital is a notorious thing in the community. It's something that she seems to do quite a lot and say that she's in hospital after some traumatic thing happens. And this is where the criticism that I mentioned earlier could come from, because this could be seen as wasting NHS resources. The NHS is completely overworked, and yes, I think there have been times where Alphaba went to hospital for a valid reason, but in this case, Alphaba actually said in a message on Discord that she was told to leave the hospital and was given paracetamol and Haribo's, which indicates this wasn't, I guess, a very serious situation. And there were a lot of other weird things that went on live stream where Alphaba did some very suspicious things, despite the fact she had actually told the truth beforehand. And she doesn't make it easy for herself, because yes, she didn't lie, but it does kind of seem, based on this message, that there was no need to go and she was just wasting resources. So I think ultimately the moral of the story here is we do need to do more research and not take everything at face value, because that will only make our integrity far, far less and actually help Alphaba get away with other future possible things that she may or may not do. But also, if you're going to hospital and being told to go away with Haribo's and paracetamol, obviously, it's an indicator that you are possibly using the hospital for bits of attention, because Alphaba did go on stream to say that all of the things of her being in hospital was only meant for private family stuff. She was only taking photos for her family, but then it's like, why were you then putting it on your Instagram? Obviously, for a bit of attention, and obviously, she was wasting resources to a certain extent, but that still doesn't give us the right to lie about this thing, because there's no need to. You can give your criticism whilst also speaking about the actual facts. Ultimately, this is a very weird thing, but it doesn't disregard absolutely anything that we've spoken about before this. The creators that have spoken about Alphaba for years now have, for the most part, gotten pretty much every single original thing right. And honestly, I think a lot of them do an excellent job, and I am friends with a lot of the people that do speak about ALPHABA. If this whole chronological timeline of the ALPHABA cinematic universe had a scoreline like it's football between ALPHABA and the anti-ALPHABA community, it would probably be something like 494 to 1. Obviously, the anti-community are quite far ahead, and no, this ain't going to a penalty shootout. Now, my friends, when you're an influencer, social media, content creator, whatever you want to call it, one thing that is always pretty much a guaranteed inevitability is drama. Drama and controversy. Being an influencer and having a little bit of drama once or twice in your career is pretty much two slices of the same pie. You cannot escape it, and it is going to happen no matter what at some point in your career. And the same applies to regular human beings that aren't influencers. You will have fallings out, you will have drama, beef with people, but I always say that in any situation where there's controversy, the most important part of that situation isn't the original controversy, it's how you respond to the controversy. Because obviously when there's controversy and drama happening, as we've seen with ALPHABA, you're going to be lashing out, speaking from a place of emotion, and usually this isn't exactly how you really feel. But when you respond to something a few days later, you've had time to collect yourself, you've had time to think and build a genuine, heartfelt opinion, and honestly, I feel like that response will be much more impactful than what you said in the original situation, because that response is actually you, not just coming from a place of emotion, but you after days of thinking and building this response up, no matter what it is. Maybe you're angry at your parents, your friends, you're an influencer mad that you weren't added to a group channel, something like that. The response is always way more important than the original situation, and obviously with ALPHABA we have seen that. In situations where she's lashed out, got angry, most of the controversy doesn't really come from that, but it comes from ALPHABA lying in the response, getting angry in the response, even more angry than she was in the original response, and it just seems to be a tale older than time with ALPHABA, where she just makes things a million times worse and never, ever apologizes. But in this chapter, things are different, because in December of 2023, there was a Christmas miracle, because ALPHABA actually apologized, but not just apologized once, but multiple times, and also to specific individuals, such as Mama Kaz.
Mama Kaz, well, we were friends, and I was kind of, well, I mean, we went in and out. I mean, I met her first. We were kind of like a team at first, like against Evil Queen. Do you remember that? We were friends, a team, we were vibes, you know, we actually had some good live streams, to be honest. But the problem is, things got a bit, like, drama-y with other people, and I just, you know, I just kind of, like, didn't like that necessarily.
Yeah, ALPHABA, I'm sure you of all people didn't like it when it got a little bit drama-y. What is your content again? Oh yeah, it's literally just you getting yourself involved in drama, and you even admitting in the past that you know that this brings in views. So yeah, I'm sure that you fell out with this person because you didn't like the drama. Who are you lying to?
Do you know, I really enjoyed our friendship, but it just wasn't, like, it didn't feel real. It felt very TikTok-y.
Again, like, I don't understand what you're saying. Your entire life, and this may sound a little bit mean or intrusive, but you document your entire life on TikTok. What do you mean by it feels a little bit TikTok-y? Your entire life is TikTok live and begging.
So, that's all I can say, really. And I was just a blunt person on the podcast and said that she gets involved in too much drama, and I was honest that day. I was very honest. And I'm so sorry if that came out like a bad way, but like I just said that about her on the podcast, and that's what caused our friendship to fall apart, unfortunately. And that's a personal apology to Mama Kaz. Like, I am sorry that you took that the wrong way.
I mean, that really does top it off. I am sorry that you took it that way. Like, if you're going to apologize to somebody, you may as well just not. Word of advice, if you end the apology with, I'm sorry if you felt that way. That's not an apology. That's just you noticing that somebody's upset with you. You're not apologizing for your actions here. You're apologizing for the act of somebody being upset. This is not an apology because you feel bad for what you've done. This is an apology because you've just noticed that somebody is mad at you. And if you're a little bit confused to where's the background story for this apology and why is it just randomly come out of nowhere, honestly, everybody at the time themselves was a little bit confused as well. Where has this apology come from? Why is she making it now and not 6 months before? Because obviously Mama Kaz and Alphabet, as I said, did fall out a long time ago in this timeline. It really made no sense. And Mama Kaz herself even came out and, well, I'd say she responded, but it was just obviously her just laughing at the apology and saying, obviously, I don't accept this.
And that's a personal apology to Mama Kaz. Like, I am sorry that you took that the wrong way, and still am. But I'm a blunt person.
Now, obviously, I can't blame Mama Kaz for not accepting this apology. I don't really know too much about Mama Kaz other than her quarrels with Alphaba, but based on what I've seen, these two did have a very toxic friendship, and I don't think it would be wise for them to rekindle that friendship and become friends again. And obviously, Mama Kaz should not be accepting that apology anyways, because Alphaba didn't apologize. She more just said, I'm sorry you felt that way. That's not an apology. And it's amazing to me that Alphaba in her apology basically made it out that Mama Kaz was the problem, which she will do in every single falling out that she has. Now, I've not documented every falling out that she's had in this video because there are just so many of them. All you need to know in terms of the law is that Alphaba has pretty much fallen out with every single friend that she's ever had. And in every single situation, it can never be her fault. It can only be everyone else's fault. But as I said earlier, Alphaba in December of 2023 didn't just apologize once. No, she made multiple apologies, because after this, she went on to make a list of things to apologize for, or at least respond to. And I was just, when I saw this, so unbelievably confused to what was going on here. And obviously, there is a reason to why she's doing this, and it is, of course, a sinister reason. But firstly, let's take a look at this apology she's making. So the apology ranges from fidget spinners to Tourette's to autism to cancer to seizures and to more. And yeah, honestly, at this point, I can genuinely understand why so many people believed that Alphaba lied about hospital. When you've got to apologize for all of this stuff, you really can't blame people for not believing you when you go to hospital. Can you really get mad at everybody when you have this amount of things to respond to in regards to you lying? I honestly don't think you can.
So, you know, let's start here now then. Let's go back to what got me cancelled in the first place. The Tourette's thing. Do you know what? I was very uneducated on the Tourette's community. And I cannot believe that those words came out of my mouth and I never took accountability for it. And I am incredibly sorry to the Tourette's community. I didn't understand the severity of what you have to go through. And I want to say you are beautiful, and I understand that you can't forgive me. But I will try my best, and I will grow and learn from this.
I think what's really confusing about this part of the apology is she's saying things like, I will grow and learn from this, like this didn't happen almost a year ago at this point. It's like, if you've not grown and learned from it already, I mean, you're probably not going to at this point of time. To me personally, this apology just kind of backs my hypothesis that Alphaba, when she's declining in relevance, will just decide to bring up drama from the past that everyone's forgotten about, just so people speak about her a little bit more. And this is immediately proven when she moves on to the next apology that she makes, where she starts speaking about a topic that, up until this point, I genuinely didn't even know it was a thing. Apparently, Alphaba was accused by a former schoolmate of faking cancer when she was in school. It was like one of the original controversies that she was ever involved in, even before TikTok. But obviously, the average TikToker wouldn't know about this. But Alphaba, she's declining in relevance. So what does she have to do to get that relevance back? Let everybody know that she was involved in a controversy about her possibly lying about cancer.
The cancer thing, I can 100% vouch
And I swear on my life, I swear, that person who said I lied about cancer was lying to all of you. I never, in my entire life, have lied about that. I swear to you on my heart. Take that very seriously, that kind of stuff. Okay? That person called Batsy, she bullied me in school. I went to the same schools as her. And she wasn't very liked in school either, that's why she bullied.
Now, my friends, this is a highly disputed thing amongst Alphaba's community. Basically, as Alphaba just said, a former schoolmate of hers went round on TikTok saying that Alphaba allegedly faked having cancer in school, and it was something that she was very much hated for. And a lot of people have debated whether this is true, whether it's not true. As far as I can see from the deep diving I've done and research, there isn't any evidence of this other than a former schoolmate saying it, so I can't come on here and say that this is true. But as a lot of people have said, Alphaba has lied about health conditions in the past, so there's a good chance that she would lie about other conditions in the future, or I guess even in the deep past. But then things continue to get even worse when Alphaba brings up even more situations that I did not know about until this point, when she speaks about how she at one point promised to send out sensory toys like fidget spinners to autistic people, and also send out Pokemon cards to, I guess, her fans who had either paid for them or she just promised them in some context that is unknown to me, because the problem is every single live stream gets deleted, so piecing every piece of the puzzle together is very, very difficult. But pretty much what I can establish is Alphaba promised to, as I said, give some autistic people sensory-related toys, such as fidget spinners, and she, I guess, didn't, and she's bringing this up again and apologizing for it.
Also, the Pokemon cards, I'm going to address that as well. I've seen it. I'm so sorry for not sending out the Pokemon cards. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. I feel bad for, like, not sending these toys. It's just been so stressful. I really am sorry to all these people. I wish I could do something about it. If you want me to do something about it, just please message me. I will do it. I will. I don't want anyone to hate me anymore.
I mean, doing something because you don't want people to hate you anymore isn't necessarily an apology. That's just you no longer wanting to get criticism on the internet. If you simply said, oh yeah, I feel really bad that I didn't do that, it was very irresponsible of me, it was very immoral of me, and I'm actually going to rectify my actions, then it'd be like, fair enough, go ahead, go and do it. But all you've said in this is, I don't really know why I didn't do that, and I don't want to be hated anymore, so maybe I'll do that. Now, as far as I know, I don't believe Alphaba has sent any of these things out to these people, so obviously this apology was just another shout for attention, as it always is. But the thing you may have just noticed there is the clip that I just showed you was actually a different clip to the original apology that we've been going through, because the clip that I just showed you actually comes from an apology video that Alphaba made in early 2023, in June to be specific, and the one that we were going through before that actually comes from November 2023. The reason that I'm showing you this is to obviously prove that Alphaba not only has already apologized to this and done absolutely nothing after that, despite promising to and saying how bad it makes her feel, but also it's another proven case of Alphaba bringing things up just to get attention. She doesn't care about this, because if she did, she would have just, actually rectified it after that first apology. But let's actually get into the second apology and take a look at what she has to say this time.
Pokemon cards, of course. I was very naive, and I didn't send out the Pokemon cards because there's no excuse, I just didn't. And I don't understand why I didn't. If I can send out those Pokemon cards, I will. I really will. If those people can talk to me, I will. Fidgets. Again, I'm incredibly sorry for that as well, and I will not be ever doing, ever be promising people with diagnosed autism fidget toys and not send them. That will never happen in my life again.
No offense to people who are diagnosed autistic here, but I love that she's saying this like this is a regular thing that we all occasionally do. Shuck, I've done it again. I've accidentally promised diagnosed autistic children fidget toys. Can't believe it. It's the third time it's happened this bloody week. It's like, no, Alphaba. That's not a normal thing to do or have happen to you. And yes, obviously, I don't think that this is the biggest controversy out of everything that we've gone through today, but I just find it absolutely hilarious that she's making a second apology for something rather minute that could be actually resolved very, very easily. If you actually just did what you said you were going to do in your original apology, you wouldn't have to be apologizing again. But obviously, we know that this apology is just more Elphaba shenanigans. We know that she actually wants to divert us into looking into these things, so we speak about her even more. She's, in a weird way, a bit of a marketing genius in a really weird, messed up way, where she is just willing to sacrifice all forms of shame and just do anything she can for attention, even if it's making an apology for something she's already apologized for. As I said earlier, there was also another reason, a more sinister reason to why I think Elphaba was trying to get this level of attention. Yes, obviously it brings in views, it brings in money and donations and stuff like that, but there was also a conversation happening at this period of time in the second apology in November of 2023, which was seriously affecting Elphaba's reputation and to this day has permanently tarnished it. And I want to throw back to something that we spoke about in the original chapters in this video, going back to her beef with Jack, because of course we spoke about some very serious accusations between Jack and Elphaba, and at this point of the timeline, this was when the allegations were taking place, and people obviously noticed that and started to believe that Elphaba was only saying these things to divert away from the conversation surrounding the allegations that were faced towards her. And honestly, I feel like that's pretty much true. I think Elphaba really just saw this terrible situation happening and needed to distract everybody, no matter what it was, so she did an apology. As I said at the beginning of this chapter, the apology really came out of nowhere. It made no sense, especially with the timing. Making an apology to Mama Kaz months after all of the beef just really did not make sense in this timeline. So yeah, the actual apology itself is absolutely terrible, but the original alleged reasoning for the apology as well is just even more terrible, and just yet again another example of Elphaba's despicable behavior and complete lack of shame. She's willing to do pretty much anything at this point to get away with all the things that she has done, but honestly at this point I'm not shocked, and I don't think you guys are shocked, and things only continue to go further downhill for Elphaba after this, because more controversy came from this, which actually led to her being kicked out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this chapter, once again, it's going to be one of those weird territories of where I am going to be obviously critical of Elphaba for some of the things that she has done in this chapter, but also it's another case of people taking things too far with Elphaba. Obviously, criticism on the internet, making YouTube videos, making your TikToks, your posts, your Reddit posts, your tweets, that's all absolutely fine. I think there is really no case against speaking about anything in this situation. But actually going to Elphaba's home and trying to confront her in person really is never a good idea. And I 100% think that you should not do that and encourage you guys to never ever do that. Not just with Elphaba, but with pretty much anybody that we're speaking about. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm a YouTuber. I'm not in some profession where I go out and deal with these things in real life. I speak about things on the internet, as do a lot of you guys, whether that's through YouTube videos, tweets, or TikToks, and I think that for the most part, it should stay like that. And the reason I'm saying this is because in December of 2023, things were already bad for Elphaba, as we just saw in the previous chapter, but they only got worse as somebody seemingly found her address. Now, it is at this point unconfirmed to how these people actually found Elphaba's address, but there is a lot of speculation surrounding it. Now, some people argue that they just did a lot of detective work and managed to find it some way, but some people also argue, in fact, the more commonly believed thing is that Elphaba actually leaked her address on a live stream when she was ordering food. Now, honestly, with both things here, I think my perspective is going to remain the same. If you find an address via the creator leaking it accidentally, or you actually researched it yourself, don't go to their house. Don't leak their address. That's an absolutely insane thing to do because it can lead to some extremely dangerous situations. There are content creators and people that I don't like that have been victim to those dangerous situations in the past, and obviously I don't celebrate that or think that's the right thing to do because that's not going to bring justice in any form. It's only going to put somebody's life at risk, and obviously I don't want anybody's life at risk in these situations. So throwing around somebody's address, regardless of if it's ELPHABA or some other influencer, it's never going to be a morally good thing to do. It just makes you as bad or if not worse than the individuals that I speak about. And of course, as you can imagine with where I'm going with my words right now, somebody did turn up to ELPHABA'S house, and ELPHABA, like she always does, jumped on a TikTok live stream and called the police. But honestly, in this situation, I can actually kind of understand it, and personally, if somebody was breaking into my house, I would also live stream it to document it and allow people to know what was going on, because honestly, in that situation, I do think it can be beneficial to stream these things, because it means that whilst I'm recording the evidence, other people also can record the evidence, and if I was just recording it through my camera roll, the person who's breaking in could actually be very dangerous and either steal my phone and dispose of the evidence or force me to dispose of the evidence. By it being on a live stream, that evidence is no longer disposable and everybody has it. So yeah, let's actually get into this live stream.
Can you calm down? Can you calm down? Because you're freaking me out. I'm trying to keep calm. Just sit back, please. Just sit back. Just sit back. We've got an intruder. Should I say that? It's kind of in. Someone's trying to get in. Someone's trying to get in. That's true. Shut up. Sorry. Police, please.
Now, honestly, this is pretty disturbing to me. As I said previously, you should not be turning up to anybody's house if you're not invited. It just makes you a dirty, dirty little scab who isn't just chronically online, but is somebody so chronically online that it's going to lead to a jail sentence. Regardless of your thoughts on ELPHABA, if you don't like her, do the thing that everybody else does and air your thoughts on social media. We were given these apps so we can tweet our opinions, tweet our thoughts, and if you don't like somebody, you are more than welcome to go and tweet your critical opinion of them. That's absolutely fine. Obviously, don't go too far with it though. And this isn't even going too far. This is just another league of that. This is absolutely outrageous. You're not doing anything productive. All you are doing is being intimidating and violent, and it actually only makes everybody else look a million times worse, because obviously ELPHABA can use this as justifiable ammo. Turning up at the house makes the people that speak against her look worse. Obviously it shouldn't, but naturally it's going to. We don't want that level of behaviour because it only makes things a million times more difficult, but also I don't think that anybody deserves somebody to uninvitedly turn up at their house. But then, ladies and gentlemen, things do actually start to get a little bit weird because the police do actually turn up, but things don't necessarily make much sense.
It's serious now. It's really. Do you know who it is? Yes, we do know who it is. Right. And we actually have proof now. So we actually have proof.
Right.
So yeah, where's the other phone? I've got someone messaging me.
Julie there as well? Or?
No.
Now, yes, the police have arrived here. They're doing their job. They're investigating and making sure that everything is okay. But there were some things mentioned in that clip there that I want to come back to in a minute. But I want to move on to the next part of this clip where ELPHABA'S mum, Maria, weirdly confirms that they actually weren't police officers. And honestly, I don't really know what's going on here.
I wasn't even the police. That wasn't even the police.
How?
Foreign. Uh-oh.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point. What can I really say to that? But what I am going to say is I'm confused to what she means by they aren't actual even real police. What does this even mean?
That wasn't even the police.
Are they real police or aren't they real police? Because obviously worrying people like this on a live stream with a fake policeman turning up would obviously be a very immoral thing to do. And things were just a little bit suspicious here, because who would be the people that they let in? And why would they originally say that they're police but then say that they're not? And what's just really insane to me is that even in the situations where I'm on ELPHABA'S side, she can't help but make things controversial still for herself, because obviously there were those comments, but we need to go back to a moment that was mentioned earlier. You see, when the police came in, or the supposed not police but actually real police came in, they said, "Do you live here?" to Maria, and they also said it to ELPHABA, and she said this.
She live there as well?
No.
Now, obviously, this makes this whole entire thing even more confusing, because if ELPHABA didn't live there, how had these people gotten ELPHABA's address and turned up here? Who lived there and whose address was it? What was going on here was just confusing me and confusing every single person watching this. Well, my friends, this did not stay a mystery for very long, because a lot of people, as they always do with ELPHABA, started to do some digging and a little bit of research, and this diverts us to the website Booking.com. You see, Booking.com is an app that ELPHABA has been highly reliant on between the years of 2022 and 2023. Now, Booking.com is basically an app where you can book hotels and flights, but ELPHABA hasn't been relying on it for holidays, but she's actually been relying on it to live. Because rather than renting out a property or buying a property, ELPHABA decided to live in hotels throughout the last couple years. And honestly, it is a little bit confusing to me, because paying for a hotel for a month is obviously going to be more expensive than actually renting a property. And I understand that the rental market right now is absolutely insane and has been for a very long time, but financially, it doesn't really make much sense to base your living on living in hotels unless you're incredibly rich, which I think we've kind of established at this point. ELPHABA definitely does have quite a lot of money, so instead I think it's more a case of ELPHABA is very irresponsible with her money, which honestly is not really any of my business. If she wants to do that, that's fair enough, but the key point here is ELPHABA was actually banned from Booking.com for a lot of obvious reasons. As we've seen in live streams throughout this, she does things on live where she destroys things out of anger, throws her food everywhere, and just in general treats the places that she's living in absolutely terribly, and that led to Booking.com and other apps like Booking.com banning them from her platform. And the reason that ELPHABA has actually said that she doesn't live at this property is because technically she doesn't live at the property, and the booking had actually been made by ELPHABA's mother, Maria, to kind of have a little bit of a loophole so ELPHABA could still use Booking.com, but it just wouldn't be in her name. So when I said earlier that I'm going to be critical of ELPHABA in this chapter, despite being on her side for the most part here, this is where that's going to happen, because obviously we've seen how ELPHABA treats these properties. She treats them absolutely terribly. She throws food over the floor, she smashes things up, and obviously a cleaner is going to have to clear all of that up, as we saw previously with her skitty pants. You know, there's always going to be somebody that gets paid to go and remove all the mess and clear it all up, but it does make it more difficult for the people that actually do manage the properties, regardless of what you think about landlords. But also, most importantly to me, it makes more issues for the people that actually are being paid to clean these properties. Now, people may say, oh, that's their job, they're paid to do that, but honestly, as an adult or even as a teenager who has decent parenting, there is a thing called common courtesy, and yes, you all know that a cleaner is going to clean something up, but at least make their life a little bit easier. It's like when you're at a pub and, you know, you finish your drinks and you're going to leave and you've got like 5 glasses on the table. The least you could do is just pick those glasses up and bring it to the bar to help the people who work at the bar out, to make their life a little bit easier. And when it comes to hotels or places you're staying at, you could at least throw your rubbish away, not destroy the property. But ELPHABA obviously has done the exact opposite of that, and even after being banned for these things, she's still trying to do that. And honestly, I think that's a pretty terrible thing to do, because there's a reason you've been banned from something. If you've been banned for making other people's lives more difficult by destroying their property, or making cleaners have to do more work than they should have to do, then obviously you should no longer use that service. But by doing this, she's only going to continue to make more and more people's lives more difficult. And honestly, Elphaba, what do you expect when it comes to people criticizing you when you do things like this? Obviously, I'm not saying that, you should leak somebody's address or go to their property, but obviously this is also a pretty bad thing. And because people had the address of Elphaba, they actually did get in contact with the person that was renting out this property on booking.com as a hotel. And that person then responded saying that Elphaba had now been removed from the property, and they can't believe that booking.com didn't do the due diligence and research into the people that they were letting stay at their property. And yeah, a part of me does slightly feel bad that she's been kicked out of the property. Obviously, I don't want anybody to be homeless, but again, Elphaba is also very rich. She can absolutely just find another hotel. But obviously, she needs to also understand why she is being banned from these properties, because of the lack of respect she actually has for the properties and the people that work to keep these properties clean. And again, this chapter is just another example of some people in the anti-Elphaba community just once again going absolutely too far. But it's also a case of Elphaba not managing to help herself in any situation. And it comes back to the whole response thing that I was mentioning earlier. Because Elphaba, like she always does, shortly after this, jumped on a live stream and was getting angry and shouting at everybody, blaming everybody else for her being kicked out of this property, and she was absolutely, once again, unwilling to take any levels of responsibility over the fact that she had been banned from booking.com. And of course, this caused people to forget that, people had turned up to her property, had leaked her address, and it just led to more and more criticism of Elphaba because her response was once again absolutely terrible. Now, there is a lot more to this situation. People have speculated about who leaked the address and that, but honestly, I don't really think we need to go over that. All you really need to know here is, once again, people have definitely taken this too far, but Elphaba also doesn't know how to manage situations in her favor whatsoever. But ladies and gentlemen, if there's one thing that I really do love when it comes to these situations with Elphaba, some really serious things have happened and things look absolutely terrible. The ending of 2023 with Elphaba has obviously been pretty awful. It will always result in pretty much everybody forgetting, moving on to the next drama, and Elphaba going on to a live stream and once again begging.
If you got spare money and you're like, oh, do you know what? I fancy giving Elphaba a bit. Go for it.
I just love that despite everything that's happened, people turn up to her house, she's getting angry, she's screaming, she's crying, all this terrible stuff. She still manages to keep up the trend of begging on a live stream. Elphaba could get kicked out of every single property that she lives at. She would still find a way to get on a TikTok live stream that very day to beg for money. I almost have a little bit of respect for it, but then you kind of remember literally everything this person's done and, that kind of fades out immediately. But yeah, 2023 was obviously a bit of a, I don't even know what to describe it as, just an absolute mess for Elphaba. Yes, she had gotten more popular than she'd ever been, but also at the same time, she'd also been more controversial than she'd ever been. I don't think that I've ever seen a content creator face this amount of controversy through the period of 1 year. She had pretty much faced every single allegation you could possibly think of. And the thing is I haven't actually covered every single situation from 2023. I've only covered most of the main ones for the chronological timeline, but there are plenty of other things that I could show you. But pretty much, 2023 was just god awful for Elphaba, and 2024, according to Elphaba, was gonna be different. Because 2024 was a new year, and that meant a new Elphaba.
And do you know what I feel like? New year, new me, and I'm gonna take away all the negative people out of my life. That includes the haters, like everyone. Just focus on making me a better person. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm gonna keep moving on forward, keep slaying, and keep just being me.
Honestly, Elphaba, maybe don't do that. Maybe just change up the entire thing, because being you is has so obviously just led to everything that we've gone through. Like, look at this iceberg, man. Not every single human being has this amount of law surrounding them. But yeah, 2024, new year, new her. And obviously, we all know that 2024 was going to be an absolute catastrophe for Alphaba. And honestly, one could argue even worse than 2023. And as of recording this video, we're not even halfway through 2024. And I can say it has definitely been an absolute mess. But if there was one definite thing which was 100% never going to change in 2024 with Alphaba, that is, of course, the rule of the universe, the rule of life. Because there are things in this world where they're just things that they can't change. They're factors in reality that are permanently going to be there. And one of these factors is Alphaba consistently, every single day, begging on a TikTok live stream. Because yes, towards the end of the year, Alphaba upped the begging and continued to ask for more and more and more money.
This is my advert to getting gifts. Ready? Ready? So put this on the For You page. Hello, my name is Alphaba. Yes, Alphaba on TikTok. Welcome to my live stream. Did you know that I am a person? And did you know that I love money? And did you know that I absolutely love singing? I would like to ask everyone, if you have money and you can afford to, get your cash out and let's do it. Let's slay it. I love you. And I'm only tip-top £99. Only on TikTok. It doesn't apply.
You know when you go to the cinema, you get there like 20 or 30 minutes early to watch the trailers for the latest movie, and before the trailers start, there are the ads that play for like certain products and stuff like that. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if in the near future, Alphaba is going to like rent out an ad space to place that very video on. But the worst part is I think people would genuinely donate to it. I don't know why, but based on everything that we've gone through today, I've just kind of lost all forms of respect for pretty much everybody, including you watching this video right now. But 2024 was, of course, as we keep saying, coming to an end. And with that, Alphaba, she needed to do something big. She needed to end the year with a bang. And that's when she revealed to us all that she had made contact with aliens.
Also, I can talk to aliens. Yeah. So I can do this.
Like, honestly, I've got nothing to say. Can we just move on from 2023 and finally get into 2024? End this chapter now. We all know, don't go to somebody's house. 2023, really bad for Alphaba. But 2024, it only got even worse. Now, as you can imagine, 2024 was really, or is really, for me right now, not much of a different year for Alphaba. In fact, from the very beginning of 2024, it was an absolute nightmare for her. And it all begins with, once again, another nightclub. I don't really know what it is, but it just seems that every single time that Alphaba goes out clubbing, there always seems to be some form of drama that surrounds her. And pretty much the drama that happened here in the beginning months of 2024 was Alphaba was actually booked out to appear at a nightclub, and now you may be a little bit confused to what that means. Pretty much there's like this really weird culture in the UK where basically somebody will become a little bit famous for a few weeks, and then they will randomly get paid to feature at a nightclub. They'll be on the front row of doing like a DJ set. It's a really weird thing, but like it happens so much. Like people now will get famous on TikTok like Alphaba, and then randomly at some student nightclub you'll see Alphaba featuring, or this niche influencer featuring. I don't really get it, but it happens, and Alphaba was booked out, and then eventually people found out, they contacted the venue, and of course, just like every other Pride event, it got cancelled.
This actually stops my quality of life. I've already had people wanting to go.
I would have come.
They've missed out
bad opportunity.
So basically, Rusty is in Newcastle, which wanted Alphabet to go and obviously appear to be involved in some, what was it?
That's also taken a lot of money away from me. Do you know how much they offered me?
How much?
£400.
There we go, £400 you got offered.
I mean, Alphabet, we've seen you make more than £400 on one live stream, mate. You literally brag about it and let everybody know about your financial income every single day. So excuse me if I don't feel exactly too bad for you. But the one thing I love about this stream of where Alphabet is very angry in the background is, as you can see, this is Evil Queen, somebody that has popped up throughout this whole video, and she just doesn't really care about any of this. She very much is like trying to put on the act that she cares, but you can just see from her face she is not bothered whatsoever. But yeah, Alphabet was not very happy about this, as we just heard. It wasn't a good start to the year. The finances have already been impeded, and one thing I kind of noticed about 2024 is Alphabet's relevance had started to decline. I mentioned it earlier, but over the last few months of 2024, as I'm recording this video right now, it's May 2024, Alphabet has been getting less and less relevant, so I guess this does mean her finances have slightly gone down, and cancelled events like this will, I guess, impact her, as much as I don't feel bad for her, because, I mean, if she's smart, she would have saved a lot of money considering how much she made between 2021 and 2023, but Alphabet has actually started to make more efforts at making money. She's been developing more plans and tactics and how she can get her followers to give her money, and the new one is you can now pay for a follow from Alphabet.
I'm not getting off live, I'm getting all the gifts tonight. Oh. I'm going to stick for corals for now, so if you definitely want to follow from me on TikTok, you want me to follow you, because everyone comes up to me. It's you £4.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you. If I catch any of you donating £4 to Alphabet to gain a follow from her, I'm genuinely going to... I don't think I can actually say what I was about to say. That would probably get me banned from this platform. But all I will say is, please, for the love of God, don't do this. As I said earlier, if you want to get a follow from Alphabet, just disguise your account as a Pride event. She'll more than follow you. She'll even DM you. And she may even announce your friendship in a live stream. But yes, 2024 was really not a good start to the year for her. She'd been cut off from an event. Her relevancy was declining. And she even announced to somebody in a nightclub that her financial position wasn't exactly in a good place, despite what we've seen in the past of her getting thousands of pounds donated to her.
Yeah, I'll get you a drink later tomorrow. Next time we go out.
So sorry.
Because I'm really low on money now, actually.
And yeah, because of this, the begging got a lot of worse. Alphabet got even more criticism for that. And she even started to use Cameo more, where you can pay $28, yes, $28 to get a 1-minute message from Alphabet where she'll say happy birthday to you. Now, I did say earlier, if you spend £4 on a follow from Alphabet, I'm genuinely going to question everything about you as a human being. But if you spend $28 on a birthday message from Alphabet, I think at that point you should just... And with Alphabet's relevance slowly declining in the community, obviously, she needed to do things other than just begging for money to get attention. So, what she decided to do was, once again, bring up more controversies that she'd been involved in. Because as we've seen throughout this video, this is kind of like a pattern. She'll be very popular, she'll decline, and then she'll randomly bring things up again so people get talking. And once again in 2024, she started the year off by listing pretty much every single controversy that she'd been involved in.
I'll tell you what, should we make my own list? Should we make a list of things I've done wrong? So we'll make an actual real list of things I've done wrong and put it into perspective. And I'll tell you everything truthfully. You can do it. Let's do it. You have to listen and you have to not come at me because I will tell you the full truth of everything, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready? Lied about being diagnosed. Yes, I lied about that. Number 2, Tourette's. Yes. The cancer thing. Xmas donations. 4, phone. Card reader. Madonna. Pokemon cards. Seizures. Essay. Oh, essay, okay. Okay. SH. Panic attacks. Oh, benefits, okay. Pads. Period pads. Eye drawing. Okay. 13. MSP. Hormones, okay. £50 subs. £50 sub.
Manipulated media.
Now, I should just say, everything said in that list is obviously not something that has been 100% confirmed, and all of these things didn't guarantee happen, but what definitely did happen is Elphaba lied to us once again, because she did say, new year, new me, but obviously, this isn't new, this isn't anything different, this is pretty much everything that we've been speaking about for around 4 hours now, and yes, I am slightly having like the side of my brain melt away, having to go through the same thing every single time, because that's what this whole thing is. It's just a repeated process every single time. But obviously, 2024 is not off to a good start for Elphaba. Her finances are down, and she's even resorting to these desperate measures of continuously bringing up things that she's already been criticized for, and honestly is already known for at this point. The fact is doing things like this now doesn't really actually benefit Elphaba in any way. It only just shows to us that she's very desperate to remain relevant, but honestly, everybody already now at this point knows these things that she's been criticized for, so realistically, it's not going to do the thing that she hoped it did do, and obviously, things only continue to get even worse for Elphaba after this. Because, you know, Elphaba, she's constantly on the move, as we've seen before. She loves using Booking.com, living in hotels and stuff like that. That's her business. If there's a reason that she's in a bad financial situation, it's probably because of that. But she does do that. And she actually decided to move up north. And the people of the north, they did not take to that nicely. No, no, no. They did not want Elphaba in their area. And a group of individuals actually started to take action after they went around the area that Elphaba was living in and started placing posters about her all over the city that she was in. And these posters, well, they were very controversial considering what they detailed in them, and I'm just going to read it to you now. Important attention! It has come to our attention that parents and guardians should be aware of the individual commonly known as creator Elphaba on a TikTok platform. Posting and live streaming inappropriate content on a 13+ app, Elphaba has triggered many by lying about having autism, Tourette's, and faking seizures for financial gain, extremely depressing for viewers to watch. It then mentions that there are no charges on Elphaba, but says that she has admitted to certain terrible things, and I should just say, honestly, I haven't actually seen Elphaba outright ever admit to said terrible things, and I feel like it is just important to note that. Now, when these posters started to go round, it made the conversation around Elphaba spark back up, because people were just walking around their city and suddenly, oh, what's that on a lamppost? Is it a lost bunny rabbit, a lost cat, or no, it's Elphaba, and yeah, obviously this was a little bit controversial because a lot of people were debating the ethics surrounding this. Is this the right thing to do? If you were genuinely concerned, should you just not go to the police if you have these level of concerns? And honestly, I can understand that argument, but also I can kind of understand the argument of not wanting to be around Elphaba and have the public exposed to her, and not necessarily a mean way, but we've seen her disregard for the public before, whether it goes from her smashing up people's properties to her allegedly spreading scabies to the public. She clearly doesn't have much respect for anybody other than herself, and even then, that's pushing it. But personally, I don't believe that these posters were really the best way to get around the message surrounding Elphaba. I do believe it's much more productive to actually spread your opinions and messages via social media. To me personally, I don't really know what benefit this was gonna bring. Maybe it would allow a few people to see and know about Elphaba, but honestly, I don't really think it's the best thing to do. And honestly, I do believe that Elphaba could have actually had a bit of a slam dunk in this situation if she just responded correctly. She could have just simply gone on a live stream like she always does and says, hey, if you think this stuff is real, go to the police. And if they think it's real, they'll investigate me and do something about it. But clearly, I'm not in jail, so what you're saying isn't true. If there was an admission, I would be in jail. But obviously, you've got to be a rational human being to create that level of response, to take a step back and just allow the things to slowly blow over, think about what you're going to say, create a valid argument, and then put it out into the public. You've got to be rational for that. And if there's one thing we know about Elphaba, she definitely is not rational. And instead, rather than giving some level of decent argument, she got on a live stream and pretty much threatened the worst possible thing.
This is a modern witch hunt. This is, back in the day, I would be by now. But now it's on social media. This is a witch hunt.
I think Elphaba's taking this whole Wicked thing a little bit too far. The cosplay is just going to places where I didn't even think possible, because Elphaba, I need to actually confirm to you that you aren't a green Wicked that hails from the world of the Wizard of Oz. You're just somebody who's regarded as a chronic bellend on TikTok. This isn't anything in comparison to what witch hunts were like in the medieval times. This is just people putting up posters, regardless if you think that's right or wrong. They're just putting up posters. They're not hunting you down. They're just saying, yeah, this person is a little bit dodgy. But if you think this was weird, what Elphaba said here, it only continues to get worse.
And they will end up succeeding if they go too far. Imagine Elphaba passed away. Do you understand? That could push me. I'm not kidding you, Mum. I know you're watching this, Mum, but I'm serious. I'm serious. It could go that far, Mum. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Now, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious thing, and we shouldn't really make jokes about this. It's very clear that Elphaba is not in a good position, and I think the first thing I want to say here is, Elphaba, the reason that you're kind of in this position is the fact you document your life every single day on TikTok Live. You don't give yourself any privacy. You don't give yourself any leeway in your own life to just enjoy things or just to have some level of private information. In every single example, you have publicized everything, whether it's you having a certain condition, whether it's you going to hospital, whether it's you calling the police. You publicize everything, and therefore you're going to be scrutinized for everything, because you literally don't give us anything other than things to criticize you for. So if you feel like that is, you know, putting you in this position, then maybe take a step back. Maybe don't do the things that you do, because obviously what she's saying is something that I don't want to happen, but I don't think that that means that we shouldn't criticize her. But if Elphaba, you don't want us to criticize you, maybe give us rational arguments, or maybe just don't publicize literally everything in your life on live streams. As I showed you earlier in this chapter, Elphaba is more than happy to bring up the past of the things that she's been accused of and exposed for, but the moment somebody tries to hold her accountable for those things and it goes wrong for her and doesn't get her the attention she desired, she can no longer handle it and has to threaten the worst possible thing. And it may sound a little bit harsh, but I personally don't believe that's fair on literally anybody in this situation, because the reality is these posters here aren't saying anything different to what a lot of people on TikTok have been saying for absolutely years now. Maybe take a look in the mirror and understand why the people are saying these things about you. The average person isn't having somebody literally start an entire operation to warn people about your very existence. That isn't a normal thing that happens, and there is absolutely no smoke without fire. And by you making this threat, to me personally, it does just seem that you're trying to guilt trip people out of criticizing you. Again, it sounds brutal, but that's what I hear. I've seen content creators do this before. I've seen even people that aren't content creators do this. Yes, you are entitled to how you feel. You are entitled to have bad days, good days, to not feel mentally well. That is completely fair and fine. But I don't think you are entitled to then use those things as leverage to kind of deflect very bad criticism pointed towards your way. As I've said throughout all of the chapters in this video, it's not like you haven't been given the chance to respond to things, but in literally every single time you respond to something, you make things a million times worse, and when you can't get your own way, this is what it results in. You have no more arguments, so you just threaten the worst, most guilt-tripping thing possible. And let's actually go back to the poster for a second. A big key thing that it says is Elphaba posts inappropriate content on a 13+ app, and that is completely and utterly valid. Elphaba, what you are doing in this stream, threatening that, is an incredibly inappropriate thing on a 13+ app. You have a young audience, an impressionable audience, and you know that, and you are only proving this poster correct. Most people on TikTok seem to have incredibly impressionable audiences, and the fact that this is somebody with hundreds of thousands of followers that watch her every single day on live streams genuinely does worry me. And we are going to slowly get into the conversation surrounding why are TikTok not doing more about this, not just with Elphaba, but with everybody that makes this style of content. Personally, I don't really think it's a good thing, especially considering the fact that only shortly after Elphaba threatened that, she then got on stream again and had completely changed her tune. If anything, she sounded like happy?
So I'm going out, and I am sorting this out myself, and let's go rip the out of these disgusting posters. And if you keep putting them up, we will continue to rip them and find them.
I mean, I don't know. To me personally, the tune has completely changed here. She's gone from completely devastated to this kind of like girl bossy sort of persona, and it's just really, really weird to me. And the fact she doesn't take anything that she said previously seriously, in my opinion, is absolutely worrying. She just throws around threats like that. That's so unbelievably irresponsible. And again, just another reason people don't like ELPHABA. I mean, even shortly after this on stream, she just starts laughing about things.
If you want me to sign one, let's take the piss. I'll sign one for you, bitch. I'll bring a pen out.
This is not somebody who is devastated. This is not somebody who is angry. This is somebody who is just desperate for attention. It's actually kind of sickening, genuinely, to use the things that she has used as a way to deflect genuine criticism. And the more she does things like this, I can actually only understand the posters even more. I think that this is a genuine worrying individual to have on a platform. To be an influencer, you are obviously influencing people, and it is worrying to me that this level of behavior is being influenced onto young and impressionable fans. Now, in terms of what actually came from this situation is apparently ELPHABA, shortly after all of this, went on another live stream and then started to complain, I guess, about how her mental health was. And then she actually shortly after that went to hospital because of her mental health. And look, as I said earlier, if you are genuinely struggling, then please seek help. But also understand that what you're doing doesn't help you in any way mentally. Documenting your life on live stream constantly every single day is not going to be good for your brain. Regardless if you're putting negative or positive content out there, if you're lying constantly, getting exposed constantly, or just streaming yourself with puppies every single day, it's going to affect your brain no matter what. This isn't normal behavior and has never ever been normal behavior. And a few days later, ELPHABA only proved even further that she actually doesn't care about any of these things and only used these threats to deflect from certain criticisms, because she jumped on yet again another live stream where she hailed herself as a marketing genius.
I know it's on backwards. I know how to get views. It's gonna make people be annoyed, and then people join up and they're like, your shirt's on backwards, your shirt's on backwards. So new people when they join, but people here now, you now know why I'm wearing it backwards. I'm smart, I know what I'm doing. Yeah. I wouldn't wear it for no reason. Yeah, no, actually it does get you views. It does. Trust watch this. People are going to say, oh, it's on backwards. Right, new people when they join, so guys, you're playing a game with me, alright? When people join, they can be like, your shirt's on backwards, because it's going to annoy the viewers, so they're going to click on it on the For You page. They're not going to skip me because they're going to be like, why are you wearing it backwards? And it's going to generate like maybe 2,500 views. I'm a marketing queen. I know what I'm doing. Oh no, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted in the comments. Yes, this is what we want. See? So on TikTok, I'm getting exactly what I want. Look at the views. Yes. Yes. My people know what I'm doing. My people know what I'm doing. Hello. If you're my people, come on, comment what you... Yes. Hey, that's a green heart. I see. Look at that. You know what I'm doing. I told you. I did say to you, I just said to you, we would hit 2.5 thousand viewers. Did say to you. And who was right? Who was right? Who was right? Who was right? Cleverty marketing queen.
Now, what she's saying in the clip is obviously minor, talking about how she can wear a shirt backwards and it will get attention and stuff like that. But I do think this clip absolutely summarizes everything you need to know about ELPHABA. She is so willing to get attention that she has literally documented the things that she can do to get them. Doing things that she knows people will call her out for. Saying certain things, acting in certain ways, wearing certain things. She knows that these things will get attention. And yes, as I said way earlier, earlier in this video, she is somewhat of a level of a marketing genius, but the reality is that's only because it's the whole car crash theory. People don't want to look away because it's just a constant, never-ending car crash. The car crashed and has been flipping for 4 years straight. And the thing is the car crash start to the year of 2024 only then continues when ELPHABA and Evil Queen fell out. Fellas, I said at the beginning of this video, I actually really do enjoy musicals. In fact, this week I'm going to see Heathers for like a third time because genuinely, musicals are very entertaining to watch. I understand that they're not everybody's cup of tea, but personally, I just like how silly most of them are. You know, it's just very over-exaggerated and fun. And the thing is with these TikTok livers is that they all kind of remind me of like a musical because these individuals, they're not real. Like, they're just, they can't be. They're like, all of this doesn't make any sense in terms of normal human behavior. To me personally, after everything I've seen today, I really wouldn't be surprised if all of these individuals were in like a group chat planning the next type of drama, who's gonna fall out of who's gonna say what, and this next chapter really only continues to prove that theory for me, because yes, Evil Queen and ELPHABA are no longer friends. Yes, they're not friends anymore, and honestly, I actually thought that they weren't friends for the entire story, but seemingly they were. They hung out quite a lot, as you can see here. You know, it was a wonderful friendship. History will write wonderful things and amazing things about ELPHABA and Evil Queen's really fun live streams together, but sadly, it all came to an end. Because apparently, Evil Queen was saying nasty things about ELPHABA on live streams, and they were both apparently using each other for popularity, and of course, you know, that couldn't last forever, and honestly, out of all the things we've spoken about today, this is just... it is pointless, but if it isn't all fake, then it is just another example of ELPHABA losing yet again another friend. And as much as, you know, it does seem fake, I guess it kind of is real. I'm honestly not sure at this point, and my brain doesn't have enough thoughts in it right now to kind of give any opinions. So let's just get into this clip.
Block anyone. Mods, block them all. Block any of EQ's army, I don't care. My army is the only ones that I welcome here. I'm not having any drama. I just do not want to be friends, that's it. And we're moving on now. Thank you. You okay? Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just not going to with, and I'm going to stand up for myself and always stand my ground. That's how I am.
Am I meant... I'm not trying to let you all down here, but what can I even say about these clips? These guys aren't real people. There's no way, because I just see this and I'm thinking, is this how humans act with each other? Like, I don't know how you guys act with your friends, if you actually have any friends, but if you do, this is just not normal friendship fallings out. And that's what I'm saying earlier in the previous chapter. ELPHABA keeps speaking about how mentally she doesn't feel great, and I can understand that, because this is apparently how she goes about genuine friendships. I seriously believe that these TikTok livers have not experienced a real friendship in like 5 years. Ever since they discovered the application of TikTok, they have not actually received any form of real love, and it has all just been based on who can get who more followers and what can we do next to get even more money and attention. I said at the beginning of this video that I'm going to convince you today that TikTok needs to be banned, and honestly, I feel like I should have at this point, because if you're seeing this right now and you think TikTok is healthy for this generation's youth, I don't want to sound like that character from The Simpsons.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
But they're right. Think about the children. This is what they're watching on a day-to-day basis. I mean, just listen to how Evil Queen speaks about ELPHABA in this clip.
You can see, can't you? Like, I never do nothing for no reason. So the smart people are the ones who say, yeah, you know what I mean, I know exactly what she's doing and all that. I'm repairing ELPHABA'S image, you know, and like, I'm going to go and meet her on Friday, and we're going to go on night out. So imagine the transfer of viewerships and stuff. So, like, obviously, I don't need her for clout or any of those things, but I'm going to naturally gain from that. And I actually enjoy my friendship with her as well, so it's good for me, my platform too, you know what I mean? So I don't ever think that I'm just like this silly person or that. Of course I know what's going to come with it, with linking up with Alphabet. You know, we'll have all the content, all the views, we'll be all over the FYP. So it's a really big deal for my image and stuff, and if I link back up with CLA, that'll be another big thing. So I'm literally just thinking in a long term, and I want to provide content for yous, because it's boring otherwise, the app.
Now, to me personally, as much as I also am technically an influencer, I feel like it's really weird to view friendships like this. I'm going to become friends with this person who I've already fallen out with in the past because it's going to get me X amount of views. We're going to drive traction to each other's channel and stuff like that. I understand collaborating, but outright faking friendships like this is just absolutely wild. And then obviously they fell out, and it turned out that it was this supposed big scheme from Evil Queen. It's just so bizarre, and it comes back to what I said previously, that I don't think any of these individuals have genuinely felt real friendship in so long, because their brains have just been fogged up by the FYP, by the views, the sponsors, if they're actually getting any, the donations, all of that stuff. They actually don't know genuine authenticity because their brains have been plagued by clout. It's genuinely insane to witness, and I feel like this is an actual thesis on what social media attention can do to the average brain. And it just gets even weirder, because after this falling out of many reasons and controversies, Alphabet then gets on live stream and once again decides to beg. And that's not really a change in any course of history, but she begs in a far more aggressive way than usual.
Just a pass, you, darling. Let's get up, darling. I want you to put green hearts in the chat and get that off. Where my gifters? Where are you, darling? Hand hearts, not roses, hand hearts, darlings. We're pushing. Get us up there. Get that below me. Now. She's a person that does not deserve to be there. So we're going above. So much. We're getting above EQ. I do not like her. I was used for clout by EQ. I was used. I got used, so do not.
I genuinely don't know a human being that swears as much as Alphabet in every single sentence. I have to mute so many swear words, Alphabet. Why? You're genuinely worse than Gabby Hanna. When I was making my videos on her a few years back, every single sentence she spoke with a swear word. But this is just another level. But yeah, obviously, this level of begging, it's not exactly the healthiest. It is actually quite worrying.
Where my gifters?
And again, this says to me that Alphabet, you just need to get off this.
Where are you, darling?
This just isn't good for your mental health. For the love of God, just stop this. But if you thought it was going to end there, it just continues to get worse, where she basically says, if you're not giving her money, she's not paying attention.
Do we have to gift? If you want my attention, yeah, darling. And I'm going to block all of you. You gift, you support, or you're out. And that's how it works, babe. I say this with my chest. If you're not supporting me financially, then I'm not listening to you. And you'll not get my attention. You'll just be blocked. I will be pushing people to gift because I am on the weeklies like everyone else does in this weeklies. It's competitive for a reason. You have to be competitive, otherwise you get kicked off the board. So I will be ruthless this week about it. Sasha, you're broke as well, not giving me a gift, darling, and it's showing. You're too broke to sub to me and you're too broke to gift. So if you want to play down that road, babe, and say broke, well, you're broke as well because you're not gifting me a single thing. You're not showing it off.
To be honest with you, I don't really think that's a logical response, because I just don't want to give you my money because, well, I just don't want to give you my money. I could put it in so many other areas. I could spend it on so many better things. And honestly, given what Alphabet's been rumoured to spend their money on, I'm not going to say what, but, you know, I'm not too keen on that money going towards those certain spending habits, to be honest with you. But yeah, her begging has gotten incredibly more aggressive over the years. This is far worse than it was in 2023. At least with the begging back then, it was comedic. Now it's very clear to me that this whole social media thing is just just getting far too much for Elphaba, and far too much in general for everybody in that community. As we just saw with the fake friendship thing with Evil Queen, none of this is real and is so obviously going to be bad for them in the long run. Now, to me personally, this whole chapter, as much as it is just mind-numbingly insane, it also is, as I said, a reflection on Elphaba's life. It just shows to us where she's come from. In 2021, 2022, when she was playing Roblox or singing on live stream, there were some genuine wholesome intentions behind it, and I didn't really see much of a problem with that. Obviously, we now know that there were forms of controversy brewing in the background, but in comparison to what's going on here, it is sad to see just an absolute degrading of content, or just in general authenticity, or how somebody acts on a live stream. This isn't good to look at. This is actually quite sad, and obviously it has led to further terrible things that have happened in 2024. I said that 2024 had an absolute disaster of a start to the year, and it's because Elphaba somehow has just declined even further, gotten so much worse when you really didn't think that was possible. These aggressive outbursts on stream begging people to donate to her. We've always known Elphaba is a beg, but this is just getting to a worrying level. And as much as we can laugh at everything being fake in this story, when the entirety of your life is fake, when you are running a constant pantomime on live streams documenting it, it is obviously going to affect you. And eventually, the worst possible things can happen, and you will start to feel much, much worse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the final chapters of this video, and it's probably going to be the most serious chapter in this video. And I should just say that we're going to be dealing with a lot of sensitive topics to do with a lot of mental health related things. So if you want to skip this chapter, I can very much understand it. But a lot of people have now seen what I'm about to speak about. In April of 2024, this was a very big story surrounding Elphaba. But yeah, just a little warning for all of you. We're going to be dealing with some sensitive things here, and I'm going to be pretty much unscripted for this chapter because I think this is the best way to go about it. And no, I'm not going to show any clips of what happened. So yes, as you can imagine with Elphaba, a very serious situation occurred with her in around April of 2024 when she got on a live stream and started speaking about pretty much how bad she was feeling, and she threatened to do something very bad to herself. And I can't really describe it because I don't want this video to be age restricted, but pretty much it was not a good live stream. She threatened, again, the worst possible thing, but in this stream it seemed far more real than the last one we went through where she threatened to do bad things in regards to the posters being put out there about her. Now obviously this went absolutely viral. Everybody started speaking about this. People went into uproar. People were angry. And honestly, this actually caused me to delay this video because I didn't want to just release this video straight after this happened. I wanted to wait for things to blow over and see what was to come from this and see what Elphaba had to say about the entire thing. Because obviously, there are some ethical issues surrounding what went on this live stream that I'm not going to show you. Such as, why are TikTok allowing this type of content on their platform? And I know that might sound a little bit controversial given the serious nature of what happened there, but the reality is Elphaba live streamed herself doing something, or at least doing the implication that she was going to do something in a very serious way on a live stream, and that could have been very traumatizing for some of the people watching it. People who have relative experiences to that, or people who are just young, or people in general. Nobody wants to see what Elphaba did, and I'm not again going to show the video, but obviously people want to know why she wasn't banned from the platform, not just because of this possibly happening again, but also for Elphaba's own well-being. I genuinely don't think that this app is good for Elphaba. I don't think that constantly living your life like it's a pantomime on a live stream is a good thing. We've been discussing over the last few chapters how much Elphaba has declined over the years because of all of the things that she gets herself involved in. And the problem is this is her financial income, so there will be another ethical debate surrounding if TikTok were to take her profile away, would this only then make things worse for her? Personally, I believe that Elphaba's career on TikTok is far more detrimental to her than her having her TikTok career taken away from her. Now, I'm not the judge, jury, executioner, as I've said multiple times in this video. This is just my opinion, but I genuinely do believe that if Alphaba just quit TikTok, it would benefit her so much. Obviously, it would be a very hard thing to do, and if she needs to build up some savings over time to do that, then fair enough, I can understand that. But in the long term, I think her plan should be to quit TikTok. This event that took place was obviously absolutely terrible, and obviously Alphaba is fine. I should say that Alphaba is completely fine, and in fact, she jumped on a live stream a few days later where she was seemingly quite down, but said she was getting help and stuff like that, but that only caused more people to be enraged to see that you can do this sort of thing on a live stream on TikTok and then just come back. No consequences whatsoever, and TikTok just don't care. And if anything, it almost seems like more active encouragement towards Alphaba, because something I've been mentioning throughout the whole chapter of 2024 is Alphaba was losing relevance, and she was trying to do everything she could to get that relevance back up, and this whole thing did make her more spoken about than she's been spoken about for the last year. This was everywhere. I had friends messaging me about this. It was on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. And I think that's not a good thing. I think that TikTok not doing anything only encourages this negative behavior. I said earlier, this is a cinematic universe. This isn't just applied to Alphaba. This is applied to all forms of content creators. By TikTok taking no action absolutely whatsoever, they're saying that this style of content is okay on their platform. I think that sets a very, very nasty precedent. But now we need to move into the next ethical dilemma of, should we even continue to speak about Alphaba? And personally, I think we should, as long as she's still on the platform, because she is going to be willing to do absolutely anything now to get attention. Now, I should just say, I'm not obviously saying that Alphaba did what she did on livestream for attention, but I am saying, with TikTok taking no action, at least saying to Alphaba, hey, we think you need to take some time off, a break from the app, it would be good for you. Without them doing anything, it says to Alphaba that in the future, if views are going down, she can do anything and not have to worry about a ban. She can be as extreme as she possibly wants and do something to shock the world and just be absolutely fine. YouTube, for example, do actually have rules to prevent this. It's why I won't be showing a lot of these clips. Obviously, I don't want to just show them out of my own reasoning, but also YouTube and other platforms have in place certain regulations to stop certain shocking things from being shown on their platform. And it seems that TikTok actually themselves don't have that, and this is only going to mean Alphaba in the future may possibly do even more shocking things on livestream for attention. Again, I'm not saying in this case she did that, but now she knows she can do anything, that can lead to some pretty risky scenarios. But also, again, I should just say another thing here of, obviously, I don't want anything bad to happen to Alphaba. Yes, I think that she should, actually take responsibility for her actions, but obviously, I don't think, any of this stuff is good, and I feel like I should just 100% clarify that. It sounds stupid that I even have to say that, but again, for the millionth time, I don't want anything bad to happen to Alphaba. But also in regards to the ethical dilemma of speaking about Alphaba, I know this might sound brutal, but even if Alphaba is in a bad spot, I genuinely don't think that that dismisses a lot of the things that we've spoken about today, a lot of the allegations surrounding her. I think that we are still entitled to speak about these things because they are very serious things, and I think that we should have an open discussion about them. And to me personally, these discussions make me think even further that Alphaba needs to quit social media. This chapter is probably shorter than a lot of you guys thought it was going to be because it was such a big thing, but personally I understand that this is a very sensitive topic. I don't want to make jokes about this. This is obviously an actual real moment for Alphaba, and it was the moment where I realized this had gone too far and she needs to quit social media. Obviously, Alphaba, people are going to still talk about you, people are going to still criticize you, and you are written into TikTok folklore at this point. Whether you like that or don't like that, you yourself have put yourself in that position, and I think the moment you admit that to yourself, you'll feel a little better. Overall, I genuinely do feel bad for Alphaba in this situation, and as I said, she has gone on a live stream and seemingly apologized in some aspect for how she acted. I'm not going to go through it because I kind of want to leave this part here and move on to the conclusion. But yeah, I wish nothing but the best in terms of I hope she feels better and gets the help she needs, but also that doesn't change anything that we've spoken about in this video today. And you see, I was about to end the chapter. I'm currently editing this video right now, but actually no, I can't end it there. I thought maybe in this chapter we can end it on a bit of a nice serious note, you know, wishing all the best and stuff, but obviously no, because only a few weeks later, ELPHABA has been jumping on live streams once again, and has just in general been, I guess, begging for more attention, as she's been going on streams saying that people are just jealous of her and the clout that she has, and she's also speaking about how she has a new diagnosis now, or at least is going to try and get a new diagnosis. And to me personally, I'm not really shocked, but let's take a look at what ELPHABA has to say before we get into the conclusion.
You know, these people are jealous. They're jealous. They're insecure. They're jealous of the confidence I've got. They can't even do it themselves. They're jealous of the clout I've got. That's honesty.
Honestly, I don't think anybody is jealous about this. I really, really don't. Like, seriously, where are you right now? You're like in a back alley somewhere, live streaming to 1,000 people on TikTok. That's not the ideal thing people want in this world. They want, you know, a house, a family, something. They want to travel. This isn't what the average human being wants. But it only continues.
You know, they're jealous of my following, which is very honest. I have a lot of following. People would die for it.
Who? Genuinely, who are you talking about?
And people would kill to have this platform. They would. And I now know that. And it's like, the difference is that, like, these haters, these people, I really feel sorry for them. I really do. I truly do. Because if you think about it, they're investing their time that they could be spending time with their family, their friends.
I think this is incredibly ironic that she just said that you could be doing something better with your life, spending time with your friends and family, which honestly is probably true, but the same can be applied to you. But yeah, this again just shows that no matter what, the whole cycle is just going to continue. This whole thing with ELPHABA is one massive, never-ending cycle. It can be the worst thing ever in 1 month, and then the next day she's going to be begging on a stream, or attacking the people who criticize her, or saying that she's potentially got a new diagnosis of something. It just never ends. It never ever ends. And with that, my friends, let's get into the conclusion, because I ain't even speaking about this one. My friends, congratulations. We've finally made it to the conclusion. This may be the longest video that I've ever made. I genuinely don't know at this point. If it is, great. Honestly, it feels like it's the longest video I've ever made. This video, we've done so much. We've gone through so much lore. It started off as an iceberg video. It turned into this big chronological mess. And honestly, I genuinely think this matches, if not surpasses, my Onision iceberg. Some of the amount of things that we've had to take a look at today have just completely rotted my brain. I didn't need to know most of the things that we've gone through. Some of it was depressing, some of it was hilarious, and some of it was just outright balmy. If there's one thing to take from this, is ELPHABA is definitely a very fascinating person, and I think this whole video can basically be used as a case study to how much social media clout can affect a human being's brain, what it can drive people to do in terms of remaining relevant and getting more and more money, because that's the thing I've learned with social media. You can have all the money in the world, but you will always want more. You will always want more followers, and you will never be satisfied. And how you deal and cope with that feeling is the most important thing. You can either be fine with that, you can either have some healthy competition in your brain, being like, we're going to set goals of 1 million subscribers, 2 million, or you can go down the ELPHABA path, the path of where you sacrifice all forms of self-shame, you reduce yourself to basically a jester on a TikTok live stream, and you dance for attention consistently, you beg, you do terrible things, you bring up all the awful things that you may or may not have done consistently just to get a little bit extra money and views. And as depressing as the last few chapters have been, I have enjoyed this ride. Obviously, as I said previously, I hope Elphaba gets the help that she needs, and I definitely hope that she quits TikTok. And honestly, maybe we all need to quit TikTok, because personally, I find myself swiping through the app for hours on end sometimes, and you just look at your watch and you're like, I have done nothing today but scroll through social media. If there's another thing I've taken from this video, is social media really can poison the brain in the worst possible way. But how I want to end this video, ladies and gentlemen, is with another bonus round, just to kind of lighten the mood and go through a few topics that I may or may not have missed in this timeline. And that starts off with Elphaba apparently spreading scabies once again.
I just saw ITV News and I just saw Vice News and the scabies outbreak. Oh, I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say. Oh, I have a lot to say. Oh, I have a lot to say. Oh, I have a lot to say. I go on TikTok, I'm like, oh, just, you know, just gonna go on the For You page, Slay Queen Slay. I go on there and I see ITV News, scabies outbreak. Oh, okay, I'm like, oh, yeah, what? Other comments gonna be Elphaba. Girl. I did not cause an outbreak of scabies. I took all necessary measures, thank you very much to you. I had to catch it from somewhere in the first place, and I will call out this place. I called it from prison in Bristol. That's where my mum caught it, and that's where other people caught it. It might have been on the sofas, maybe someone else had it before, but there was already an outbreak way before I had it. The news covers things much more later, so there was already a shortage in creams when I had it myself. When I went there, I had to go to a place I had to pay like £36. I did all the treatments.
I think if there's a scabies outbreak anywhere and the first thing people think about is a specific individual, it's never exactly a good look. It's never something to... Honestly, Elphaba, if I was you, I wouldn't even mention this stuff. I wouldn't even speak about this, because you're only going to get more and more people thinking that you are the patient zero in this situation. But then things only started to get even worse for Elphaba in this bonus round when she started to have even more beef with certain individuals that she knows. Because at this point, I think we've seen Elphaba fall out with literally every single person that she was friends with, and the only person remaining was her mother, Maria. But even that seemingly had some tests.
Not caused that.
You have.
You say that.
Well, I caused it and you caused it. If I could turn back the clocks, I would. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I wish I wasn't famous. I wish I wasn't well known. I actually wish I wasn't well known.
Yeah, just singing at the top of your lungs in the evening when everyone's home.
I wish. I wish.
Smart move because everyone hears you.
No, but it's too late now anyway. I'm too...
I mean, to be fair, she's kind of speaking facts. Like, you're on a live stream, you're like, I don't want to be famous, I don't want to be famous. There's 1,000 people on your bloody live stream. What are you expecting? You expecting people to be like, oh, she doesn't want to be famous. Let's click up. Let's get out of here, fellas. Let's go down the pub. It's like, no, Elphaba. This is just going to bring more and more people. But again, she knows this. We're not idiots. We are not idiots at this point. We didn't come 5 hours to assume that we're idiots and you're an idiot. You are an idiot, but I'm not an idiot. And I know that this was obviously for attention, but let's continue.
No, but it's too late now anyway. I'm too well known. I can't do it. You know, I wish I could go back.
I'm just too famous. I'm just too rich. It's terrible. It's terrible. Stop.
And grow up like a teenager, but I didn't. I didn't have friends in school.
Elphaba, as far as I know, you weren't a TikToker when you were in school. So all you're saying here is you had no friends for like other reasons outside of TikTok. And obviously we've had rumors that Elphaba lied about having cancer in school, not confirmed, but I mean, saying that you had no friends because of social media or the internet just isn't true in school anyway, because you didn't use these apps when you were in school.
No, I won't do it.
Again, not again and again and again. I don't need this negativity here.
Oh, well, it's negative anyway.
Every day there's some drama. It's making me ill. I'm not sleeping properly, I'm jumping.
How do you think I feel then? How do you think I feel then?
Relax.
How do you think I feel then?
I'm like, not right now, and then I let you sing, I compromise, and you know what I mean? And why has it come to this? It's ridiculous that it's come to this point.
Now, when your own mother, who is meant to be the person that defends you no matter what, is saying these things, Alphaba, you should probably realize that, yes, you're not in a good situation and this probably shouldn't continue. Even if you don't want to quit social media, maybe just change up what you do. Consistently complaining about these things, which are obviously just baits for attention, is only going to make things worse for you, and it's only going to make you feel worse. As I said earlier, if you consistently live a fake life, it's only going to affect you badly. And I was going to end this video and chapter with a prediction of where I think Alphaba will be in a year or two's time. But Alphaba actually, you know, she did that for me, because she ended up going to a fortune teller who would tell all. Will Alphaba be in the West End featuring as Alphaba on Wicked? Will she be the next Prime Minister of Great Britain? Or will she continue to be begging on live streams?
Universe telling me to open this. Something is telling me to open this. I don't know what it is, but the universe is just telling me to open this. Do you want to hear something actually creepy? What I'm about to show you is actually quite freaky. Guys, I had one fortune cookie, right? I'm not even shitting you. I'm not drunk. I had one fortune cookie. I bought one. There was one in the bag. There's two now. Something's mentioned about live streaming on there. Do you want to see it? I'm not shitting you. Live. You can't make that up. This means I'm always in the public eye forever. Live, not for time, but for eternity.
I'm not going to give a reaction. I'm not going to give you a reaction. I'm not giving a reaction. Honestly, a part of me wants to think she's not baiting here, and a part of me genuinely wants to think that this is a genuine, authentic clip. And if it is, goddamn, does this summarize Alphaba. But yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to actually finally get into the ending of this video and just wrap things up of where I think we're going to be in the future with Alphaba. Okay, congratulations. For the second time, we've beaten the conclusion, we've beaten the bonus round, and now we're at the final chapter of the video, the ending. Now, where do I personally think Alphaba will be in 2 years' time? Honestly, I think she'll be doing the exact same thing. I think she'll be much less relevant, kind of like Snapshot Eye, but I think she will be appearing every now and again when she does something completely outlandish on a live stream. Personally, I think that she wants to do this for a very, very long time, because she knows if she does anything else, she won't be making thousands of dollars of donations by doing nothing on a live stream. She would actually have to put effort in if she wanted to feature on a West End show. She would have to put in a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of effort. But even with getting a job, she would have to actually work hard and, you know, probably get paid less. And I don't think she would want to do that, even if it did make her feel mentally a lot better. I think when you give somebody so much money, so much power, so many views, it's going to be very hard for them to put that aside in the benefit of their own mental health. And that is very sad, but I think it very much does summarize everything about TikTok Live and the Alphaba cinematic universe. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is finally the ending of this video. In this video, we explored pretty much every single aspect of this iceberg, and I think that this is a great chronological timeline to explain every single piece of major lore with Alphaba. Did I miss a few things out here and there? Yes, I did. It was just I couldn't fit literally everything into the timeline because we'd be here for about 12 hours. Before I started to make this video, me and ELPHABA'S were discussing it, and he said, if you cover everything like you were planning to, you would have a 20-day long video. That is how much there is with Alphaba. So this was just the main parts. If you really want to go into this and like look into the deep aspects of the lore, go check Jake's channel out. His channel helped me a lot for the research of this video, so I'd really appreciate it if you sub to ELPHABA'S. But also mainly, I would very, very much appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, liked the video and commented your opinions, anything down below. This video has required so much work. I can't can't thank Jacket enough for editing this video. She's done an amazing job. And I can't help but thank myself for doing an amazing job recording these videos. I very much do enjoy them, but they require a lot of effort. The research, man, is just so much. The script, everything. It's just such a long process. So please, if you could just help me out a little bit by liking the video, commenting, and possibly even sharing it, that would mean the absolute world to me. Also, a final request. Please check out my second channel, inabber Live, coming back with that, and my Instagram, inabber. But yes, finally, I shall say goodbye to you. I can no longer speak English because this has been going on for way too long. Goodbye, everybody. Have a lovely day, weekend, whenever you're watching this or wherever you're watching this. And peace out. Have a lovely day. Again, I guess. Bye.